Hello and welcome back, everyone. Welcome, welcome. We are going to be playing some Kurdistan. Hopefully. Might have written it down or a dissertation on the forum about EU5 economic systems, EU taxes, closed economic systems, and economic saturation. That sounds like a good time. I think that, to the extent that I have economic complaints, I really don't like that there's a lot of money flying into and out of the economy, and especially this patch, I'm kind of okay with the systems being punishing for having low control. But this patch, as you get under 66 control, it's going to really increase your expense sliders. You have to throw your sliders this patch, basically. And I think the most important slider is the dip slider, and I think this is the only slider you pay for in order to try and compensate. A lot of people are often curious what you're drinking. And by what you're drinking, I mean what I'm drinking. So here's Sonic Cherry Limeade drink mix. Here, I'll put it up close to the camera, really close, so that it can get out of focus when I pull it away. And then it is not motor oil, as some may have predicted. But okay. We are back with our nation. Started out as Ormuz, now we're here. Also noticing that, man, the estates crank up so many buildings if you have low control, and also available pops. And so I think this is another complaint people were making, was that some sort of tools apocalypse. We're seeing a lot of buildings here. A lot that we kind of don't necessarily want. But what we can do is we can shutter some of these buildings at least. That are getting constructed here. Don't necessarily like them, but the shuttering of buildings, open, closing buildings, this type of stuff is going to be a little bit more micro-intensive, right, than previous metagames. But okay, we're here. Also, in the interim, let's take a closer look at this Sur location. And actually, specifically looking at how close it is to India, which I thought was interesting. Because you have the one where you go out, then you can go this C-zone, then, if you patrol this C-zone, you actually can make use of it. It would require micro, but after that you're here, and then you're here. And so you can reach this section of India in just like 5 segments, which I thought was interesting. Remember to leave a like, it spreads the stream. That would be appreciated. Thank you for bringing it up. Yes. But we are off and away. Have you seen the control penalty for pop promotion speed is now multiplicative? Yes. Yeah, RGOs far away. There are a ton of changes in here that just super punish low control, which I'm kind of a fan of. It's easier to get higher control, but our naval procs is scuffed right now. And we're anticipating, or we have been told that it will be like rebuffed, and so we'll actually have decent control here. But not today. But that's okay, because our entire economy is sound tools, except it's really not anymore. We now are getting quite a bit of trade from other things, so. But our entire economy is us throwing our Republican tradition because we don't need to pay for it. And so our income is 327, but our expenses are only 114. Because all these things that are scaling with the bad stuff, with our negative control, not going to matter too much. To be fair, we would be super making a lot. And so this is the patch of the trade. This is like the trade patch. You have to go. I mean, I think that when we swapped over to this, we doubled the income we were getting from trade. I think increasingly, you're just like. Well, if you stay monarchy, there are ways that you can make the cost of court slider a lot cheaper by getting a lot of flat legitimacy, but yeah, we might be reaching kind of a new time, a new era. Also, when we form Persia, which is the plan, we instantly become an empire, so we may not even need to get this prestige up for the purposes of forming an empire, but okay. Let's continue on. I think we were about to start a war. I think that's why that's usually why we end the stream. Is because we're at a good stopping point and we're wanting to start a war and we don't want to start it just quite yet. I think this is the gentleman. We have claims on province. Let's declare war. I think that we have been fighting entirely with mercs, basically. Here we have big enough subjects, we're just going to let them handle it. Those sea tiles are very big, that's what I'm saying. You get to pass through, it's all one tile to me, baby. The issue is that you have to patrol the Indian Horn Current, and there's no place on the coast that is part of the current. In here, there's like an example of a current where there's like an island location, so patrolling it's easy. This just would require micro. But unless I'm mistaken, we can wait a month and generate proximity here. The issue is this. So in theory, you can micro it out. In theory. In practice, that's a huge pain in the ass, because you can't just set someone... You can't set someone, unfortunately, with the mission to patrol the sea zone. That's not how it works. So you would have to micro it, but this makes it so that instead of 1, 2, 3, 4 segments, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 segments, and you get one segment further to all this stuff in India. And so maybe that's not worth the headache. In either case, this location's close. As I wrote here, having balanced MNT system for years, I don't blame the devs for not chasing it. My experience, it also creates outliers that are crazy rich or very poor ahistorically. Interesting. It's a ton of work with uncertain. Do you get cores after subject interaction regardless of cultures? It seems that you do not. I have a really small sample size of this. I don't know if there's a confound or exactly. I've been trying to get chat to tell me their experiences, but they have been withholding information from me. They've been refusing to spill the beans, so okay. Our subjects will handle this. I think we won't worry about it. Have you seen the crazy saffron spice bubbles yet, where they trade stuff to 1,000 and back and forth to create endless profits? No, but it doesn't surprise me. I think that creating an asymmetry between imports and exports and the way that they affect prices was not the way I would have approached trying to create specialization. I think that is probably a bad thing. Because it creates strange exploits and opportunities, and I was hoping or thinking that the AI probably wouldn't get their hands dirty and all that, just because of how it works, but if they are, then I guess that's a bit of a bummer. Yeah, the issue is that, here, if we go to, let's go to gold, not that it matters, when we look at effective supply and demand, our effective supply is just local supply. Our effective demand, a little bit of local demand, but trade exports count for 100%. So we can create just basic demand just from exporting everything. So our gold's not even going to get cheap. Our gold is just going to stay at base price for forever. Forever and ever and ever. We're never going to get cheap gold because we're always going to be exporting it. Instead, the effect of having cheap gold, which would normally be what would happen, we still kind of receive that. And we receive that in the form of what we are using the gold for. We get more prod efficiency for local gold being supplied within the market, which in itself is volatile. I don't know that this asymmetry was necessary, because when we import stuff, it only affects 25% of the supply. So, as the video I made yesterday kind of showed, you could just import and export to just drive up prices arbitrarily. Like, shuffled it back and forth. 38k in cash is Hormuz, that's crazy. That's just the art of the deal, baby. Looks like a buff to India because elephants. Oh, baby, I didn't even think about elephants. Yeah, obviously you just shuffle the elephants back and forth. I didn't even think of the elephants. Someone please think of the elephants. You can get elephants up to like 150% price and just woo! And then now you get the bailiffs. Let's go! Let's go, India. Maybe we have to make an India video. Elia's trying to trick me. Elia's always trying to trick me. This is actually just the state of affairs. Elia's trying to bait me on Reddit, and then she's trying to trick me into playing India in chat. You hate to see it. It's very tricksy. Very tricksy. Does anyone know how to make the AI stop exporting your tools in your market? No, if the opportunity is profitable, people are just going to export it. They like to trade tools. They like to trade all finished goods. I think this I don't necessarily dislike. I think the weight is getting blamed maybe more for the sins of the way stuff is getting stimulated. But now tools, the reason they like to trade tools is because they're very efficient to trade. But iron is not. And they're very efficient to trade because they only have half weight. We incidentally don't have enough tools, so... hey, it's because we're exporting it. But not for long. That'll get cancelled. It's because they're half weight. Is the reason, though. Now, something we were kind of paying attention to a little bit off-stream is the prosperity of some of our subjects. I think what we're going to try and do is annex our subjects that have lower prosperity. In general, a lot of this is the subjects we've had for the longest period of time tend to have the lowest prosperity because they weren't released with our better and more founded laws. The problem is I think we're annexing two things simultaneously right now. I think we're annexing up there. And this one's going to go real slow, like molasses. In fact, this one's going to go so slow, and it's just getting started, we could maybe cancel it. The thing is, we have to do these ones to grab, to form Kurdistan. We have to annex Kurds, a bunch of Kurds over here. So, a little bit unfortunate. It is too expensive, allegedly. But is it really? No, it is. 360. That's an expensive peace deal, brother. I think we're going to transfer both of them. But we're going to transfer them to subjects that kind of make a little bit more sense. Or I guess we'll transfer them to us. Because we already annexed this territory up here. And then we have to make sure that the Jalirids, we do not take everything. But I think we want to work our way towards Armenia. They don't like when we cut stuff off, though. Is that actually Armenians? It's right in the middle of Armenia. I don't think that'll be enough pop for us to accept Armenian, which is the goal, but we could turn it into a subject. We do want to flip Armenian culture for their mountain discount. We also want to humiliate these guys. But now it's a matter of how much money are we going to grab, do we want to grab? I suppose. Looking for people that are multiple kind of locations. And the reason, oh, that you don't like that because it cuts you off from, like, the corner. Or you don't like that because it's expensive. Okay. Is this, are we getting a penalty for fractured? We are. Oh, we would need to take all the south to avoid the fractured penalty. Or all up here. And then I think we maintained some Jalirids. But then we won't get the claims for this other guy we're releasing. No, we would, because they'd have claims into the north. Yeah, okay. So, I think this is about the peace deal we are going to be wanting from this. Just joined to see that you have the iron lumber shortage, but that's a fake shortage, it's not a real shortage. Making sure our kid... Was this genius? No. Is this guy genius? Since we're not paying for the slider, I do want to throw up some expensive educations. This is not a tool shortage though, not a real one anyways. These routes will cancel when the stockpile empties. There's currently 150. I'm not tricking you. I'm very explicitly telling you to play India. Nope, that sounds like a reverse psychology trick. How are transfer markets doing? Don't you destroy the market, you're transferring goods through it? No, you just move it. You just move it. So by shuffling stuff back and forth, do you mean exporting the max amount to drive up the price? It's not necessarily the max, but if we exported... if we export jewelry from here to here, and then import jewelry from here to here, we would just drive up the price of jewelry in both markets. You can also subjugate someone directly into the third stage of Indian subject that pays 33% tribute, which is 5% discipline. Aren't those guys harder to annex, though? Lumber RGO is expensive to upgrade because of tool upgrade. I'm Sag. Yeah, I mean, I don't, I've been eating this perma-expensive lumber on all RGOs for a while now here. So, Persia feels like hell. Have you seen devs are exploring giving terrain procs discounts based on your capital terrain? Interesting. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about incentivizing you to put the capital in the mountains. Unless it's by the terrain of... It'd be sick if it was by the terrain of the area of your capital. I don't know about the actual capital itself. Iron lumber situation is a consequence of giving the estates a bunch of ducats out of nowhere. How... I can understand like multiple arguments for that, but what's the idea? Is the idea that they build the estate buildings demand tools? They demand a little bit of tools. Is the idea that they build too much stuff that demands tools? Is the idea that they... What's the idea here? They build too much stuff that demands wood, which requires lumber. I mean, I think it's downstream from demanding wood. I think that part of the issue, though, with that is I think lumber is and has been for some time way too ubiquitous in the economy. Like, it's just everything traces back to lumber, including this is where most of the demand for tools is coming from anyways. You know, the reason we're not tool screwed in this run is because we have no place to build lumber mills. I suspect. That's a big part of it. Tier 1 Indian subject can't be annexed, Tier 3 can be annexed, Tier 3 can't be annexed. That sounds right. It shouldn't be a capital, but where your primary culture is present. Primary culture... I think I'd prefer area, but primary culture, I guess, would be better than capital, too. As a transfer market, I mean the new world situation where you could create a chain of import-exports for a good you need to create to deliver it. Does it work since it creates huge demand? Oh, I'm not sure what you're asking. All the goods in the new world are not going to be wildly expensive, so your colonies are going to make more money because they will get 100% of the value of the export. So it's like, in terms of making colonized nations poor and like seem exploited, I think it's bad from the simulation. Like they made the effects such that it's better for specialization, and I think this was the design intent. And okay, so we're doing that, but now it's worse at exploiting nations. or worse at simulating exploitation of nations. Right? This guy's gonna get annexed kind of quick. I think we'll turn back around and start annexing some of these smaller guys. The problem is we want to flip culture to Armenia. Yeah, I mean, that is a problem. Maybe we're demanding a little bit too much. I don't want to necessarily kill a bunch of our subjects, pops. I don't think too much are dying to, like, attrition or something like that. How do they change slaves in 1.1? My colonies in the New World aren't getting slave pops, though I'm importing the good. Well, this has always been the case. You need to create the slave pops. You really need... Well, one of the things is they fixed the way that slaves shuffle around, and they also fixed... slaves previously were not promoting properly, and now they promote properly, so they fixed that. But specifically to get slaves to the New World, you have to go out of your way and create slave centers. To create the pops in Africa, West Africa, and you specifically need to import slaves from a place that has slaves that are not going to be Christian. If you're trying to import Christian slaves from, like, the Mamluks or the Ottomans, it doesn't work because they're not eligible to be your slaves. Like, they have non-eligible slaves, right? Because Christians would never enslave other Christians. Facetiously, the Muslims will not enslave other Muslims, so you need Muslims in enslaving people in West Africa because they are not Muslim. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm here now. Okay. Estates with extra gold just ends up buildings for the player to delete in low control. It's a bad game situation. Yeah, the micro for it is maybe a little bit annoying. I think you should shutter them instead of deleting them, by the way, though. Like, that's probably better practice. Because you do like the pop promotions if they're creating burgers. Huge export demand, you create huge demand deficits, aren't you? 4.1 plus minus was the same. Yeah, I don't think I like the... I think... I've commented about this in a couple places, but it seems like a band-aid type of solution, where they want to produce a particular effect. And it's like, okay. That's fair. They want to produce a particular effect, and then the way they go about producing it is, oh, these guys annexed them. That's why. Well, that's what happened there. In order to produce this particular effect, they just ask themselves how they produce that effect, and then they do something that produces that effect. But the thing that produces that effect is not, like, a good... is not a way that I would want a system designed, right? It's designed just to produce the effect, not how do we simulate XYZ things. So it's a band-aid type of solution. So how do I simulate supply and demand in an economy? If you start from the bottom down thinking, how do I do that? You would not come up with a solution where exports are 4x valued towards demand than supply is. But if you want to create the top-down effect of, I want countries to specialize more and get rewarded for specialized, you would push prices as a result of exporting. But what you end up doing is, like, creating a lot of strangeness with, like, trickle-down effects that are maybe not intended, which is, like, why I prefer, like, the bottom-down approach, which is harder because you can't just whack-a-mole a new system in, or, like, whack-a-mole, like, using, like, a system... Like, that the burgers have a different demand creation, and also the active trades have a different demand creation than consumption within the economy is already a strangeness. And it is a strangeness that is meant to overcome, like, some of the friction of trading so that trade actually happens. And maybe that entire system from a bottom-down perspective should be, like, different to begin with. Right? Because it's we want to produce the effect, this is how we produce it. And instead it's like, what is the system and what makes sense? And then, like, it's like starting from the wrong direction, if that makes sense. See, that's a weird thing, because I have 73 of them in West Coast, Central Africa. Are they open? And are there slaves that are, or are there pops that are not primary culture, and also not, of the dominant faith there? Because otherwise the enslavement won't happen. I'm pretty sure the enslavement doesn't happen. I don't think slave centers override that. How does that work with colonial Mali? You have normal slaves, but you don't have the slaves as goods? Well, if you're playing Mali as a colonial nation, you don't want to convert everyone, and you don't want to accept every culture, and then you use market centers or slave markets to enslave people. Is elephant cavalry in the early game even worth it anymore? In beta, probably not. It's nice for creating elephant demand. It's kind of it was never like a good unit. It's just nice for creating elephant demand, basically. Alright. We will also give this guy the rest of the province, and he will be able to give us claims on the Chobanid Horde. I do like that they closed that exploit where you used to be able to just get unlimited fiefdoms. Now fiefdoms are actually, or fiefdoms, you used to be able to just do random and you would make fiefdoms even when you weren't allowed to have fiefdoms, and now they don't do that anymore. Now you can't do that. Okay. How much Armenians are there here? We have Armenians present in the country. We took locations with Armenians. What? Excuse me. I guess we have to wait a month? Yeah. Okay, so I think we're just gonna go ahead and accept them. Which is expensive, but I think it's fine. And I'm not sure if we give this, or now that they're accepted, I think we can convert our own pops to Armenian. Which, once we get assimilate area, which I don't know how soon that'll be, will be what we want to do, is we want to start assimilating pops to Armenian. This will all be able to have reasonably high control. I think what we're going to do is we're going to make this one subject. Just to save a little bit on Diplo. Ah, never mind. Just kidding. I didn't mean it. Okay. Continuing on. We should be over the Diplo, we're over the culture limit now too. Not by too much. But we would like cultural capacity generally speaking. I think we researched everything in tier 2 that we, oh, maybe we want sortition. Let's go for sortition here. Sortition's the last tier 1 tech we will have. We, of course, are short on money, so we'll go for the money. I think that doesn't make sense to how trade it resolves month to month. That's not realistic over time period of those time distances at all. Yeah, but that's something I'm not... That's a hill I'm super not, like, interested in dying on. You're right, but what's the proposal that you have that's not going to have a really heavy performance budget? There is demands of weapons in weaponry demand section. Where does that come from? Common and malicious privilege, and also soldier pops. Soldier pops just demand it. Soldier pops have demand. Not a lot, but they do have demand for weapons. I think we could even show that. Pop needs weaponry. Nobles also demand weapons. Why don't you just flip Armenian as your primary culture? We have to stay Farsi to form Persia. So we're going to form Kurdistan, and then Persia, and then flip Armenian culture is the plan. So a little bit of an order of operations there. But we can't do the things just yet. Sponsor the Noble Arts is always nice for the satisfaction recovery, except it's not that big a deal anymore. It's often nice. God, all these feel bad. I think we just do increased ties to subject. God, it's so silly too. We're just gonna do increased noble arts, I guess, and be able to tax them nobility, or recover on the nobility a little bit better. We don't want to push plutocracy anymore. Festival grounds and the like are kind of bad. We don't like peasant food consumption. Let's go for this, I guess. And local markets, I think, are the good one. Yeah, they are the good one. I think that this is, like, actively a good building, so we don't want to click their button. We don't want to move to traditionalists, so we could either go for max tax here, or for the 7 stab. A lot of our income is from trade anyway, so we'll go for the 7 stab of not hurting our thing. I think we'll kill our stab slider a little bit more, too. We're starting to pull out from the stab slider. Yeah. As one learns to pull out. Armenian culture, why the flip? Why the flip would we flip Armenian culture? We want this. Persia doesn't get a bonus, they probably should. And also from Armenian, we are going to get production efficiency towards the tail end, which is nice. Army maintenance is really strong, tax efficiency is really strong, and monthly development. We are actually going to get 3 monthly development modifiers. We're getting 1 from Armenia, 1 from Kurdistan, and 1 from Ormuz. Something like trades having a warm-up setup phase and an execution. Yep, and them caring about ballast and return trips and stuff like this. I agree that you could make trade better. I think that redesigning the system, I think a lot of systems can be redesigned. I think a redesign takes forever, and it's like, I don't know if this is the way that they're approaching it. It seems like that's not the way that they, in general, like, want to approach things, but I don't really know. I think they're maybe a little bit too responsive in an immediate sense and less long-term oriented. But we'll be seeing more effects from these trade changes. I think that, like, when I saw, like, that it was going to be asymmetric, like, an alarm bell went off where I was like, I think this is going to cause issues. I think we can just... I think we have all the Age 1 tech we're interested in. We want to research all the Age 1 tech before the turn of the age for a very particular reason, which is that you get a discount on age tech from a previous age. So with Age 2, we're getting a discount on Age 1 tech. We're about to be getting a discount on Age 2 tech, so researching an Age 2 tech right now maybe doesn't make much sense. And we have like 1 more tech in us. Do we want unemployed slave promotion is maybe a question. Let's assume yes, since that modifier appears to be working now. And then we'll go ahead and queue up some things that we want from this tree. We will... The initial build cost, I think, is not like most of the cost you end up paying for light ships. I think we would like a discount on mercs, considering that's how we've been fighting. I think we do want correct section chance. We might get armories eventually. That seems a little bit unnecessary right now. Army morale, though, we're into that. We are relying on mercs. It's so weird the legislative efficiency is now dead modifier. It went from being like really good to like really not relevant. Flat stab investment's probably okay for us to pick up. It's going to be a while till we get institutions though, so we're going to be able to go for a lot of stuff. Armory morale plus 10%. Really, really nice on Republic. So I guess we're picking up a lot of these military modifiers and then probably pick this stuff up. We'll just queue it up. We could cancel it. I think it's probably the least important because we're just conquering like all Sunni stuff, but... How do you get rid of those shitty buildings the Protestants build on the Reform? Without paying 5 stab? I think that you just have to wait to roll good parliaments. For trade, nothing comes closer to the problem. That trade is just a single direction. Yeah. Stuff, you should care about moving multiple directions. Stuff should be cheaper. It should be cheaper to export to places that has a lot of incoming goods. If you have a net positive imports in terms of weight, of total weight of goods, you should... that means that you're not going to have ballast for return ships, and you're going to have empty hulls. Empty hulls and lack of ballast makes it effectively cheaper to move other goods. And so, as a simulation, yeah, absolutely. I don't know how high I place that on the priority list, but... I think right now, for me, a really high priority is colonization, just like taking an amount of clicks that it shouldn't take is a significant issue for me. Like, it's generally really tedious. I think this is maybe a problem. Or I think that this is a significant issue. Colonization, like what we're doing right now, it takes so many clicks to do this. And it also has an asymmetric demand on characters. You need so many characters to explore. There should be less characters for performance reasons, maybe. Although that has problems with dynasties. And, like, one of the issues is that you need a lot of characters to explore. Samantas have the 4x the base integration speed. Other subjects, I'm just saying. Elia is still trying to bait me. She's just saying stuff. I'm just asking questions. Elia, I'm just asking questions, Valkyr. Is it weird that you integrate way faster as an Indian and maybe you should be playing in India? I'm just asking questions, she says. I'm not saying you should be playing India, except I am saying you should be playing India, but I'm not saying... Yeah. The problem with overhauling trade is would necessitate complete economic rebalancing. Yes. Yes, it's a big spider web of design, which is why it should probably be its own patch and should not be like a priority for like this type of patch. I think that this type of patch, they're doing some interesting things with cultures and languages that is kind of behind the scenes, and I think people aren't too focused on, and I think that these changes are good. I don't even remember what hot Kiwis have languages. But you care about languages, I think, more for integrating subjects, culture conversion, this type of stuff, and I think that this is good. Hey, Generals, how you liking 1.1? Hey, Playmaker, how's it going? I'm enjoying it. I think that, like, there's a couple things that I'm not a fan of, and I think that's generally what chat is, like, focusing on, so I keep getting pulled back to like that type of stuff. But specifically the asymmetric trade creation of supply and demand, I think, is strange. I don't think that that's a good simulation. And this is one people have been asking about or talking about. I did make a video on it, so part of that's on me. But like, your trade exports, you count 100%. Your imports, you count 25%. So you could just shuffle goods back and forth and push up prices, which you shouldn't be able to. And then another one is naval, but naval's kind of a non-factor because they're going to hotfix it. So the fact that it's a little bit scuffed is maybe not an issue. And then the third one was values. I think that they just... Over half the value of both plutocracy and aristocracy is on the pop promotions, and they just took away the pop promotions. So now I think plutocratic is like, you're trolling if you go Pluto, and I think serfdom is, they took away the max tax. And so it's really hard to justify going serfdom either. And I think for both of these, it's easier to push the value that's better. So I think that the gameplay patterns have become uninteresting. It's easier to push free subjects, it's easier to push aristocracy. Pushing values is hyper easy. I don't have a strong opinion on this, but it is like a huge balance change as well. I think I'm kind of okay with it. It appears that a lot of my Crown Power characters are turning into not Crown Power characters. I don't know what to make of that. I think that's a bug. But also, we're kind of abusing the fact that we can marry 4 times on a republic. Plays America has risen through the Austria playthrough. I almost started an Austria playthrough last night. Did Janus just say he was going to play in India? Yeah, he already promised it, so now he has to deliver. Is increasing maximum stockpile with market warehouse worth it? Shortages are really lame. So you kind of like to avoid it, but I think that the shortages we're experiencing with lumber are maybe unavoidable. Although I do have to say, shortages are something that I virtually would never experience on the last patch, and now I experience them a lot. The thing is, the burgers were resolving a lot of input goods issues before, and they just doubled the weight of all the input goods. And I'm not sure to what extent this makes the burgers not want to solve the issue, but before the burgers would just import all the lumber. Now it's taking them twice as much capacity to do so, and they are maybe just not motivated to do it. And so... yeah. Actually, if we have any carpenters, we'll just close them. I forgot the UI is scuffed because we're using a mod. The mod's not updated, basically. Only in 1532 at the moment. Getting +5 siege bonus is a little insane. You need nearly 5k cannons. Womp womp. Are you just assaulting? It was a little harder to push values, but the main thing I'm not focused on isn't the Republic thingy. It depends on which family is in charge. Yeah, but they're all the same family. This dynasty is massive. Is what I'm trying to say. And some of these characters should be not nobles, as far as I can understand the mechanics of the game. Maybe they've gotten too far from the family tree. The apple has fallen too far. But, this might just mean me not understanding the mechanics too well. Rebellions go crazy? Yeah. You really want to avoid rebellions. It just uber, kicks your prosperity in the nuts. Not tenable. Heretic Horde. Chobani's having some issues. How's our anti looking? We're kind of chilling. You need 700 cannons before, now you need 4,800. Oh wow. So you just assault then? Or do you just not get +5 bonus? I suppose it's probably you just don't get +5. Kind of an interesting one. They want independence against Delhi. I think what we want to do is we want to just annex Delhi at some point and take all their subjects. I think we'll bite the bullet and pay some extra for RGOs. Especially if there's only one level. RGOs are kind of free gravy. Although if we were paying a lot for sliders, if we were paying more than almost nothing for sliders, increasing this would actually decrease our income in these like higher control areas. But we'll add a little bit here. I think that we are choosing to make this a breadbasket location, so let's add a little bit more there. And I think that we're kind of bumping into some food issues here and there, so let's maybe add a little bit more on the livestock front. And then the places we know are urbanized or we're not going to urbanize, we'll add a little bit more. Biting the bullet, I know that wood's expensive, but that's just what we're gonna do. Being able to push a lot of values to 100 before the 1400 feels weird to you. Yeah, I mean, so I think the players should have more agency. I don't think it should be through this cabinet action. I think I like it better when it's through laws and estate privileges, rather than just like doubling the efficacy of the cabinet action. But I don't hate in the abstract more agency for the player for pushing values. I just think it's more interesting to approach it from another angle. Especially if you need to zigzag with your laws a bit to kind of set up. I think that that's kind of interesting. Maybe people don't like that. This is certainly more straightforward to be able to just push it and forget it. We need 50 jurisprudence. It's time, people. We have the man we want. Let's push jurisprudence. The time has come, my friends, to ascend. Can we get some ascend in chat? Chants? Ascend, ascend, ascend. Ascend, ascend, ascend. Jurisprudence, jurisprudence, ascend, ascend, ascend. Oh no, we've been stopped. How dare they stop us? We're not going 0.52 towards it anymore. No. Alright, pop conversion speeds may be something we're into, to be honest. We also have to pay attention to merc stuff. I think since we're hiring mercs and stacking discounts will be really strong, we're leaning towards the thing that gives us mercs. This also gives us trade capacity, so kind of into that. Trade range used overseas is nice, counter-espionage, efficient spies, foreign embassies. Trade, I think, is also just uber valuable, but this is colonization stuff rather than trade, like, yeah, so I think we go admin focus. Ascend, ascend, ascend. Ascend, ascend, ascend. All it takes is one event at this point. We could also swap him out for a guy who's got way more of the stuff. I don't think he's the head of cabinet, so we can't swap him out, but we could swap this guy out for this guy. This guy could have been ruler, he should have been ruler. Because 69, he's only getting plus 25 juice from being head of cabinet. So this guy will be better, and then we can swap him back. What's the cost of swapping for us? 7.5 stat, that's kind of expensive. I think it's worth ascending though. So now this guy we will have, just do kind of a filler thing, change societal values, we will change towards jurisprudence. Oh, he is less? No, not how we drew it up. Okay. I thought this only gave 0.25. This guy just has more efficiency. Head of cabinet, 25%. Oh, my math was wrong. Womp womp. Yeah, we are trying to ascend. We needed more energy, we didn't get it. Alright, Mercs needed a huge nerf IMO. You don't like the nerfs, brother? They could have just made the stuff apply to the Mercs. Instead they made it 1/6 the cost. You don't like the nerf changes, brother? I'm loving the Merc changes. From a fun perspective, I don't know. I think they're super OP. I think that they were kind of okay before. And they just, they cut the price by 1/6, and then they also made it so you could stack like 80% cost reduction on top of that. So their cost like 3% what they did before. If you stack everything. You're just like, woo! Also, why do people complain about integration? It feels so fast to me. People are complaining about integration? Does it feel like 1.1 overcorrected a lot of balancing? Yeah, I think that they're generally, like, kind of heavy-handed. Like, okay, I think that the best food resource was wool. 100%. Having the price of wool, though, that's a really big change. And, okay, maybe we want to make some goods cheaper to move and some goods more expensive to move. Doubling and having the price of moving goods, like this was one cost before, now it's half, that is a big change. Like, plus 100%, minus 50% changes are massive. And so I do think that, like, I think if I was adjusting a lot of this stuff, I would not adjust it, like, doubling or halving, just basically. Habibi was spamming mercs at his Poland MP campaign, and they actually helped us ton to save manpower. Just super annoying to use. Well, I mean, like, right now, we could fight anyone, we could fight any country in the world right now, very easily, with only 500,000 pops, because we would just click our merc button a bunch. We have a bank of 42k. Like, we would just hire everybody. No army on the planet could fight all this. Guthric says integration is bad cabinet action. I mean, I think subject expansion is insane. And so you don't do it because you could have your subjects do it, but it's not like you wouldn't use... If you couldn't expand via subjects, it's not like you wouldn't use integrate province. You would use integrate province. I don't think it... I think with the fact that you don't get... I think you don't get cores anymore when you integrate subjects, unless they're your primary cultures, so this makes subjects effectively give you half as much cab action as they did before, in some sort of sense. Which makes integration a little bit more appealing. Because you're only saving half as much. I think integrate, you use it sometimes. I think it's just generally better to expand via subject, though. Expanding via subject because your subjects get free cabinet actions is kind of like a different issue. It's just way more... Yeah, it's like free cabinet actions is the problem. More so than I think integrate being like trolling bad or something like this. Seems like they don't want to use 0.9 and want to keep all the nice numbers. Yeah, okay. It's like they could have also just decreased the amount of burgers you get from plutocracy, and instead they just deleted them. I feel like whoever wanted to delete this didn't appreciate that like 80% of the value or 90% of the value was actually the burgers. They definitely play their own game. I think I kind of hate that like narrative or joke or whatever. They definitely play their own game. They just, like, aren't necessarily playing it to try and break it. They're playing it to try and test it and, like, this type of thing. I don't know. Also, this is, like, an open beta. It might be that this is the first time they are testing these changes, too. Because this is not an actual patch, right? I'm convinced that Brandenburg could go into loans and beat France with mercs. Yeah, I mean, the AI does not properly use mercs. I think that mercs... People were saying that mercs were awful before, and I was like, that is not an opinion I shared with people. I think mercs were definitely, like, a useful tool before. They just weren't, like, the central, like, oh, you could just only use mercs. But this run, we're effectively only using mercs. The only reason we're using crown characters at all is to... Or the only reason we have a standing army is for having a crown power character in the army. That's the only reason. It's the 25% crown power. I don't even think we're going to research armories. Or right now, it's not queued up. Planning on skipping armories. Don't need that shit. Why would you research armories? What are you trolling? I'm joking, but I'm like kind of not joking. Okay, you enforce primary culture on subjects to get around that, though? Yes. That's what we're doing. That's why these guys are half Omani and half Farsi. And the Farsi is becoming more predominant, and we're probably going to, pretty soon here, integrate these guys. Yeah. They sometimes flip back, though, if they're really big, but you should just be expanding with one province cultures anyways. Plutocracy is worse in the first place, so the change is weird. I think it was slightly better in single player, but, like, clearly worse in multiplayer. Because you also would prefer to send more... It's easier to tax the burghers a higher number than the nobles, so also pulling the tax towards the nobles slightly... Or towards the burghers. The burghers already, like, got a big share of it. If you have a ton of nobles, they don't really start pulling as much tax, to the same extent burghers do, because their weight of tax pull, like, relative to power is low. Like, if you... their share of the tax base, like, per 1,000 pops, relative to, like, burghers, relative to... they get way more power than they get tax base, basically. And so... but yeah, now, if you don't go aristocracy, you're, like, clearly, you're doing some stuff, I guess. Sorry, we have to keep jurisprudence pushed as much as possible. We're just waiting for an event that gives us any amount of jurisprudence. I've never used mercs before, except as France for ships to transport troops. I don't know how much different they are. They made them 1/6 the price and the discounts apply. We're about to get our first 20% discount. Then we'll have another 20% discount, and so instead of being 1/6 the price, they will be 1/6 times 0.6, so... Oh, 1/6 is what? Like, that's like 17%, right? So times 0.6, never do math on stream, it'll be like 10% of the cost for mercs as it is other armies, so... And you don't have to pay maintenance on the mercs. So, probably just gonna use mercs, because we can let our subjects handle a lot of these wars too. Our subjects haven't built a standing army yet. And you know what? This is another reason to not research armories. That's probably part of why our subjects aren't building armies. If we don't research armory, they don't get released with armory. And so they're using levies only. I mean, eventually we'll have to get a standing army, but... I think mercs were balanced before. I use them occasionally. Yeah, you could have just made it so that the discount actually applied correctly. Then some people would be getting like 60% off on mercs, and they would use a lot of mercs. The UI was really awful. Like, more so than them being, like, horribly unbalanced. Yeah. Can you hire man-at-arms mercs without the man-at-arms tech? You can hire... So the mercs you hire are based on where they're coming from, the tech that is where they're coming from. So if you're fighting someone, you can hire mercs from their region. In multiplayer, I don't know to what extent. Like, there's a mini-game where you're fighting over the same mercs. But if we hire mercs from Georgia, they will have Georgian tech. So they have handgunners in Georgia. We don't have handgunners, but we can hire guys with handgunners because of this. For the love of God, give me my jurisprudence. No. This is the one instance where we don't want it to be cancelled. Please, sir, let me have my jurisprudence. We will, now that we're in this next stage, look to swap to Confederal Union. I guess we won't dismiss that because I want to be kind of reminded about it. Just trying to be a little bit more efficient with the Diplo. I don't think we want to give that to him. Yeah. Oh, can we make you more skilled somehow? We're 0.33 away. Oh, it's so pain. We can't make him not head of cabinet as well. Because if we made this guy head of cabinet, he would be able to push it just a hair further. Oh! Oh, ask and ye shall receive. I think that's a bug, but it sent us to 50. Now we get what we want here, which is this guy, who gives us a monthly development and research progress. He will teach in our country. Now. Oh no, he's pulling us away from... How do we change school? Change main school. I think his school is Maliki, and I think it's this. So, we're going to take a quick save. Quick save. I'm pretty sure Maliki is the school we're going for, the one that's the dev school. And so when we do this, we will be locked in on the dev guy instead. So, change main school. Maliki. I guess we get to see it before. Which is the monthly dev. And less progress towards mysticism. So now we're not locked in on... progressing towards the other stuff, and then we can invite a guy as well, but now we have a natural just kind of baseline trend, so we're going to get to go a little bit further on the jurisprudence too. Sorry, what I mean is without this guy pushing values, we're just stuck in the middle, or we're not trending either way, which is great because we won't backslide towards mysticism now. And we have another source of 0.001 dev. So now we have what we have from Oman, we have from the Sunni faith, and we have urban development grants, which everyone gets. And we are coming up on getting a little bit more from this stuff. Never tried Mercs, might try this patch? Yeah, they're insane. Why is Aristo so much better in multiplayer? Is the discipline? It's not just this discipline, it's the other source of discipline too. Nobles of primary culture. Nobles of primary accepted culture ratio. So by increasing the amount of nobles you have, by going Aristo, you get this number up a lot. So you can see we are getting from aristocracy kind of somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 12. Because we would still have some discipline from primary accepted culture nobles. We're getting like 10 to 12. Somewhere in there, discipline, which is kind of a lot. So, yeah. But in single player, like, you just have a way bigger army, so who cares? I think having 1k troop size makes a huge difference now for early game for mercenary usage, especially against low pop, low levy areas. The mercenaries just seem like they run over everything, or run over levies. Wondering how the Kamai city spam is on the new patch? Probably good. It is good that they've released that in beta. This just feels bad. You mean that funny business in beta is good? is the idea. Yeah, so also now everyone we release that is going to be Sunni will also have our school. So annexing all the people we currently have, which to be fair is quite a lot, will be more of a priority than annexing someone else. This is stalled out now, which actually refunds this, and so we will annex this guy and then it will return to normal. Or maybe this guy finishes first, I forget. Or I don't know, I guess. How could I have forgotten that which I did not know? Let's, I guess, improve relation with some people that we are maybe less interested in fighting directly. Just to try and make sure our Diplo is kind of getting used. Nice. We will spam it everywhere. Speaking of, we haven't kind of added very many buildings in a hot second. Oh, Playmaker, how do you feel about this one? The reordering of all the buildings. I'm not happy about that, considering I have it memorized. I think I'll get used to it, but for now I'm upset. Let's see. I don't think we had any cities that had any that needed it. I think we can spam wharfs a little bit more. It's that stuff's not even using naval right now anyways, but it will be soon, so. Madrasa. I don't think we have tribesmen in this region. Tribesmen to peasants is kind of an okay modifier, but I think the madrasas aren't worth building. Yeah. Oh, interesting, there's a little tribesman up there. A lot of tribesmen down here. I'll have to keep that in mind when fighting them. Tribesmen are freaking spooky because they get a lot of their levies are really strong. Do mercs fight the same as regulars? Yeah. You can't drill them up though, I think. Have you stumbled on the iron tools eco issue? Not to the extent that it's been described to me, but I'm also playing in the middle of Ormuz. I think a big driver of it is lumber mills, and people spamming lumber mills, and we can't build lumber mills, so third world problems. We're not having issues with the tools because we can't build the thing that uses the tools. Have you played as Bank? Not for very long, yeah. How do you form Georgia and just changing its religion? Sultan of Georgia? That wasn't us, actually. We kind of are trying to increase that. That wasn't us. They're tributed of the Chobadid Horde. Tributary. Womp womp. I think the biggest problem balancing perspective is the increase in raw goods movement results in tool and gold death spiral. Yeah, I think in theory you would want the AI to be a little bit better about building the tools and exporting the tools rather than... But yeah, previously what you would do is you'd build a ton of tools at home and you would import iron to solve that issue, and that is kind of what is difficult. I'm okay with the reordering so long as they don't do it again. Yeah, now it's alphabetical. I guess I'm 100% with you, Playmaker. The idea that it's alphabetical now, alphabetical makes sense. Okay, fair. It seemed ordered by function before, but alphabetical. But if they do it again... I will be big sad. My brain lags every time I open the menu. Have they reverted the harbor changes yet? No. So we currently still have really, like, awful proximity. Which is real expensive now. You just get punished way more for low control than you used to. We have... think we just don't want to actively build here because our control is so low here right now. Until we figure that out. And over here we just have like no pops. We're like on the cusp of wanting to move our capital, basically. I think that we do want to annex these guys before we move our capital, but we want to let them flip people Farsi a little bit more. To be fair, we could annex them and then re-release this. It's not the most insane thing we've ever done. I think conciliatory is the last value we have to push. Double checking that we have any conciliatory push, doesn't look like it. We don't have any Republican tradition, so we can't do stuff right now. You don't have lumber problems if you don't have lumber, something like that. That's exactly it. Big brain. Modern problems require modern solutions. Just don't have the lumber and you won't have the tools issues. You get punished by your estates building 13 tar kilns? Yeah, just close the tar kilns though. You're absolutely right. Tar kilns are an ass building. Just delete it. Your states don't like it if you delete it, so actually what you should do is just close it. Unless you're, like, crimped on slots, but... I don't think tar is light, though. They made it like the finished industrial goods, but you could also try and import tar from someone else. Seems like you've already reached your escape velocity. Kind of. It's a little bit complicated. There's a big confound in that we're getting sound tools. So we don't have a normal-looking economy. But I think this is like the trade patch. Like, trade is just so omnipotent. We're looking for places to urbanize. I guess this is kind of good urbanization because it's grassland. Oh, it's already urbanized. What's our control there? Probably terrible. Yeah. We'll have much better control once they hotfix the naval stuff. Right now, this is like a lot lower than it maybe should be. Although, to be fair, this is not a very good natural harbor, or not a very good harbor anyways, so we're not going to get a huge reduction. It's just really hard to actually project control to this area unless you're sitting in the middle of it as well, so... Like, long-term, this is not going to be very valuable. Just, like, Persia, like, even with the proximity over mountains improvement we're going to get is, I think, still just going to kind of be unplayable. Desert's really rough. And that is increasingly just, like, how this run feels, basically. I'm not looking forward to... Patreon voted for us to do Yemen, and we're going to do a Yemen run, and it's going to feel like the exact same, because Yemen's desert, but at least we're going to... I think we're going to go Yemen into Ethiopia, something like this. Do you think EU5 has a form of memory leaks? Feels like the gameplay is faster after a reload. I think every game has memory leak to some degree, like always. I think you're balancing lumber tools by rolling on mod probably would need to make iron a bit easier to trade. You could also make a lot of the things that cost lumber... Like, I think more things should cost clay, sand, and stone to some extent. Like, expanding RGOs, I would be okay if expanding RGOs was... like half lumber and 1/3 clay, 1/3 sand, 1/3, you know, the other thing. Although when you do that, that makes it really, really hard to get the price collapse because of the way the price collapse is calculated. The more different goods you have involved in the price collapse calculation, the bigger price discount you need. But I think that divorcing... I think the issue is that wood's just completely ubiquitous in a lot of stuff. Like, input here is wood. Input here is wood. Input here is wood. Input here is wood. Input here is wood and cattle. Input here is clay. Input here for the wood is shockingly not wood, but the thing that you use to build it does have an input of oh, I thought it used some amount of wood. Is that just the second level? I'm trolling. I don't remember the PMs. Okay, fair. It doesn't use wood. Wood's part of the loop to get iron, though, because you get bog iron smelters and you use coal to get that, etc. Doesn't use wood. Uses wood. Right, a windmill uses wood. windmills, you kind of build them out of... Maybe windmills should use stone instead. It's built out of stone, is it not? I understand the windmill thingy is wood, but okay, fair enough. Uses wood. Although, to be fair, smelter, kind of okay with that. Doesn't use wood, uses wood. And uses wood. It is so completely ubiquitous. At the same time, it is, like, a resource that there is no, like, ubiquitous procurement of it other than the lumber mill. And it's like, okay. So we build lumber mills everywhere, and that's just like the way the economy works. This pressures tools pretty hard. And so economies are really driven in that direction just by the ubiquity of the, like, lumber. So if you didn't need as much tool, or if you didn't need as much lumber, you wouldn't need as much tools. I feel like the north of Persia is the core, not the south. Like up here? Because there's nobody here. To be fair, there was nobody here until we started building stuff and adding a lot of extra granaries for pop growth. How do you keep a cool ad with the harbor stuff? I straight up can't tolerate it. I don't know, I'm playing the game as it is. I'm playing for content. Me having a bad time is content. So even when I have a bad time, I have an okay time, if that makes sense. I just get to complain about it. Persia was the industrial center of victory. Yeah, that's true. Sure. We'll take a trip to Mecca. Stone locked PM tools help to manage the great iron shortage of age 3. Before you get the tech for it, basically, right? Yeah, this is another thing. Market villages. Ooh, we might be leaving this... Oh, sorry. Oh, locking everything. I see what you're saying. Yeah, to be fair, we could do that in Lars, I guess. Isn't the PM so much freaking worse, though? Oh, it's so building inefficient. Your 0.7 goods, and then your output is 0.75. God, that sucks so hard. But, more pressured by wood, I guess. I mean, the thing is like, some areas of the world should have, like, a wood scarcity that causes an issue for them. It should cause them an issue for the naval stuff, more so than, like, being able to construct an economy. Like, everything is hyper-foundational on wood. The thing is, they had economies in, like, Arabia. They just, like, didn't use as much wood for everything. I really need to install the fork for this mod, though. It's causing issues. The other stuff we generally want to urbanize eventually. You're just so heavily incentivized to... Desert is like a weird thing, because you're just so heavily incentivized to urbanize it. And I don't think that makes sense. But because there's like no pop capacity from desert, pop capacity is 10k base, and you get from a town 20k. Just hyper increases this, like the scaling is funny. I tried Byzantium, was defeated by the Mamluks. I'm wondering if it was worth it to change the capital to Alexandria to get better control of it. I think Manuf wouldn't be insane. I think if I was playing Biz, I'd be inclined to move the capital to Smyrna, though. For the tech. Rhodes as a market is not a vibe at all. That is not a good market. It's not good. Oh, it's so not responsive to like how much we spend. To be fair, we're not spending a lot. We're trying to just get to kingdom rank so that we can unlock the governor, because we don't have a governor yet. Oh, there is a way I think that we don't have to... Yeah, can we do this? Yeah. Or we don't have to open up the building queue, the building menu, to get after that. So replace wood outright in some places or add more production methods? Yes. I think that the solution is more production methods. They use less wooden tools. Welcome back to Vicky 3, basically. Keep a cool head by drinking motor oil. This is the way. Somehow this is an advocacy for India. I'm just not sure how. I don't mind making price collapse harder. I think the too much stuff requires wood production as inputs as well. Paper. Yeah, it's paper requires it. Books require it. I mean, those are the big ones, but these are like hyper important. And they always require it. I think I would be a fan of, like, shunting some of this onto, like... Look, if it's fiber crop paper, I think that it shouldn't require wood. It should just be more fiber crops. You could make pulp paper require less wood. I don't know if this is accurate. But more cloth. Iron tools are just too good. Playing as Portugal and sucking... Yeah, well, but I think iron tools should be better. But... Maybe you should have it demand slightly less iron and a little bit of, like, stone or something like this. I don't really know what tools were used during the time period, and if people constructed tools, like, not entirely out of iron. One of the things is also just, like... I don't know what the solution is to this, because the entire game system's not set up for this, but, like, if you had an iron thing, all metals, like, would get recirculated through the economy. When you have an iron tool, the tool doesn't, like, go away every month. Right? You have it for an extended period of time, you repair it, you melt down the iron. Like, the iron doesn't just go away. I don't know of a single game that, like, simulates this effect where it just calculates the number of iron pieces of equipment out inside the market, and some of them degrade over time, but by and large, as you produce more tools just become more plentiful and people have tools with which to operate. Because if you're trying to really stimulate the economy, people don't get a new set of tools every month. But also maybe the initial tools should be really expensive, and part of getting an advanced economy involves ramping up the total quantity of tools. And also same thing for weapons, like within your country. And then when you fight a battle, some weapons are lost, like this type of stuff. Like, the demand for tools every single month also makes a lot less sense. Like, the demand for machinery or machine goods being, like, more consistent, this maybe makes more sense, but, like, when a lot of the value of the tool is the iron that it's made in, it's like, that's already mined from the earth. At the same time, the iron should run, or the mine should run dry. So, like, an entire system, like, actually properly simulating, like, a tools economy would just, like, look completely different than this, like, monthly consumption. Because you don't eat tools like you do grain. Yeah. Moving capital doesn't give tech now? Wait, what? Beta changes it? Wait, what? changes a lot from balance. I don't know if it's bad. That's like a huge balance change. It wasn't in the notes. I don't know how I feel about the UI for this, but okay, we're gonna get cores. Okay. Okay, so currently we have this stuff. This stuff should brick when we move the capital. I don't think we played, but the new rules of the buff-debuff production are better than before. The production from having this stuff in the market, I'm a fan of that. I think that that's more subtle and interesting than just making stuff heavier and lighter by double or half. It's a buff for some like the Ottomans, but I think it makes sense. But perhaps if you can form countries, they should count as having started the cap there. Yeah, it doesn't seem insane from a balance perspective, but like I also think that the way that slavery is handled is a little bit weird. But you just getting to keep the tech started in Africa. I mean, so I think it's strange you could just move your capital to Africa to like make slaves. I think this change is probably good, but also a little bit frustrating considering like how much I've emphasized this in tutorials and stuff, because when tutorials get invalidated, it's like and they get invalidated pretty quick. It like kind of like ruins your library of tutorials. It like disincentivizes tutorials. And so like I don't necessarily dislike bad changes, but good changes, but like if changes are gonna zigzag, that's really miserable from the perspective of like making, if the same thing's changing repeatedly, it's like kind of just a miserable thing. I mean, now the best country to form Spain is Morocco, I guess. Like the thing is it doesn't undo the like the incentive, like the underlying incentive is like slave rating is so strong. I don't know, man. Yeah, I made a change so you can actually do nice stuff, like cloth plus a stone, lime plus alum was how paper was made and would simulate alum demand. Yeah, there should be more substitutes in like what you should actually have, like the economy should actually just like run a little bit differently for different regions. I don't know how I feel about this. I have to think through this. This is like a huge balance change. I mean, it bricks, like, it semi-bricks sections of videos I've made recently, so, like, that part's frustrating. I think to aggregate that in the simulation, you just reduce the amount of tools needed in PMs. Yeah. In regards to, like, tools are, like, a more permanent fixture. Huge Aragon nerfs, shake my head. Says you don't eat tools, womp womp. I'm a little bit behind in chat, sorry guys. Buff people outside of Europe, but then fucks Europe. For the capital thing, yeah, I mean now starting outside of Europe is really valuable. Do you urbanize stuff that you would urbanize or ones that you don't? What? Do you build market villages, the stuff that you want urbanized? Yes. Because the idea is you want a little bit of burghers everywhere for the burgher literacy buff. You want to have more than 0. Maybe you don't lose it. I saw the guy who was playing Austria-Persia showed that he couldn't take Asia Tech. I mean, it seems like you just get to... wherever you start, the continent you start off is where you start. Why is the top 5 biggest patch changes not mentioned anywhere? Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm going to write this down. Maybe we'll make changes that aren't in the patch notes type of video. Moving cap. That's such a... I mean, maybe it's just, like, for the casual player, like, maybe this is just, like, not an important thing, but for the people who are sweating the game a little bit, it's, like, it's a really big deal. Oh, I guess... Oh, this is going to make... I was hoping to move the capital... For the Yemen run, I was planning on moving the capital over here. I guess there's no reason to do that now. Maybe you don't lose it? Is that what it's changed? You don't lose it, but you get free tech? Feels like they did this change just for autos looking at Asia Tech if they swap Constantinople. The tech is locked to starting capital, not current. You got 99 problems. They're probably all lumber. But a birch ain't one. True. Should slave raiding not be exclusive? It absolutely should not be exclusive to Africa. That is such like or like, and also can't work with slaves being not it being slaves. A lot of the slavery stuff being tied to religion, I think, also doesn't make sense. Like in a hyper deterministic way. Like one of the reasons why Catholic sucks, or the main reason, is the difficulties regarding slaves. But there should maybe be a system where peeling back and being able to unlock slaves is a lot harder for Catholic nations, but it shouldn't be, like, binarily turned off. Did they not mention that kingdoms will get an additional governor? They did. It seems like only... Wait. Oh. Only empires get it now? Oh, bro. Why are we paying for this ish? Culture, what's that? Actually, I've been meaning to, like, try and play with the artists a little bit more. God, these guys are incompetent, though. Bunch of zeros. Yeah, we'll give a token donation to the arts. You're a very big deal, thank you. You're a towel. This game seems like it doesn't know where it's going. Everyone's pushing it all directions. Crazy. Yeah, I think that they're like really responsive to feedback, but maybe a little bit too responsive. I don't know how I feel about that capital change, other than like it changes a lot of play patterns to get out from stuff that I think I don't like. Like, so being able to play around starting Catholic, because Catholic just loses access to a bunch of good stuff. You like flip Sunni and like you get access to slave raiding and this type of thing. But now it's like, okay, well, you don't do this. Have you tried naval gov, then moving capital back? I've not. Does that work? Capital change should be on the headline for how big that is. I mean, that's huge for like... Raiding for slaves is so strong. Capital location matters for governor location, so it's still important. Maybe slave raiding tech should not be tied to culture, not location. Yeah, I mean, I think that it being tied to Africa... Well, now it's kind of tied to culture. The culture is just like anyone who starts in Africa. Someone told me you get the full cultural influence in return for just paying 0.1 on the culture slider. Is the artist's work at full effect? Is that true? Crazy. A lot of the modern conception of race Christians is trying to justify despite their teachings, but I don't know how you would justify that. Racism value when? Well, like, it's like, Catholics definitely, or Christians definitely use slaves. That can't work with, like, they're one of the few religions, I think, that doesn't have it. I think, Hindu also doesn't have, can work with, raw materials. But most of the other religions allow you to work raw materials. I guess maybe a little bit less over here. I guess the good religions. Alright. What's this major change you're talking about? Changing your capital no longer changes your tech tree. How come you're not invading India? Because we're trying to focus... we're swapping cultures a couple times. And it would be way harder if we just had a bunch of pop that was India pop. Also just trying to push for the theme of, like, what we're doing, rather than, like, what's good. What's good is just switching over to India, basically. Invading India, taking some land, and then becoming an India, like, player. But we're trying to do the... We're trying to do a thing where we go... Ormuz into Kurdistan, into Armenia, and so we're just kind of trying to push that forward. We could invade India. At this... Maybe I'm a little bit lazy, because we could totally fight Bari Doab at this point. Because Mercs are insane. Dot. I don't get why they nerf everything that's fun. Yeah, it also just feels like they're nerfing the strongest thing, and, like, something has to be the strongest thing. Like, if you nerf something and you make something else the strongest thing, a new thing's gonna be the strongest thing. Like, the centralization nerf, centralization being, like, the best value, like, it felt like that was nerfed just because it was the strongest thing. A free village as opposed to a not free village? What does it even give? Probably positive. All the slider does is affect prestige gain, pay 0.01, and the artist will still work on the art, but they slow down, right? Right? I guess not. So you can't get all the good stuff from going to Africa? No. So you don't, as Spain, put your capital in Ceuta anymore. A lot of the changes also just seem kind of Iberia-centric in some ways. Like the wool just getting turbo nerfed. The wool is really good in Iberia though, because you get the bonuses on the wool. Like wool and livestock were similar in value. Like livestock was only 1.5 value, but it was also used as an input for leather, and it gave more food. So like I think wool was better than livestock, sure, but now like livestock is clearly the best food. Like it's not even close. Rice gives more food, but livestock has a better base price, and it feeds into like it feeds into leather, which you use a lot of for weapons and stuff. I think centralization is going to be a bit stronger this patch. It's stronger, yeah, but I'm not sure it's worth going. Absolutely better, but better doesn't mean reasonable. Nerfing everything so DLCs can power creep it up. I always preferred balancing approach where you buff the alternatives to the strongest thing. Well, I think I think that look, if you made there be alternatives for gaining slaves for Catholic nations, people wouldn't move their capital to Africa. I mean, I guess it's nice for the Ottomans, because it means you can move your capital to Europe and not be trolling. Because I think, like, before it was just, like, Smyrna's clearly better. But I think Smyrna's still probably better. Smyrna was, like, clearly better because the tech reasons. But I think Smyrna's better because I think you want, I low-key think that you want to market in Smyrna instead. I think that Constantinople's actually a bad location for a market because you don't push navally that well. Maybe it's okay. But I was feeling like Smyrna's probably solving a lot of issues with the market. That's just misinformation that cultural slider doesn't affect speed. Okay. Someone calls false. That means I can't move my capital to China for tolerance? Terrible. Whatever will you do? Instead you'll just move it to China because that's the best place to have it. We could get 10 Republican tradition if we wanted to do some government reforms. I don't think we do. When did we take a massive stab hit? Was that from changing our school? I think it was. Okay. I haven't gotten the wool bonuses this run. I'm crashing out. Womp womp. What do wool PMs look like now? They demand twice as much of the good. So not only are you getting less tax base from the wool, it's even worse than that. You have to expand twice as much of it. So you're expanding twice as much of this thing that has one base price to fill the input. Right? They could have just lowered the price of it. But they lowered the price of it, and stuff now demands twice as much. So we can take a look here. I mean, it's still giving a decent amount of food. It's not like wool is like as bad as olives. It's better than olives, but if you look at something from the perspective of, okay, how much do I need to expand it? These used to be 1 wool. Now it's 2. So you have to build 2 RGOs that now are giving you a worse rate of return to build this. Which is giving you food, so I mean it's kind of okay. But would you rather build a rice and a cotton? Yeah. I think so, right? We do have a bonus for that. You know, or you'd rather build a rice and a silk. Gives you the same amount of food and is just like better, and yeah. But for me, like the thing is, like, they just like super nerfed it. Like they could have just made it 75%. Feels like they are nerfing based on their campaign and playing playing and using for footage and just hamstringing a person who is winning, which seemed to be England and Spain. Oh yeah, England's now like, oh geez, yeah, like England's like so turbo nerfed until they revert the naval changes, especially. But like, yeah, like. I also, like, just in terms of economies of the world, throughout history, a majority of the actual GDP of most of the world throughout history is textiles. So, just like, from a simulation perspective, I wonder if I have that book handy. I might have it handy. Let's just take a quick look. No, I don't know exactly where it is. But, like a majority of the world's GDP for most of human history is actually in textiles. So, I don't hate the notion that, like, wool is a big and important tradable good. From a simulation perspective. It was the best... It was the best, like, food resource, but it wasn't the best at giving you food, and it probably should have been the best, in my opinion. I don't know from a simulation perspective why you don't want it to be the best. I think potatoes are the best for food because French fries, actually, good counter-argument. A mechanism in which Europe doesn't need a similar pop to compete with Asia needs to be found. I think that what they should do is they should, you should have some sort of penalty for having a lot of peasants and not upper tier pops. And that would slow down, the places with huge, enormous pops. I think the whole dev department are watching generalist content to drop the nerf hammer. It, like, feels like that, but that's such a generalist-centric view of the world. Like, I just have to imagine that my having that perspective has to be wrong. Truly best place, China, yeah. You can test yourself, hover cultural exchange, hover artists, and see the max month. I believe the person who says that, I intuitively, ooh, nice. Nice, nice, ooh. Not that it matters, because I think we are capped anyways. Yeah, we're super over capped now, though. Which means we'll get up to cap when we annex stuff very quickly. And I hate that overcorrection BS. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I think that... I'm not convinced wool shouldn't have been the best, and then when you're making it less the best... Wool's not, like... It's still better than olives. Like, olives are for food with no upside. It's still better than probably legumes. Legumes now expensive to move. 5 food, like, no upside, right? So it's still better than a lot of things. I just don't know. You used to never urbanize wool, and now I'm just not sure if you urbanize wool or not. What's crazy is wool was the primary input in English textiles in the industry right up to the mid-19th century, even during the Industrial Revolution. Yeah, huge nerf to that. Like, the thing is like, when people lived, like, subsistence lifestyle, one of the things that they consumed and didn't... Like, you make your own furniture. You make your own home tools. You know, sometimes there's, like, a blacksmith or a carpenter or this type of thing. But every household, generally, like, what the women did and spent a long time doing was making fabric and spinning thread themselves and then turning that into clothing and then, you know, this type of thing. And so, like, you would have to get the wool from somewhere, and not everyone had sheep or whatever. So, like, it seems... I don't know. Right, like, for the average person in terms of goods that might be traded that the average person would be consuming, wool would be really, really high up there, and cotton to a lesser degree. But if you, I mean, maybe you want to look at the EU5 economy as just the upper class economy, because consumption of the common people... I mean, in theory, the common people should actually consume wool rather than fabric, but that's maybe... Because there was no mass market. Also, this is maybe, like, how you would handle the inflection point of the Final Age, where I think that the mills employing laborers actually might just collapse your economy because you lose all the demand. There's, like, no mass market for goods. But there would be a market for, like, the wool itself. Like, in theory, they shouldn't demand finished goods. Most of the, before industrialization, most of the stuff that, you know, artisans were creating, who are represented by the burghers, is stuff that is luxury goods. Rather than just making an enormous amount of textiles kind of for everyone. It's, like, more of an upper-classy thing. Didn't they use olive oil to cool cannons? Oh, that's interesting. They're using Sledgehammer too much with the nerfs and buffs and focusing too much on getting rid of the thing that is the best. New bailiffs are insane. That's another thing. They nerfed the bailiff into the ground, and now, like, the bailiff is, like, almost as strong as it was before they nerfed it. Combined with governors, it's even better. And also it makes, like, the new... It also makes RGOs round your capital, like, way better. Like, plus 20 control, I think, is better than 30 procs. So, like, that seems, like, so out of left field to me. I thought the old bailiff was kind of okay. And this is with the zigzag that, like, can be a little bit frustrating. Is, like, it's frustrating if they zigzag on something. The bailiff was nerfed into the ground. Okay, the bailiff used to give 30 procs. And then the problem is with just a bailiff, you used to be able to get, like, 60 or 70 control in locations. And it was a bit much. Now... This is with zero connection to the capital. Now, if you're connected to any source of proximity, the bailiff is absolutely insane. Just plus 20 max control. It's just like a must build on every, like, 5+ value RGO. We actually might be underbuilding it in this round, to be honest. We're putting it on anything that's 4+. I still don't know what to make of salt now as well. Salt has a lot more demand. We're also putting it on iron. But we have to annex some of these things. But yeah, like, the fact that we get so much more, like, return from this location is a consequence. A third of this income, which is increasing the tax base by 33, is a consequence of the bailiff we have there. Here's our tax base, you know, map mode. Bailiff carrying. Let's play one MP game and change everything based on how one fields. Yeah. I mean, like... Yeah. From a simulationist perspective, I think more of the economy should actually be in the textiles. There was no European tech advantage until the 1600s, and European dominance generally wasn't a thing until 1700s. Yeah. Control is massive everywhere thanks to bailiffs? Kind of. It just means you get to Uber... It's not massive everywhere. That's the old bailiff. It used to just be huge everywhere. This means, like, control is significantly higher where you already have proximity. So it pairs really nicely with the governors. But, like, I kind of dislike flat control just generally. This one is a little bit less upsetting. You don't have... So a city gives you plus 10, and then on top of a city you can get plus 5 from a temple. So I would be... Adding plus 20 to a city, for example, is something I would be like alarm bells about. Making bailiff plus 20 is, I think, kind of okay. But it's more than it would get before. If you had 0 procs and you built a bailiff before, and it gave 20 procs, it would only give 15 control. So it's also just giving you more control in, like, the best case scenario than from before. Transition from cottage textiles tradition to industrial textiles sector was a major development within the time frame of the game. Yes, 100%. And I think that this is how you would need to... This collapses the economy when you switch everything over from burger production to employing the laborers. What should happen is when you start switching this over, you should create a mass consumer economy. I don't really care that much, though, considering how late the game this is. But that is the thing that kind of allowed... There was not mass markets before then, so... but they're not, like... I don't think they care that much about the inflection point and, like, simulating industrialization, considering how far back in the game it is. I checked the files and text, like slave rate, it checked from capital in Africa to original capital Africa. Oh, very interesting. Where do you think the best capital is for India? Best capital for India is, like, more complicated question now. But I think you have significantly more pop and dev kind of in this northern portion. So somewhere in here. But it's more complicated because of the governors. I'd have to think that through a little bit. I think you definitely want a governor down here. I think here would be okay. Someone with a, like, math, like, sim that was, like, comparing a bunch of stuff. Like, the sim said it was, like, this rice right here or something like this is the best location. Pandua, I think. Which is interesting because it's just off the coast, but in terms of being as close as possible to as much pop and dev as possible, like, that is apparently, like, the best location. Which, like, that's something that's, like, hard to eyeball because you're looking at it from the perspective of connection. So from here, you're connected to a lot of locations that sprawl out. So when you look at all your connections, like, 2 out, 3 out, 4 out, it lets you have a lot of locations because you have a lot of weird shaped kind of things here. So here you're 1, 2, 3 from here, but you're also 1, 2, 3 from here. And that seems like you shouldn't be 3 away from that many places. So that type of thing is hard to suss out. That's like one of the reasons why I think Manuf is the best capital in here, because you're like 2 away from everything inside Egypt. For Boho, gold, silver, iron, copper disconnected, bailiffs give 50 control. Yeah. I mean, that's how you were running the economy before, was like 100% bailiff. It looks like it's like, that way of doing things is just bad. You just also simultaneously are getting more punished for having low control. And I assume that's why they did it. Because if you're under 66 control, your slider expenses go up by more. And so if you're 33 control, your slider expenses relative to before the patch are doubled. I don't know why they don't fix all the systems before they need them. I'm not sure what that means. I feel that we should have more of a transition to more manufacturing-based economy from a functional, traditional one. It should be value in age 4. Yeah, where you're, in theory, like, a transition from a luxury good-oriented economy to a consumer-based economy, or, like, a mass production economy, is something that happens in the time frame of the game. I don't know how to simulate that with the current system. Like, I can't think of a proposition that would not be a massive overhaul. Olive juice. If you, like, mouth olive juice, it looks like I love you. Sounds like a buff to the rural cloth makers in order. Let's not do that. Are you saying it should be cheaper to move wool? Absolutely. The final age boots up Vicky 3 if you own it. Using all 5 cab actions to culture convert a gold location is peak. What? A single gold location? Brother, you just release subjects. Culture convert the subject. That's what we're doing with this Mongolian boy here. Wait, are these guys the wrong culture? Yeah, they are. I think we will want to annex both of them eventually, so making them... well, in theory, we will want to make them Armenian at some point, but I think we're far enough off of the Armenian train that we'll want to do that. And so many of you guys are chatting today. The community feels a little bit pressed. I mean, like, I think there's, like, a lot of things with this patch I'm really liking. I feel like people are just... I think people were, like, already upset and it's just carrying over and necessarily being upset about things in the patch, because it feels like you guys keep wanting to talk about, like, the negatives. I think forest and wood vegetation should give you some flat RGO wood supply. Yeah, I'm okay with the notion that the RGOs should maybe be, or the system for acquiring RGOs should maybe be tweaked. And by tweaked, I mean, like, changed considerably. Maybe laborers and soldiers could demand more in each age, getting closer and closer to Burger. Yeah, you could scale it by age. Scaling it by age is something I think I'd be okay with, especially if you gave additional weight to the final age. I think I'd be okay with this. Actually, I think you would scale laborers. Scaling laborers specifically would be I would be the most big fan of, and you give like half the scaling for the first 5 ages. So, 1/8 of the scaling from 1 to 2, 1/8 of the scaling from 2 to 3, 1/8 of the scaling from 3 to 4, and then half of the scaling from 4 to 5. Irrigation uses tools, does it? I love the new bailiff. Yeah, I'm not a... Playbreaker can even tell you, I'm really not a fan of flat control. I was pretty doomy on the flat control before release. Because I think that it generally kind of invalidates the systems. I feel like gold is way too good. Gold is insane. I think that an entire rework for how metals are treated would make sense, where you could run the RGOs dry, but also that metals don't get deleted very quickly. They don't just get consumed and go away forever. Like a system where there is a metal supply within a nation, and this would also like tie to like monetary supply and this type of stuff, but that's all getting very complicated. That's like not an easy system to like craft, but that also comes back to the tools. It's like people would make a tool and then they would have it for like their lifetime and they would repair the tool and this type of thing. And so like the demand on iron should maybe be different. Like if you're spinning up a lot of need for tools, you should have to have a lot of tools, but if you have an economy that's already developed and all the people already have their tools, then you shouldn't need it as much as an input. Repair on tools is important. God, the lumber is just such an issue. It's so heavy to move. Like, we have a lot of stuff just stalling out due to lack of lumber, which is increasing the price of lumber. I don't think we want to export tools, so let's delete that. I don't even know why. That route was just also... Well, it was profitable, though. Alright, sure. No surplus lumber anywhere. Except at dawn. That's not gonna last. Holy. Squeezed on lumber, can't do anything about it because we can't build the lumber mills. But if we could build the lumber mills, would be squeezed on the tools. Shepherds were always rather poor people. It being the quality food RGO was ahistorical, but doubling the input demand was rather strange. Well, people weren't... There were still a lot of people, like, doing stuff that acquired textiles for the common people. Like, even if they were poor because the people who paid them didn't have any money. I would rather see the control from towns, cities, and temples getting nerfed rather than bailiff getting nerfed. This may be okay. Or bailiff getting buffed, rather. Alright, Fars finally integrates that other guy. We want to integrate Fars and this guy as well here. Maybe we're supposed to let this finish, though. I think we're just supposed to get a little bit bigger. So we have more of these much smaller modifiers. We just have really low pop. We maybe should just hold on to places with high pop so that we can integrate people faster. Is there a location in southern India that gives you a huge pop cap bonus from a Hindu's holy site? I think it's just one location, though. But, like, you guys are talking about, like, a location over here? Like, where you want your capital is not, like, the best location. Like, there's a distinction, there's, like, or this is my opinion. I know that Lemon Cake makes videos of, like, where to have the best capital, and he picks, like, the best location. Which, like, in terms of analysis, that's, like, not where I'm evaluating the capital at all. I care about the amount of proximity that... I care about capital location just from a pure perspective of proximity, which is how much proximity can you push to the rest of your nation from that location in areas specifically that have high development, high population, right? There is so much population in Bengal, and you can also push quite successfully up the river here. There's a vein that's relatively flat, right? So you can push through all of this into the other area that has really high control and other stuff going on, and you will get naval projection to... you're close to the coast, right? I don't think that this is officially very good natural harbor, but you can also push down into locations like this that are otherwise somewhat isolated from all the hills that are going to have value as well. Being close to the coast has its own value because pushing through these sea zones is much faster, right? It allows you to get down to, like, here. But also it's changed because the local capitals, because maybe you don't want to just go through this jungle in this hill area just categorically, and you just want to put a governor here. And if you're putting a governor here, the value you have projecting to this coast becomes less valuable, right? So the entire discussion is made really a lot more complex by the governors. It also depends on how much land you have. Like, if you have land where you can spread out your governors, then you have more considerations around spreading out. If you have land, amount of land where you clump them up, this changes where you want your governorship. Pop promotion speed to change is miserable. I kind of think having low control should be bad, so I think I'm okay with it. Varan Nasi gets the pop cap. Would having the pop change needs through an age simulate that kind of economy? I think you could do it. I think it should change as you research. I don't think that this is really necessarily a good historical simulation, but it's like an approximation that's good enough. Is every single one of these mill techs you research should maybe do it, or these mills should employ a new type of pop, is actually probably the best solution. That's laborers plus, basically, that actually has mass market demand. And so you shift everyone from being the burghers to being the laborers, but you, like, make them proletariat or something like this. What change would you improve for quality of life player building-wise? Auto expand. We're using a mod for it. I think it should be in the base game. Which is why our UI is funky. It's easier to discuss the negatives because it's fair, it's obvious. That's fair. The culture and language changes, I think, are a little bit more subtle. I think that there is just an overall trajectory where people are kind of mad. Yeah, Generalists ruined all the flat modifiers. I can agree. Yep. I was very vocal about it. I was like, all of these need to go. You can get 80... Playing as the Ottomans, you could get, like, 80 control everywhere. When Legacy of Osman used to give... Was it plus 10 or plus 20 control? I can't remember. Coalitions don't want sound toll exemptions? Fantastic. I love the new minting laws. Economy collapsing because the age ticked over. Like, new Mercs isn't disastrous enough. Yeah, I think I like the idea more that all these mill buildings instead just employ a new pop type that is affiliated with the peasants, with the commoners, but actually consumes stuff. How is the new combat units felt? Combined arms, the new hotness? I don't really know because we've been leaning on mercs and the mercs aren't hyper diversified, but also we've been leaning on mercs and just running everyone over, so... The story, in my mind, of the new military is that mercs are insane. Which when they spoiled the numbers that it was going to be 1/6 the cost, I knew they were going to be insane. They could have just fixed how expensive they are, but then they just made them super cheap. The reason people didn't use mercs, and probably still won't use mercs, is because the UI is awful, not because they're, like, bad. We're so rich and we have so little to do with it. I guess maybe we should urbanize either pearls or sugar. Urbanizing the flatland is more attractive. This place has more pops. Glass is expensive, but we don't care that much. I was thinking of urbanizing this too. The thing is, we're planning on moving our capital out of this ish. I think that we want to move, put a naval capital here, a naval governor, which we have access to one. We just haven't placed it in the natural harbor here. So we have to annex them. I think these guys are next month. Oh, do we want to de-urbanize any of this? No. Don't really want to de-urbanize that. Probably okay with that being urbanized. Okay. Don't have a CB back on these guys. I think the Jallirids still have, yeah. They have claims on Armenia? They do have claims on Armenia. Fantastic. How we drew it up. Okay, so we have claims on these guys. I think I have to use the restroom. Man, I feel like I've been peeing so much more lately. We're gonna catch up on chat real quick and then I'm gonna use the restroom. Tax for the lower NPCs. Non-linear production efficiency from building level? Yeah, I think it shouldn't be linear. I think you get too many from the higher tier, the marginal levels. This is another way to nerf high pop areas. I think it should be diminishing returns. I like the HRE in this patch. It feels a lot slower now. I haven't played them. How the hell did Yemen have a surplus in this first place? Probably people not being able to see Yemen. And Yemen can see Kilwa and import from Kilwa. Maybe this is the source. Maybe we go down to the source, Kilwa, the Alpha and the Omega, the true place. We try and get from them. I don't think Kilwa's here. Is Kilwa in Wami? I can't remember. Should know this. This is my problem with the estates getting the money from low control. The economy was not that monetized in this time period. No, but like also the first 200 years, like you didn't have any economic movement basically. So if you want to simulate something, like if you want to have an economy, then you're in a rough spot, right? Because economy didn't move. I don't think that's fun from a gameplay perspective. The rejoinder is have a different start date, I guess. The economy didn't move like the first 200 years or whatever. Trade maintenance is nice. I don't think we want Burger's trade cap. But I guess maybe if Burger's... No, well, the Burger's... There's no wood to import from anywhere. The Burgers can't import the wood for us. And so this is maybe like a kind of fundamental issue. Whereas we might be able to push more towards defensive. I don't think we have an initial defensive push, though. We're pushing towards offensive, even. Great Ming has 450k regulars and 50-52 in the campaign. I guess they made them decide to build army, because I think the AI underbuilt army relative to the size of their economy before. But look at all these buildings we have stalled out because we don't have wood. Like, this is, like, if people keep dropping in and be like, why do you have 50k? Because we can't spend it, dog. We can't build anything. There's no wood in our place, we can't import the wood. People complain about a lot of things in the forums. I think the devs overcorrect things a lot. Yeah. I think we're seeing some overcorrections. I think it's possible to make a mod that adds extra labor or pop type, so I might work on that next. The problem is that you don't get to, like, play with it until the end. It's... Yeah. 90% of the price of mercs is not ducats, but brain damage. Big true. Will you lose your naval, go Ernie, if you connect, the land to the Gulf? I think so. I'm not sure how it works. Governor, yeah. Prostate cancer, you should get checked. Womp womp. Feels bad, man. Should different regions have different PMs to simulate? Different regions should be pushed towards using different PMs. I don't think that the region itself should have the PM. It seems a little bit arbitrary, but I mean, maybe. But the fact that we don't have a lot of lumber is, like, really oppressive within this LAR market. That's produced within the market. Like, we are producing 5 lumber or something. Yeah, look at this. We have this massive deficit that is completely unsolvable for us. Just a completely intractable issue. Everyone else is starting to consume their lumber, so now we can't import it from anyone. Before they weren't consuming, before we started this session, they actually, like, we were able to import enough to do stuff, but now our economy just full stalls out. And I think everyone's pointing towards the iron and the tools. I think the underlying issue might be the lumber. Because the estates build a bunch of buildings that use lumber. Everything uses lumber. Lumber is completely ubiquitous. I think the AI is building a little bit more. The AI estates are building more. And everything is just hinging on the lumber. And so what happens is, okay, look at the lumber in Vijayanagara. We're 100 years into the game. Look at the massive, like, lumber consumption here. They're negative in the lumber too. And lumber is more expensive to move, so it doesn't move from these high areas as much, but everything that these, like, estates are building, like, in terms of the do-nothing buildings, is, like, lumber-oriented, because almost all the buildings are lumber-oriented. So, I think it's just an underlying, the economy is just way too lumber-weighted, and now there's just way faster economy everywhere where the player's not playing, that the previous ability to siphon in lumber and also tools is now gone. Like, regardless of the weight. The weight might not even be the issue. Well, the weight's not the issue, because we have trade capacity, we just can't use it. It's not the weight of the goods that's mattering here. It's that they're spinning up lumber demand. Lumber's way too ubiquitous. The AI just, like, didn't get an economy before. But now the AI, like, the AI being weak with control is making them good with the estates, because now the estates get a ton of money, and they're going to build a bunch of stuff. Because, I mean, someone could open up a 100-year save and, like, look at Vijayanagar market and, like, is it 400? Are they demanding, like, 250 lumber at this point in the game, like, in the previous patch? Europe is struggling to build buildings in your game? No, I think it's not just Europe. I just realized I was chatting, but I was 50 minutes behind. Womp womp. That's fair, considering how I'm usually behind on chat. Colonize Congo? Yeah, maybe we should colonize Congo. Bathroom breaks are, well, because of the microplastics? Not like this. Oh, you were telling me... Oh, man, maybe I should get my prostate checked, actually, if I feel like I need to pee more. Lumber nerf? Russian eco boost? Fruit orchards eating 23 lumber is a crime there? Is that actually 23? Yeah. The fruit orchard is such a worthless PM, that's so bad. You should just, like, close them all. Deleting useless buildings every 2 years is terrible. You have the same issues? The issues didn't feel bad until today, but, like, or they felt kind of manageable because we just had 0 lumber and we couldn't build the stuff. For us, it's not manifesting as tools, but the underlying issues, like, less the tools and more the lumber, I think. That everything just demands lumber. I'm gonna be right back. For the record, before release, I gave... And Playmaker probably even... Well, actually, I don't think he was watching every single bit of my feedback. But, like, I gave, like, 5 to 10 pieces of feedback, basically, that were, like, more design-oriented, out of, like, probably 1,000 tickets. The majority were UI-oriented. UI bugs and balance, to a lesser extent. Mainly UI bugs. But one of the things I gave feedback on the economy was that lumber was just way too ubiquitous and important. Because it fuels almost all the RGOs, some are fueled by tools, and it fuels all of the raw material production, or like 80 or 90% of it. And it just makes everything kind of like revolve around lumber. And the play pattern is basically that everyone just worships the lumber mill building all game, always. But now... with this increased demand, I think it's increased demand from the estates buildings, maybe, is like the biggest driver. It's just not tenable because the economic balance is just too lumber heavy. And I don't think lumber shortages like was a thing. There's revert estate control enrichment. There's nothing fun about it. Well, people were upset because money was getting deleted. This wasn't an issue I thought should be addressed until they slow down the economy. Because now we see, obviously, the overall size of I think market values are just going up really fast. 5K is big, right? Yeah, Venice market probably shouldn't be 4K at this point in the game. That's real big. And this is how you see the side of the kind of 5K. And this is just the AI. Yeah, this is a little bit more normal. Or is this 720? Bruh, what economy? Which maybe we're not noticing as much. But like, everything revolves around it. Like, stone, sand, and clay are the other, like, base inputs. And that RGOs don't use a mixture of these or reference these at all, I think is like an issue. And also that all of the resource, or almost all of these, like, go into lumber is like also maybe a bit of an issue. And I don't think that this is, like, from a simulation perspective, I don't think it's correct that running out of lumber was the central feature. Running out of lumber, like, in the Middle East was, like, an important feature for why the people in the Middle East failed to really be able to fight for control of global trade, right? Because they couldn't build enough ships, because they didn't have enough lumber, and that's fair. That is... so once there was a route around the Cape, this was a significant issue, and they couldn't contest the Europeans. So I guess it's not completely unfounded, but it's, yeah. Is it even worth playing this patch? I mean, there's interesting changes. There's also some frustrating stuff. I think, specifically if you're playing anyone naval, you should just wait for the hotfix. I think it's probably worth playing, but I think a lot of people are upset about a lot of things. I mean, that's what people are wanting to talk about. I think is also, I think the skewedness of the discourse does not properly reflect the quality of the patch. But also, this is open beta. It seems untested, honestly. I think it kind of does seem untested. They might have just shipped the beta with a bunch of changes that this is their tests. Like which, to be fair, it's an open beta, right? We did annex this guy, though. So we get access to a couple more buildings. I think that we maybe, want to build some of this. We'll put it on auto-expand. Seems fine enough. It's not really going to add too many buildings. And then we will also add... Right now, the most kind of useful thing for us is just trade capacity, because we're making a ton of money from that. So, a little heavy-handed, but we're just kind of doing this on repeat. And that should be most of the pops available there. Yeah. Between the RGOs and some of the buildings here and there. It's most of what we got going on. Are these the net positive ones? They're not. I think we wanted to change onto Confederal Union. We can tax exempt them for better attitude and then just pass this. Not that we really need it, but just looking at it from the perspective of we're getting 7 stab there. Only iron and lumber, rich RGO countries, only to run better out of them a little. Lumber, rich countries, only to run out of them a little bit better a bit later. Yeah, so the economy spikes up in a way that the 75% iron output tech is like an important inflection point in like the game. There's like a few inflection points for the economy. This is like a big one. You like hit the need for it like way earlier effectively, I think, because this does a lot to alleviate. But I think in general, like, there's not enough iron in the same way that there's not enough wood to compare to the way that they have the economy structured in terms of supply. But also, if you completely reworked all the minerals to have a different system where iron didn't get deleted when people consumed it, but instead, like, you got tools and the tools stayed in a pool in your economy and this type of thing. Yeah, it'd be good. What's so sexy of Kurdistan elite? We stand Kurdistan. You did spam sawmills as Russia, even the last patch. The lumber situation was always bad. Yeah. What do you think about having construction method choice, like Vic 3, with options being based on tech, including some regional choices, e.g. Persia region using stone clay? Construction from the start? I don't think the problem is constructing... I mean, to some extent, there's a problem with constructing this stuff, but I think the fundamental issue is the underlying PMs. Like, I don't know what furniture in Persia looked like during this time period, but I imagine they used a lot less wood in the furniture, too. So the fact that we can't do furniture, or, like, we're closing any furniture building that crops up, because it's just gonna be insanity. But now we can't fix our deficit whatsoever. We're just gonna have a bunch of buildings that never complete. We are just gonna only build masonry buildings from now on. Maybe to some degree this is okay simulation where it's like, hey, harbor this, buddy. You want boats? Screw you. You're not building another boat again. Like, maybe that's fair? Us controlling markets then would become super important, though. Well, actually, no. Every market has a deficit. If we could control the market, we could control the outgoing goods, and so maybe this is how you have to try and combat it. Just control the markets where all the wood is. Speaking of, there's Kilwa. There's a lot of wood over here, too. I don't think there's a market center on either of these. The market center is in here, if I recall correctly, and then there's another one over here, so... We're just trying to unlock the market centers. Not that I think we can range these guys at this juncture anyways. I mean, this guy will be a super Chad explorer. I mean, 1476, the only market I have vision of it as surplus lumber is Moscow. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're experiencing. None of this has a surplus. We can't import from anywhere. They're even. Deficit. Deficit. Half. 50% deficit. Could someone boot up a game from the past patch in like the mid-1400s? And just tell me what the lumber demand in the Vijayanagara market is? Usually they make a market there. I feel like buffing lumber and iron outputs would be good. I think that you want to approach it from the other side and decrease demand, because you don't necessarily want entire economies spinning up because the construction goods are really expensive and super profitable. No, they do not need to make such things a mega patch. We have like 10 things on fire at the same time. I think it depends what role you think betas are. There's 0 dev acknowledgement so far. I mean, I think that I think that this is the test. Came out a day ago. The state's got a huge influx of money this patch compared to previous. Yeah, there was already a problem with too much money. This is why I was reluctant to... People asked me about the issue of the money just getting deleted, and my response was always, look, as long as there's so much money, I don't care about the money getting deleted. I want money to not get deleted. I want it to be grounded in consumption. Like, this shouldn't just delete money, it should create buy orders for stuff, right? But it makes no sense to stimulate the bejesus out of the economy when the economy is already so fast. To be fair, though, here, they did this alongside completely nuking tax efficiency, which has kind of been my proposition for doing that. Tax efficiency was like cut in half, or more than cut in half. So I think they are slowing down the economy at the same time, but they're undeleting a whole ton of money. Money getting deleted is such a fake problem, though. Money gets deleted all over the place. Yeah, and then it gets created all over the place. It's not... Yeah, I think the money should have gone somewhere from a design perspective, but if the economy's too fast, you shouldn't accelerate. You shouldn't deal with simulation issues that accelerate the economy. Venice, 0 food? Is it actually? They can't build an RGO, brother. I mean, a lot of these places are also struggling with food. If your troops are fighting, this is actually just super brutal on the food. I think food should matter more, and markets should run out of food more often, to be honest. So I'm kind of okay with that. Well, I guess it depends what's going on in Venice. I don't know what's happening here. I don't have eyes on it. But if there's a major war going on, yeah, that should be happening. What's up, Generalist House Stream? Hey, Lee Wolf. I think the community's too harsh. I generally agree. Like, I think that they like to latch on to something and then make that the narrative and be like, game's terrible, come back in 2 years. Like, that's like average Paradox discourse about new game. And it's like, you have 100 hours, my guy. What, did you not have fun playing those 100 hours? Or you have 1,000 hours or 800 hours, you know what I mean? It's like, no, I had no fun at any point in time during that. And it's like, alright, brother. You got me. I think the lumber route caused the issue due to... needs to get to Johan before they decide to do some other crazy shit. Yeah, I mean, I feel like sometimes they identify the wrong problem. I think the ubiquitousness of lumber... This is... I gave that feedback forever ago, though. So, like, I'm not gonna, like... I don't know. I feel like there's not anything I could do. Like, everything demanding lumber and being, like, built on a pyramid of lumber has always been a thing. It's just, like, now the economy's actually expand. Let's see if anyone has come up with a number on theirs where... Just kind of skimming the chat now. Anyone's showing a different... Actually, maybe we have a save? Maybe we shouldn't be so lazy. Paradox community loves to complain about games they don't play or have very few hours in. That's also true. But, I think the complaints with more hours are sometimes a little bit more silly. You know, like, game's awful, 2,000 hours. It's like, is it though? All markets debt spiraling after 100 years is not better than 1.0. Nope, but it's also like, this is not the... It's also like a beta. Brothers think open beta 1.1 will feel like 2.0 patch. Yeah, so like, maybe Paradox could have front-loaded expectation management on what this patch was actually going to look like. Alright, so obviously these markets are going to be wildly different, right? The Ormuz market that we were doing is about the same value. We had it as a 720, so Let's make it so we can swap countries. And what was it, like 5,000 for the Vigianagar market? Well, we maybe have some confounds here. Vigianagar market is 80% the size, roughly. But these markets are still pretty big. Obviously this confound here. But okay, the Venice market, in our run where we are playing in this region, is less than half the size. Same with Geneva. I don't remember if we looked at the Naples market. These markets are much smaller. We're looking at market value here. Relative to... But that's crazy to me. We're playing in this area. I guess maybe we subjugated people and we're siphoning off money from them. Maybe that's actually the right way to look at it. So Naples, which we are controlling, is 2,700. And Alexandria is 2,200. So let's reload our game. 2722. I'm sure Europe is 50 wood in the hole just from fruit orchards. Fruit is really expensive to move. And if they really want to resolve the food issue, they might be just more aggressive about building for it. The fruit orchard itself is just an awful building. You should just never build it. You should just tolerate your pops not having fruit. I'm no problems with big swings or patches generally, but the lumber death spiral is really just egregious oversight. Let's take a look. So what was it, 2,700, 2,200? Mind you, the 2,700 was in the market we were controlling, so that we shouldn't be able to see that type of thing. 3,800. 4K. So the market, the size of the amount of buildings is exploding. You can't look at the budget, like relatively speaking, because the issue with looking at budget is budget only counts the margins. It doesn't count the value of all the goods produced. Market value counts the value of all the goods produced. But this is roughly double the size. Oh, this is 3,800. Am I going crazy? No, yeah, it's so much bigger with the AI controlling it. Yeah. Exports affecting prices too much, to be honest. Yeah, I don't like the asymmetry. I don't necessarily hate it being one, but it shouldn't be asymmetric is the thing. I wish there was a way to recycle buildings to reuse their building materials. I don't know what that means. They've strangled lumber liquidity with trade changes and then exploded total amount of gold with the estate changes. It's not a solvable problem. I think wicker was popular for furniture. Yeah, so maybe there should be a wicker PM. A PM that uses fiber crops. Not that we have a ton of fiber crops to work with, but we can make fiber crops. We can make fiber crops much more easily, because fiber crop, I think the restriction on it is a little bit less. Yeah, look, we can expand out these fiber crop buildings. So yeah, that would be a solution, maybe. Maybe trade offices can fix this, having dedicated trade to Persia? Well, no, because we can't trade with anyone. No one has a surplus of lumber. No one has a surplus of lumber, and... I mean, to be fair, we've abandoned the prospect of ever fully collapsing the price of some of this stuff, so it doesn't... it's not necessarily affecting us as negatively. We are starting to run out of food, though. Which is not ideal. I think we're maybe keeping this rural. Most peasants didn't eat off wooden plates and utensils. They would pearl their soup into gruel bowls. Yep. I just like the auto-build estates. Nobles keep spamming clay pits and rural cloth makers. Which is what's driving all... Oh, I forgot. I should have looked at the demand for lumber. I think that's one of the big drivers of all this demand for lumber, too. We're not even talking about complacency yet? Yeah, I have no opinion on complacency at this point. IRL, was lumber shipped from Europe to the New World? I don't know. Probably not. You just chop it down there, right? Yes, a lot. A lot got shipped? Interesting. Motherfucker's 30 minutes behind chat. I'm trying to catch up. Sorry, I used the restroom. My bad. Also, we haven't done pause. Let's try and keep playing and also doing stuff. You think that for AI countries, a large portion of the market center, they should specialize in export? For example, the AI makes market in Vienna. It should set Austria to focus on iron exporting. Well, now, like, it's just silly to export raw materials. You should just export the finished goods. Because it went from being 1-to-1... Like, it went from being 1-to-1, where iron was just as heavy. This is another thing. Like, this is a huge swingy change. Iron used to be, to export, one weight. A weight of 1. Now it's a weight of 2. But tools also used to have a weight of 1 as well. So it used to be 1-to-1. And now it's 4-to-1. For every 4 tools you export, you can export, or for every 1 iron you export, you could export 4 tools. So you absolutely, just in terms of being as trade capacity efficient as possible, should not, NOT not, export the base good. You should just produce the finished good. The thing is like, I get that they want to try and encourage specialization, but like, they are in some ways making it, being RGO oriented is like getting brutalized to some extent, because building a bunch of RGOs to trade it is no longer anywhere near as good as it used to be. And maybe this is a little bit of a problem with like Bohemia and stuff like this, or like the people with precious metals. But you're like, usually if you build the thing to export it, you're kind of trolling almost. Especially if everyone is, like, if everyone has a shortage of tools, like, you'd kind of rather do the tools. U5 is good and fun for the game. I see myself playing for years to come. Kind of skimming a little bit, trying to catch up. Sheep farms are also throwing money in the fire. Did they not update the PM? This was a concern of mine. That they might not update the PM to produce twice as much sheep. So this is producing 1.2 value worth of goods. And the input is... was this 0.3 plus... or sorry, 0.6 something value worth of goods. Oh, it looks like it's still net positive, but it's really going to be very... If they just... If they decrease... If they halved everything, or if they just halved the inputs on this, which looks like that might have been what they did... Oh no, wait, it always produced half a wool. Yeah, that's miserable, because now... I don't know if they have the inputs, but it's like half as efficient from an input, like from the 50 upfront investment, as well as the 1,000 pops you're employing. Missed the old HRE, no one expands. Brother, weren't you complaining about all the expansion? Double-sized market on average is crazy, even the player one. Didn't check the lumber on the Vijayanagara market? Yeah, that was my bad. I mean, I think that's probably what's going on. How do you have any ideas to slow down the economy without making the game too boring? Well, my first proposition... Well, so my first proposition was having all bonuses for production efficiency and tax efficiency. It looks like they kind of did that with tax efficiency. But I also would not have introduced estates keeping the money at this juncture. Because that's going to speed up the economy. And it looks like boy, it has it sped up the economy. Considering Naples, like, is like twice the size of us as the player playing Naples. Or is 1K size bigger. Oh, did this shrink? Was it at 3,800? Okay, so about the same size. Alexandria is still way bigger, though. Am I going crazy? What am I doing? I feel like I'm going insane, and this was 3,800 and 40-something hundred. Holy. Is that a we just loaded in being weird type of thing? 2,800. 2,200. Loading the old Italy save from around the same time period. We could also take a look at Vijayanagara's wood. Expand lumber RGOs, probably the issue is not the best. It's not because it doesn't create free RGOs. It doesn't create new levels that last forever. This is a misconception. 2700, so same size, and 2200. I feel like I'm going absolutely crazy. Wasn't it just bigger when we reloaded in? Do we have to wait a month? 2400, alright. 1600. Why did the market value change by 600 when we let 1 month tick? That's insane. Well, 1600 to 2200, I guess, is a vibe. I guess when you load in, it's going to have a different thing. Alright, Vijayanagar, how much lumber? Maybe prices aren't applied yet. 215 demand instead of 250. Alright. Now we're going to load in. It just doesn't apply the prices right, I guess. And so 25% bigger. The fact that weight, stone weighs 5 and iron was 1. Womp womp. I think it's intended. People are claiming that homogenized markets in the middle and late game. Yeah. But the underlying issue is, like... did artisans import their tools? Or do they produce them locally? Yeah, so this is 4K, but then it's about to come down. And then this is 4K as well. But when we peel a month... 2.8K. So this is still like 1600 to 2200. It's still like 40% bigger. And the lumber is also a higher demand, but it's not that bad. It's not like double. Double's like, yeah, it's 250 instead of 250. Okay. I posted the demand in the Indian markets the previous patch on Discord. Okay. Oh, Kurt. See what this guy had, because different... So, from the Shiatong market... I don't know where this is. From the Kulapur market? Where's the combat market? I'm not seeing it. Here, wait. Shiatong market is... over here. On previous patch, demand was 72. Similar time period in 41. So like same year. Now it's 94. So around 30% more. Kolhapur market, which is above the Vijayanagar market, is no more. Was not a thing in this one. The Delhi market. Or let's see, actually, next one over is Vijayanagar market. So Vijayanagar market is Kolhapur plus the other one, so we'll call the Vijayanagar market the totality of a bigger version of this market. I guess Dar is the Kolhapur market, basically. 114 versus Kolhapur market was 94. And then Vijayanagar was 112, and now it is 250. Although the Vijayanagar market is much bigger in this game than the other guy's game. This market down here in the south, the demand for lumber was 87, and this, so it's smaller here. Interesting, maybe something's cooking there. This market down here, the demand previous patch was 43. Or sorry, demand here is 43, 47 previous patch. Demand in the Delhi market in the previous patch was 161. It's 168 here. Okay, so this doesn't look apocalyptic, but it does look very clearly that, like, stuff's bigger. Combat market for us is going to be a little bit bigger, but combat market on the previous patch was only 91 demand, and here it's 191, so more than double. Varasani market, so that's here. Previous patch was 89, now it's 175. Holy shit. And Kataka market, previous patch was 200, now it's 330. So way faster. actually. Or like 40% maybe in the aggregate. Your construction stopped? Oh, brother, I know. Brother, I am aware. I'm still having fun playing Old Patch. No, I never complained about expansion in the HRE? Okay, never mind. I take it all back. I'm sorry, Playmaker. I mischaracterized your position. I thought you didn't like Bohemia running over everyone. When will the 1,000-hour review of the 500-hour game review? I'm like 20 hours away from 2,000 hours. So then, people complain about external powers, not HRE Princess being too aggressive. Fair. Play Sweden, spam iron and lumber and tools, basically. Is it possible that AI is collapsing due to lack of tools? Well, it's lack of lumber that they try and solve by lumber mills that cause lack of tools. I think the crux of the issue is that lumber is hyper ubiquitous and everyone has to build 1 million lumber mills. The problem is control doesn't reduce the aggregate amount of money anymore. Yeah, so this kind of like doubles the amount of money. And to be fair, there's more slider expenses in the aggregate that are just deleting money. And there's less tax efficiency, but this isn't enough to compensate for the massive uptick of money from lack of control. But yeah, as the estates get richer, they should also consume more goods, but they consume additional goods in a way that feels very light switchy. Like, it just turns on and off kind of thing. Is this on the river? This is on the river. Holy, we can build some lumber. Are we supposed to breadbasket legumes? I don't like it. Alright. Man, not a lot's getting built here. Other than a bunch of these rural buildings. How about inventing a set of buildings that the estates are confined to build, that they employ a lot of people and not make that many goods, and then make the player would be like 2 times more expensive, but be kind of producing more? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the estates having certain types of buildings is really the big, like, is the issue. Our cultural tradition modifier is coming on up. I do think we want to start annexing another guy. I think we want to annex Fars, because we'll annex them quickly. But we can't yet. Alright. I guess we'll let our Diplo spin up. We can fight this guy again. I guess that we can fight this guy. See ya, tids. And we do want to do that for more. Where does this guy have claims? Okay, they have Georgia too. I think that we would have to actively fight this, and we're trying to catch up on chat, so let's catch up on chat instead. Slow down a little bit. Bohemia is chill to do that, I don't mind. Fair. Alright. Stop using wood frame buildings, easy fix. Basically. They get intelligent. I'm trying to be better about this, but we just don't care about the girls, really, what they do. But, like, I think whatever education you specialize in, you should push towards it. How do you go about converting provinces instead of, because a single province takes 2 to 3 advisors, control, assimilate, convert, and it's a long process with puppets? Yeah, I absolutely think you should expand via subjects. That is why we have a massive scrum of subjects. And we are also culture flipping them so that they will convert stuff to our culture. 100%. Yeah. But now we're never getting another road built again. Because we're perma, like, not enough lumber. Dev is actually an important source of lumber, too, here. Because as we dev up, we get base lumber production. I think this might actually just kind of... Damn, you were snaking? Yeah. We need to create a road connection, I think. Or the plan was we needed to create a road connection for local governor, but I guess maybe we didn't. And we want to annex this region and a little bit over here so that we can form Kurdistan. So we are Kurdistan motivated in terms of the way we're approaching this right now. We do want to make sure we keep building up the libraries. I think the libraries demand wood, though. Man, actually, this is starting to become miserable. Hi, Generalist. Hey, fool me. I was told that 1.1 of version of Project Variety would be released soon. The naval governor will be replaced by a colonial governor to directly manage colonies. What do I think? I think that letting the player get overseas control in the New World is a bad idea. I think that colonies should be subjects from a design perspective. Yeah. I think that whatever you want colonies to do should, like, revolve more around working the colonies or changing the colonies than adding an ability to just directly control it. Sorry, just looking at the resources and trying to figure out what, if anything, we want to urbanize. Playing in desert is so miserable, man. But, I mean, us full not being able to solve the wood issue. We closed a bunch of buildings. Maybe we could close every building we could possibly do. Roads aren't going to get built. Charcoal kilns, construction of port buildings. Yeah, 11 of it is from construction. Carpenters, we closed the carpenters we had. Scriptoriums, we need books. Try and import books. Stone quarries for the stone quarries. Fiber pulp paper and fiber crops. All of these are kind of stuff that estates are going to be building. Do we need stone? We do need stone. Why do we need stone? Burgers are exporting stone. Okay. So I think this is how we're gonna have to play around this stuff. Is like just fishing out these stuffs that we don't really need. Fiber crops. Burgers are exporting it. I think they're not a bit of a heavier good, so... And so this should free up lumber. Not a lot, but a little bit. We're okay deleting it because it's also creating burger promotions, which isn't something we necessarily want. Clay pits aren't doing too much. Alright, I think we might get some more constructions done now. And kind of free our mind. Made it add an upkeep cost for estates for every building. I think they do pay upkeep on buildings. Like, they added some slowdown, too. Income from lack of control is more that they're getting from taxes, and they have a bunch going towards buildings. Oh, you know what? Maybe they don't pay. Is this for them constructing? Maybe they're paying with the other 80% cost on the buildings. That'd be interesting. My humble opinion, it should work like subsistence farms for rich estates. Interesting. Player buildings would be more centralized, organized thing. Yeah, they build their own special type of building that's like a generic subsistence thing. That could be interesting. I mean, the thing is, there's also no ownership. So the estates building stuff has always been a little bit weird because they don't own the things that they build. Like, they get upset if you delete them. So they're a little bit upset at us for deleting all those buildings we just did, but we don't really care that much. I think we don't want to urbanize right now, because we don't have much control up here, and we'll just open the floodgates for them to produce stuff up here. We do have poor food, though. So let's add a little bit more food things. Yeah, the food decay also makes food more important. Large food storage in province harder to achieve because the decay. Maybe that's also what's happening. We're adding granaries and then... Well, we have food stuff in the queue, it just can't get completed. You can see the buildings are just completing close to the market capital, basically, because this is the place that gets first access to wood. Jealous is watching us now? Not like this. Gotta be silent. Is it even worth going centralized after the cabinet action changes, or is it just better to have access to? I think decentralization is just better. Why do you think that regarding colonies or preventing direct governor ownership? I think that is it an issue with the flow of the game or the economy? I think it's an issue with the simulation. I think that colonies should be a double-edged thing where you can get a lot of money from them, but you can't exert a lot of control. Direct control is kind of like, I think, a thing where you're just you're controlling the economy, like you're controlling the economy more than like the simulation makes sense. From a gameplay perspective, maybe, I don't know, maybe it feels good and people want it. I kind of wonder if the crown estate should be linked to the other estates more fully. Like, monarchy should be looking for the interest and nobility. I think there should be more interaction with the estates. And I think that Parliament should be a bigger, more important lever, and they should have motivations and they should do stuff. You don't want burger promotions? Who are you? What have you done? I think that I think we only deleted, I don't think we deleted any burger buildings. I think we only deleted laborer buildings. Do you know why Paradox doesn't give Georgian proximity buff for mountains? Nope. Maybe they like Armenians more than Georgians. Armenians stay winning. What about lumber subsistence out in the forest? Woods and jungle vegetation? Well, I just think wood is way more available also, like, historic. Like, I feel like running out of wood was not, like, the historical pattern for Europe. Running out of wood wasn't, like, a pattern for the Middle East. It should be heavy. It should be expensive to move around, but it's not, like... It being scarce and feeling scarce probably doesn't make sense. You sound incredibly drunk. I am stone cold sober. I am a little bit, like, congested up in, like, the nasal area, though. What would I give Vicky 2 with a new engine and renewed graphics? Well, I would pay 80 for that stuff. Victoria 2 did some weird things, did it not? Like, it had a finite money supply that caused weird issues. Looks like Georgia maybe doesn't help them out. If Georgia doesn't help them out, we can solo bolo this. By solo bolo, I mean let our subjects handle it. Of which there is many. We are legion. We are subjects. Yeah, look at this. They run into like a completely unwinnable fight, but there's just so many of them, they stack up. Yeah, we don't even need to bring the 700 stack up. They're there for moral support, except they're not going to be there. Why does Forest Village not provide lumber? Yeah, you could also, this is another change, you could make the Forest Village give lumber. If you did this, that would easily become like the best village, and would be kind of worth building. Shouldn't be that much of an issue then. You'll be able to max 2 colonial governors, and the second one is quite hard to get, and thus colonial subject will be needed anyways. And that's just my feedback. I think that directly controlling the colonial areas doesn't make sense from a design perspective. It's not like a balance thing. Lumber was being run out for shipbuilding. They started importing from the US and then Scandinavia so that the Royal Navy could make ships. I kind of think lumber and wood should be 2 different things. Okay. Victoria 2 simulated Great Depression. Whenever we're producing so much of something that the price collapses and RGO are more and more scarce. You need large trees for keels and stuff, but growing sticks for a lot of stuff, so it's easier. Colonial governors shouldn't be a thing, IMO, says Playmaker. Yeah. Like, I think at that point, you're kind of just saying we don't like control as a mechanic, almost, you know what I mean? Which is maybe fair, but like... I guess increasingly we're gonna be moving into this economy. Do we have breadbasket anywhere? Legumes. Yuck. Let's also start importing a little bit of slaves here. Although we can't support the stuff as is. The pops. Let's see if we can import from here. I don't know if there's slaves that are there, actually. Let's check. Because if there are no slaves there, yeah, it's not going to really work importing. Wow, all the slaves are disappearing. They're all promoting up. This is another thing I saw people mention. Slaves are just gone. Holy. And we've been importing them from Vijayanagara. No more will that be working. I think they all got freed because the Sunni guys lost the wars here. So I guess we need to import from Dar instead, actually. And then I think that we're running out anyways, so let's just do something like that. refund some of that trade capacity for the lumber we can't import. Yeah, you know what? I think that this is low-key... I think that this actually is just a big issue. From being able to play the game. I guess we're creeping up on printing press, and I guess what we hope is that the AI rushes lumber output, but we're not producing lumber. Let me make a mudbrick RGO for the Middle East. I mean, you could have masonry as a substitute or something like this, which would maybe be interesting. Solo Bolo, is that a Baus reference? I was saying Solo Bolo before the Baus. Not prolifically, though. I am a fan of the Baus. Bring back the hardwood and softwood split. Long may he reign. I'm not sure I like that split, but yeah. I'm not sure we need more trade goods. If there was a trade good thing, though, it should be an entire patch. Like, a lot of these things, I think you have to make a list of systems you want to update, and when you want to update them, that has to be its own, like, entire thing. Like, just barely tweaking, like, the system that probably needs, like, an overhaul is, like... I don't know. It seems like it can cause issues. Colonial nations suck at the AI. Every vassal does stupid stuff, given how important the economy is. I think that there was a thing in the patch notes about AI not deving. I think that might just mean the AI doesn't urbanize if they're your subject. I'm not 100% sure. I would have to try and observe for this. I don't know what that meant. What does it mean, patch note? When it said that the whatever doesn't... God, we still don't have enough. We still don't have enough lumber to actually finish buildings. Oh, this is miserable. It creates lumber demand, too. Like, this is constantly pushing lumber demand. These unfinished buildings that require lumber to finish. There shouldn't be allowed to, we shouldn't be allowed to have good control in the New World unless we live there. Yeah, this is kind of what I think. I think that there should be a system by which, like, there's, like, communication established and, like, you maybe have, like, links in a chain, but, like, I think that, for example, we maybe shouldn't be able to put, like, a regional capital all the way over to Manuf from where we are. Like, I think maybe your regional capital should actually be throttled by where you have proximity, so you can't put a regional capital unless you have at least one proximity there or something like this. I don't know. I don't know how I would design the system entirely, but, like, if you're invalid, I think it invalidates the entire, like, design of having subjects. You know? Stone quarries for stone quarries. Yep. It's a lot of the... You know what it is? The peasant estate gets so much money in the early game, or they get a big allocation because there's not much urbanization, and the peasant estate only wants to build the peasant buildings. All the peasant buildings consume a ton of lumber. It's not the... I think people are identifying it as the weight. It's not the weight. It's like lumber ubiquitousness combined with the estate buildings. I was starting to type estate where we need stone. Because I don't think we need stone there, because they're just exporting the stone. Unfortunately, we aren't in control of most of the stone there. Level of ambition of this game might just make it impossible to balance any reasonable amount of time because they changed one thing and it fucks over 14 other things. No, well, I kind of disagree with that. I think they just have to be more... design stuff from the bottom up instead of, like, top down. We want to produce XYZ effect. Also, just... I think that this accelerates the economy and I don't think that that was the thing to do at this juncture. I think perhaps more lumber should exist at the start of the game, and they got chopped down to reveal new RGOs, slowly causing a lumber shortage. That could be interesting. The thing is like, it's almost like there should be goods that get consumed. Renewable goods and non-renewable goods. And lumber should be semi-renewable. Right? As you consume the lumber, you should use it for all the things. And then the things you use lumber for should just decay over time. Because lumber is not forever, but it's a thing. But like stuff you pull out of the earth, like iron, should decay really slowly or virtually none. And so you're pulling the iron out of the earth, and then the iron slowly gets the veins of iron slowly go away. But this is the way that the economy works right now. Is everything is just consumed. It's you just constantly produce the good and you constantly consume the good, and that is a fair way to do it, right? But this means that you can't have the iron run out, you can't have the veins run out, you can't have the gold and silver run out, because the system doesn't preserve the materials that have been extracted from the earth already in a way that would make sense. And lumber stuff should be preserved over time, like tools that are made out of wood, but that time frame should be much slower than like minerals. And so and like maybe also as you chop it, you should clear out woods into flatlands and stuff like this too. And now we're starting to talk about, okay, this would require a systemic overhaul to the way that goods work. So this is not a small change or tweak. And would be very, very involved. So then you say, okay, if this is how we think maybe it should work, is this worth focusing on right now? And the answer is probably no, but it's interesting to think about. They should shift from every building costing lumber to later costing either stone or processed clay. Yes, I absolutely... This is one thing I suggested, is that RGOs should not be mono lumber. They should be like 50% lumber, even if you want them lumber focused, and another... and split between clay, stone, and sand. Because you can also make stuff out of sand. Have you seen the paper imports to the London market? At the start of the game, there's like 60 paper imports into it. Womp womp. This feels very repetitive so far. I even feel the difference between different countries for people playing for. I can't even feel the difference. The economies are similar. So they were trying to make more specialized economies with some of their changes. I think that the changes they made to the production efficiency, I think that this is probably one of my favorite changes. In terms of pushing us towards specialization, I don't think I like the way that they changed trade, but you producing stuff locally in the market makes it so that you get a production efficiency bonus. I think that this is quite nice. I think that the asymmetry of trade is maybe not as nice. Obviously, there's a very huge confound here as well. Oh, let's change societal values. I think we're done changing values, actually. It'd be nice to hit some 20 dev spots here as well. Should we get AI logic that makes it, if they don't have a 20% food place, they wouldn't urbanize anything? Well, urbanization doesn't decrease the food anymore. The food production, it just decreases the RGO cap, which is substantive, but it's not as apocalyptic as before. This is with changes that make food decay, though, and food is in higher demand. Which, it's also nice that these things, like, have an equilibrium that's not full. I kind of like that, because our food decay in well, someone told me that it was based on your maximum food stockpile rather than your current, which it should be based on your current. But if it is based off of your current, then there's an equilibrium by which you can't store any more goods. And you would hit that equilibrium and move down to that equilibrium, especially when you like mobilize in times of war, this type of thing. I don't think we want to take everything. So we want to leave them a little bit of that. Maybe we want the Armenian to actually convert stuff to Armenian, so maybe we give them a little bit more territory than we otherwise would. And then we grab a couple guys to release that will make claims. Is there a market here? There's not. Is this also Armenian? No, it's Kurdish. And I guess we actually want to transfer a bunch of subjects. Actually, no, we want to full annex them eventually. Actually, can we annex the Syrians? If we annex them, we get all of their subjects, so that's kind of a preferable approach to transferring subjects. Oh, it's ballpark. Yeah, we could do this. We can make it happen. We do need to occupy Diyarbakir. Okay. Looks like they are already sieging it down, so we'll just be chilling and then we'll full annex them and we'll get all their subjects and then we will feel good about ourselves. Dances with Wolves put one guy out in the wilderness and he had 100 control. Based. I like the control mechanic. I feel that this patch in some ways you could just ignore it. I don't know, there's like, the penalties for being low control are a lot worse, because they really increase slider costs, but what you have to do is like, you just, I guess you can ignore it, but you just like have to hyper kill sliders. Because if something has 33 control, it has double the negative effect towards a slider cost than last patch you would have. You're like uber punished. This guy will be annexed pretty quick. Really hoping we start to pick up a is big. Oh, we have the is smaller modifier picked up. Hey yo, let's go. Since we increased our pop by annexing some guys, this guy's now way faster to annex. Kind of just like an important-ish breakpoint. So we will cancel improve relations with some of these cats. Stone Quarry, Clay Pit, and are the top 3 villains. Stone Quarry, Clay Pit, and Sand Pit are the top 3 villains. I mean, Lumbermill also a villain. Lumbermill's just an enabler, though, right? Maybe I'm crazy, but in general, I'm not a fan of hard limits on stuff. I really think that everything should be possible, just incredibly difficult to do. You want to exert control across the ocean? Okay, pay an insane amount of money for it. I disagree. I think like pre-radio, like you shouldn't be able to like exert control really that well, and I think that one of the ways you should like, yeah, I just have a difference of opinion there. Like this is, I remember studying, I didn't take like a lot of history courses in college, but one of the fundamental things that you look at big empires, one of the reasons they collapse is inability to communicate over long distances. And the presence of stuff like roads, for example, and other stuff, made it so that you could have bigger empires. And so one of the reasons why Rome was able to be so big is because they could spread so much information and ability to project power across the Mediterranean as well as their road networks. So that's one of the reasons why Rome was so successful. One of the reasons why Nubia and Egypt were so successful was because of the Nile. You fundamentally can't, if it takes you like a month to sail across the Atlantic, and projecting troops across the Atlantic is very expensive, it should be very difficult for you to hold on to that territory, because areas that are more localized and don't have good communication will like fundamentally like view themselves as of a different tribe and will want to seek autonomy. And so the thing that prevents locations from seeking autonomy is that ability to be like proximal. Like, I think that this is like you should be able to do whatever you want, you just have to pay a cost. It's like, well, I want to put Atlantis right here. Why can't I in EU5? And it's like, the material possibilities aren't there. Now, in maybe you get to like a modern era time, and something like building an island in the middle of nowhere is like an approachable task with like money, but like in the time period, it's not an approachable task. I think like pre-radio, you're like real hard pressed to like be able to project a high amount of control to an area once it reaches any sort of level of non-dependency on the mother subject or any sort of power itself. Like, because early colonies were dependent, hyper-dependent, both economically speaking and just for, like, resources and people and this type of stuff. But, like, as the colonies grew and became more powerful in their own right, it was, like, a natural progression that they gained independence. And there's, like, not a single, like, colony I can think of that's, like, not... the Falkland Islands. The Falkland Islands is not dependent. Surf maxing to save on labor, new meta job, basically. Generalist gaming geologist here. Iron FE is in bands, not veins. Sorry, I apologize. I won't make that mistake again. My bad. My bad, dog. In bands. World conquest might be easier now because the rebels don't happen while at war. Yeah. Spain runs New World Silver Drive by mid-1700s. You should get an option to cover the old growth lumber that you chop down with less new growth. Maybe there should be a sustainable lumber thing. Even Vic 3 is like the non-sustainable lumber thing is like something that they expressed interest in, but they haven't simulated yet. Like, I remember that being a vibe on release. People were like, yeah. Non-sustainable lumber, dog. Yeah. Is that change even possible? Where you're changing to have some goods decay and some goods not? Permanent fixtures of... Well, I think it's maybe possible with stockpiles. If you have a stockpile of tools within a market, and you run a very small surplus, and the stockpile of tools actually does something, like the presence of a stockpile creates a positive benefit. Like, the presence of stockpiling mechanic makes it so you could, in theory, maybe do something. And so market stockpiles tools. And if it's... Yeah, so, like, it could be... instead of tools demand consuming the tools, it's just compared to the stockpile. And whatever demand is increases the decay of the tools. And when you produce tools, you just add to the stockpile. And then tools can be traded, and when they move, then they're gone. But trading for tools would probably be more expensive than producing yourself, ideally. But, like, yeah, that would be way complicated. That'd be an entirely new system. That's, like... Yeah. Do you think economic-based mechanics are good enough for the devs trying to achieve, or that eventually complete overhaul is needed? Well, I don't know what their goal is exactly. It got rid of money deletion occurring. I mean, money gets deleted by the sliders too, though. Like, when I do this, I just punt a bunch of money. So, like, I don't know who is freaking out about the money not controlled by estates deleting. Or, like, money from lack of control deleting. Because money from... This deletes money, too. Like, to me, it's like a similar thing. It's not necessarily good for a simulation, but it's like a low priority. Like, the gameplay pattern isn't scuffed by it. I think the gameplay pattern is scuffed by there being too much money, which is why money deletion for me is, like, kind of not as important. But they did tax efficiency stuff, so... They reduced tax efficiency by a lot. Wasn't production efficiency initially based on RG on the location? In the province, initially it was based on the location, but that was before release. It was province by release. province by release. Man, I guess it's conduct a census and just go for the 7 stab, huh? We don't really need any of this ish. Yeah, 0.25 dev somewhere is not as good as the pop growth, probably. One thing that kind of sucks is once you push all your values the direction you want, like, it's... You don't want to click on buttons anymore. Got F1 to open this. I don't think there's a law we want to change to either. Because we already changed the loyalty law, so I think we're fine. Diplo slider's crazy. I'm Florence, Tuscany, so my wealth is pretty high. With one alliance and Diplo capacity, with slider, it costs 22 in the late 1300s. Yeah, if you have low control, it'll scale up really fast in terms of price. I think it's the most important one, because it also throttles your annexation speed. I think the only way you should be able to control the New World is by stationing troops. Stationing troops across the seas should just be way more expensive as well. Yeah, so I guess I would be okay with that if you wanted to just station an army there, but I also think that, like, doing stuff over... projecting power overseas should cost, like, 10x what it does or something like this. Just an absurd amount. But I guess if that's what you wanted, let's double check that they have the would get demand, would get annexed. Enforce demand, they just don't care. I think all of these are subjects of them. I think when we annex them, we can't take maps. That's silly. Alright. But also lets us know that we are indeed annexing them. Cool. Guess we should have checked the AN tag with some of these other guys. I think we have to give them Sea Province. Oh, I think we do want to improve their opinion of us as well. We want this guy relatively big because he's Armenian. We'll release another Armenian subject here. Well, these guys will not be Armenian, actually. So we want to do a custom subject. Here. They will be Armenian. These guys would be Armenian. Okay. And then I do think we want to enforce religion. But not until they've cored this stuff, so not quite yet. And then guy, let's give him a little bit more because we do want him to culture convert stuff to what is it? We want him to culture convert stuff to Armenian. I do like that the Sudiids will have some other stuff. Do we want them to be this big? I think we don't mind having a big-ish subject here. It's maybe a little bit of a leak, but they have cores. Let's do that. See, we will feed the guy who has Mosul, the province. Mosul. We will feed this guy, the rest of this. We will give this to the Armenian guy, I think. Oh, he's Kurdish. Where's the Armenian guy? He's up here? Do this. I think we could have done a guy who was Kurdish instead of this. We made a Turkish guy instead of a Kurdish guy. That's not ideal. It's Kurdish, I think we accept. Then, who has this province? This guy, I guess. And then this goes to Sudiids. Yeah. And now we're back in business, boys. And behind on chat. Sorry, apologies. We are trying to catch up. People feel some kinds of way about some of the things, so you're just stopping in. We are trying to catch up. Young memer kid, long may he meme. The memer is dead. Long live the memer. Welcome back. You know memes were invented as a concept by Richard Dawkins as a unit of like cultural, as a cultural unit, and he applied the idea of evolutionary biology to cultural units. And so something has good memes if it spreads really well, in the same way that good genes spread really well, this type of thing. And so you evaluate the information not on... Stuff doesn't spread because it's a good idea, it spreads because it's got good memes. You know what I mean? We're gonna kind of skim a little bit. You instead have input tools and output tools for the same PM, and you would only pay the difference, like 1 input, 0.9 output. I don't think that would produce the effect that I would kind of want there. Looking at the Colombian exchange a bit, it seems to have happened almost right away. Chilies were being grown relatively common in Europe. 50 years. Sugar in the New World the same. Yeah, the thing is I almost think you should be able to flip stuff back is perhaps an issue. Like, you should be able to unexchange it. Be like, yo, dog, I want to return. We will urbanize that. Library and... as much trade as possible. Where is the... God, I hate it when I don't have eyes. Marketplaces. There we go. So we're starting to get the much bigger modifier for these guys. So I think we also start annexing more Kurds up here. Just as we're starting to get some development, starting to get some markets kicking up. Just when I thought it was out. How's our institutions going? Looks like we're kind of spreading some of them. Or we have printing press around. Got it, got it. You should be able to get some production efficiency from producing the input through building the province, not just the RGO. I think I'd be okay with this. I think that nothing's balanced around that. I think that that would involve kind of like rebalancing stuff. But I don't hate it. Tolerance of True Faith is kind of okay. Well, the slot is just gold. It's only 200 to invite him. I think that we have like maxed out satisfaction and prosperity anyways, so the tolerance is okay, but it's just like not that okay for us. Just in general. We'll improve relations with that dude as well. Are we Kurdistan already? No, we are not. You like the new speeds? I do like the new speeds, the presence of them. 5 speed is still speed 5 though. Or no, sorry, it's not speed 5. 5 speed is now speed 7. I do think that that's also like one of the nice changes, like a lot of negativity. Charles the Notorious dislike informing new countries based on his Italy run. Wait, what? I feel like there's a joke I'm not getting here. I don't like it being meta to do a lot of country swaps. But if it is meta, I'm going to try and do it. It's kind of a thing. Some of our constructions are starting to go through now. We're getting more fiber crops buildings for us to delete. Let's go. Actually, how are we doing on coal? Okay, that's fine. If we had burgers exporting coal, I think we would delete the buildings. But is Georgia Sunni? They got subjugated. I think they got flipped Sunni. Let's take a look. I suppose. Oop, that's not the one. Georgia is Sunni. Wah wah. I think we want to enforce religion on these guys sooner rather than later. Sunni rather than later. You guys, I'm writing a manual how to lose all your viewers in 5 seconds. Sunni rather than later. Where's change religion? Force religion. Yeah, we do want these guys to flip. Because the liberty desire will decay over time. We need another. We were gonna wait. That was the idea. We were gonna wait. Because they don't have their stuff integrated yet. That was the plan. I'm a silly Billy. Conquer a pretty big chunk of the area. You can simulate iron decay instead, just have input tools and output. Oh wait, we already read that one. I'm surviving the tool crisis by using copper for it. Copper is now 4.5. This is the way. Well, I guess if you can import copper, that kind of solves it. Our issue is that the underlying... The cause of the tool crisis is the wood crisis. And the solution is... Okay, I just add a bunch of tools or whatever, or sorry, add a bunch of lumber mills which take tools. We can't add the lumber mills, so we're in a crisis either way. I mean, I think we're going to want the armories eventually. So I guess we go for this. I don't think we need to unlock any units from this age, though. We maybe also go for Gunsmith, Cannon Maker, but again, don't need to do that just yet. And once this guy gets annexed, the rest of the Kurds should get annexed much faster. By the way, you can convert to any culture this patch, even without a presence of culture in your country? Really? Is that a game setting? You can convert to any culture. We don't need them to, like... Yeah, the problem is, long-term, we're planning on being Armenian. We want to use that cooldown for Armenian. Not for... Farsi. You're saying we could just flip Japanese? Nani? Oh, is it a special... I don't think we have any arisen, right? Do you mean that we can culture convert someone with the cabinet action? You need to have them accepted. I'll catch up on chat, her memer. Did you know? I'm a bit of a memer myself. I'm glad someone caught that. Chili's Ariki, I want my legumes back. What do you think is the best way to mass check and remove the estates building? Well, this is difficult to say because my UI is scuffed right now, but you can click here to look at the estate building display. But the list function doesn't work for the estate building, and if you look at the display, it's by location, which is yuck. I don't know of a better way than this. We survived the loud cars. You think bad jokes can harm us? I was born in the memes. Some bad jokes. Molded by it. By the time I legitimately laughed, I was already a man. You can delete bad buildings if you're over 70 control. Oh, you can filter by control here, though. I think 70 is the breakpoint, so you do that, you apply that. 75%, sorry, apologies. So you just do this, right? And now we can see all the buildings we can destroy. So we can come here and do this. Unfortunately, you lose satisfaction just global. So this is a little bit of some annoying micro, but yeah, you can... do some of that action. Maybe that helps out a little bit. No, improving cultural opinion enough, you have to convert Armenian while already has 0 presence. Yeah, going to have to, yeah. I guess I could have converted all these Farsi guys to my culture. Or sorry, the Kurdish guys. I got a stupid question, sorry, but is this 1.0.11 or is it actually 1.1? It's 1.1, but the open beta. So you have to opt into the open beta to play this version of the game. If you boot up the game, you will not get this version of the game. In an immediate sense. I think we can bailiff there. Yeah, we want the list view so we can type bailiff. think we're fine bailiffing the copper too. And we want to urbanize this. Urbanization, of course, getting stalled out by our lack of wood. Our lack of lumber. We're clearing some of this stuff out, though. Our deficit was 15, now it's 6, or 25, now it's 15. The estates keep building stuff that requires wood for its construction, though. These guys are still culture converting. I guess Jask is maybe where we want to go next. They are all Farsi. They're on the coast. Yeah. They also have, they were one of our early subjects, so they don't have as much prosperity stuff set up as we do. So this should increase their development. Wow, we're getting 0.014. Hell yeah, brother. Flying in the development. I think estates' poor choice in good buildings and their location can hurt as much as the bad buildings. Yes, because this is driving up a ton of demand for wood everywhere. I usually keep the prod one and delete the trade advantage. Yeah, I think this is the way to do it. What's your take on tools, lumber shortages? We've been kind of experiencing that a bit ourselves. We're running into it now. A little bit. Oh, kind of didn't run into it. So I think the underlying issue is lumber, and then you solve it with lumber mills, and you just can't support that many lumber mills because there's not enough iron and then tools and like this type of stuff and etc. And there's like our constructions are getting stalled out by lack of lumber. But we're also playing in the Middle East, so we were sourcing it entirely through imports, but now there's no one in trade range that has a surplus of lumber. Not a single person in trade range. And so all the AI is producing a lot of excess. We are exploring that right now. A lot of the AI is producing they're producing like excess demand than they like normally would, and normally you would just source it by importing from the AI, and now you can't, because the AI is also getting a bunch of this stuff that demands lumber, and it's from all the buildings that are getting constructed by the estates. But I don't necessarily think even fundamentally that the issue is the estates building. The issue is that just the overall aggregate economy, like just EU5 global economy in general, is too ubiquitously demanding on lumber, and simultaneously there's not enough lumber to support it. And this is not an issue when the AI just fails to eco entirely, and it's less of an issue as you get more lumber PMs in the game, but like everything demands lumber. Lumber. Oh no, clay. Not lumber because it produces lumber. A little bit of not lumber. Lumber. Sorry, not lumber, but important because it produces the iron to get the tools to get the lumber. Tools. And then lumber. And at the same time, I also think that there is a kind of... iron is a premium good. It's like one of the... I think it's the only 3-cost good that like you never urbanize ever. Because you get squeezed on iron eventually as well. So... yeah. Crazy demand this patch? Yeah, it's because the estates build a bunch of these like RGO buildings that consume a ton of lumber. I think the estates should be allowed to spend their... the peasant estates should maybe be allowed to spend their money on RGOs, and maybe that would actually make this... alleviate this problem to a large extent, actually, even. We want to even expand out RGOs. We've had RGOs we've been trying to expand out forever. We can't do it because we lack the lumber. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just preventing another RGO downstream from not getting produced instead. So, yeah, we're squeezed, and we're now, like, just kind of... we're coming in here, we're looking, hey, what is consuming the lumber, and we're closing a lot of this stuff. I guess maybe we actually just delete all the charcoal stuff as well. We deleted the stone quarries, we deleted fiber crop. We could delete clay pits, but I think we have clay RGOs, so and you get a base amount. So if this is the intentionally having to delete all this stuff is not, I think, a gameplay pattern that's desired. But I think the issue is not necessarily the estates producing buildings, although that is the new phenomena, and there's a ton more money in the economy, so there's way more buildings getting produced. We are looking at like the size of markets, and the markets are way bigger. But like the composition of the economy is not supported by the underlying stuff. And I think that there should just be way more substitutes for this type of thing, and that there's not. So, I don't know. This is something that I had given feedback on before release, is that I thought wood was way too ubiquitous in the economy. And I think that this is evidence of that underlying fact, and economies just didn't get expanded out before, and now they're kind of getting expanded out more. We're going to delete all these as well, and hope to import charcoal instead. Also running out of food. Can't solve the food issue, though. Can't solve the food issue without the food RGOs. Farming villages, actually. Farming villages may help us out here. Farming villages do not require lumber to produce them. Something like that, maybe. Needs more construction PMs. Pour more outposts, stays winning, yeah. The entire supply chain starts with lumber. Functionally, yeah. It's just it's too ubiquitous. And it's not an issue when the AI is relatively stagnant, and well, part of the issue is you Uber injected a bunch of money in the economy by making money from lack of control not disappear, but instead go to the estates, and now the estates are building a bunch of stuff. And there was an inflection point in Age 3 where you really are able to sustain stuff a lot better, or I guess a two-tiered inflection point. One, because lumber output 25%, but probably the bigger one was the iron output plus 75%, allowing you to support the tools for all those lumber mills. And the two of them simultaneously are good. Charcoal is what's needed for iron, for the tools. That's what's needed for lumber. Well, the problem, there should just be more, you should be able to have, there should be more iron RGO. You should not be as reliant on the bog iron smelter, especially early on. The bog iron smelter early on is just ass. Like, before you get that plus 75% iron tech, it's such a bad building. And I mean, you can build it, but, like, it's awful. I understand that we had bog iron smelters running, but I think that we'd rather be able to finish buildings by not having as much wood consumption. Bitcoin crash is crazy. It was down like 7K this morning. Is it down more? What's it at right now? Played Induid Persia game, and then the entire economy stopped working. My Ormuz market literally starving, and I can't build food RGOs because I don't have lumber. Womp womp. Delete all the stuff that's consuming lumber. That's what we just did here. Although, part of it is we need to annex subjects, because we tried to delete everything and we can't actually, so... The stuff close to the market's actually getting to construct, but stuff farther away from the market's not. We're at 70k gold, and we can't do anything about it, and we can't add... Yeah, I mean, there should also just be more PMs, especially for the Middle East. It's, like, so brutally punishing for the Middle East. In my feedback regarding lumber, I said it was brutally punishing for the Middle East. That's why I don't like playing in this region. What are we gonna do, chat? The Patreon voted for us to play Ormuz. We're just gonna cry. Have you expanded enough to see if culture changes are a big speed bump or expansion, you say? You'll only get cores from annex pops if they're the right culture. Yeah, I'm a fan of this change. This is a change I wanted. I thought that they invalidated the system, basically. Zoe Bears, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. So... You only get cores from annex vassals if it's the right culture. Yep. It has people upset. Well, I think that you caring about this aspect of the game, I think, should be a thing. And if you get the cores of people when you integrate them, then you just don't care, so... Yeah. Speaking of, let's enforce some culture. We should have done this forever ago. Enforced on some of the Kurdish guys. I think that it's potentially an issue that you're getting a ton of free cab actions from subjects, though. I don't know what the solution is. What I've suggested is having cabinet kind of scale with your cost of court slider. In terms of nominal amount. So if you have a mega huge economy, you get more cabinet action juice, and if you're a small little one OPM subject, you don't really get much cabinet action juice, so you don't get like a bunch of free cabinet actions. I think subjects shouldn't convert culture for you. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't be able to enforce culture. I think they should convert culture. But maybe you shouldn't be able to enforce culture on them. Like, because if they're already that culture, I think I'm okay with it. It's under 62k now? Holy. I know a lot of, like, before open, like, a lot of stocks were down. Crypto bros stay losing. Yeah, based. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a lot of fake money stuff. But the thing is, like, if you know what's going on, you can make a ton of money, but, like, I'm just not interested in being well enough informed to, like, try and do that. I also kind of, like, what's the way to phrase it? I don't want to make money in that way. Which is maybe a leak. Oh, I think that's our invite, bro. I think this is the dude we want. Trade cap and max lit? Hell yeah, brother. You can come to our country. Finally, we get a good one. Vassal core completely invalidated culture. Yep. This is the issue I have with it. Oh, I know why we weren't flipping people Kurdish. I'm so stupid. Now we're flipping a bunch Kurdish for no reason. God damn it. We weren't flipping people Kurdish because we're flipping Armenian anyway. Terrible. Not flipping Armenian, but what we did. Alright, well. Or we're annexing Jask right now. So maybe also... This guy across multiple, he is across multiple provinces. We'll put him in as well. We're such silly billies. We do want to flip stuff Armenian. We want them to convert more to Armenian, more stuff to Armenian. I played Industrialists to Persia as well, but in the last patch, and also had building limitations with lumber, but this wasn't crazy even by 1600. Yeah. I think that this might be, if they don't change the lumber stuff, I mean, I think we might just not play on the patch anymore. I don't know. Then again, people like watching the suffering, so maybe this is good content. Congo region have too much lumber, maybe this is meta to colonize this region. That's kind of what we're trying to work towards. We're not going to build any armories. Oh, shoot, we shouldn't have researched armories. I'm so stupid. Damn it, I hate being stupid. Our subjects don't get released with armories, so they weren't building armories themselves. I feel really stupid. I didn't want to research that. Because now, new subjects that we create are going to build armies, and they're going to be more disloyal because they're going to have bigger armies. Yeah, that was not the thing. That was not the thing to do. I mean, eventually we wanted to research it, but not quite yet. We're going to be... Our resources are going to be effectively pressured in a way we're not happy about. Alright, well, let's gain some distance. I think we're okay unlocking the buildings, because otherwise it's forever until you can do the thing. Guys, that's a nice QOL, especially because we have to march a lot. Navy initiative is actually pretty good. Or it's more useful than army initiative, because it controls your guys' ability to retreat. I guess that's going to be a thing. I don't know how close we are to institutions, though, so... Probably going to cancel a decent chunk of this. Yeah, we're close to printing press. Alright. Well, probably added too much stuff to the queue. I'm with you. I'm wondering if it's as big of a limit on blobbing as people say. I'm having trouble to see how this change is making people expand at 25% of their previous rate. Well, the ecos are just way bigger. I'm having trouble seeing how this change is making people expand at 25% of their previous rate. Oh, you mean for coring stuff? I mean, you kind of let the culture... Yeah, you let the culture flip stuff, but you care about what's going on underneath. But, not being able to flip the guys maybe makes sense. 5 hours I counted, I deleted 437 rural cloth maker every time I look up, and there it is. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think it would be perfect. Can't enforce culture. Yep. So this has to be all Farsi, and then... Or enforcing culture should maybe have other requirements, they have to like your culture for you to be able to enforce it. That actually maybe seems reasonable. So, you can improve their cultural relations with you a couple times, and then you can start enforcing on them. So maybe if we improved Kurdistan's relations with us, it would be enforceable. Or maybe if we're in, a similar language group. So, we could enforce on other Persians or something like this. But just, a little bit more nuance, I guess. This place has been trying to urbanize for, a decade. We need to discover Yemen. Or are these things stalled? We don't have the lumber? No, it's just early. It's just... Or wait, no, these should be going faster now because it's the next stage. Alright. Just locked 61k on the crypto. Rough. I think playing with crypto is a little bit playing with fire, though. Not to sound not sympathetic, but because you're betting on the consensus of what other people think, basically. Because it's not backed by it's not an asset that's backed by what is it? Some P&E. You know? I made a lot of money in the 2021 cycle, but you have to live that shit 24/7. It's a lot toxic. Yeah, this is, yeah. I think you just have to have your fingers so hard on the pulse of it to, really... Because the thing is, you just have to beat everyone else who's betting on it. And it was way easier also in the early days of crypto, or the earlier days of crypto, to make money before now there's a bunch of institutional investment investing in crypto too, so you have to be smarter than the institutional investment. Cash out heavy on Dogecoin and have an open crypto says. The heist, basically. Reload, you should play Sweden. How's the stream going? We're running into issues with the lumber stuff. Running into lumber issues. You almost don't need to worry about roads anymore since the burgers will dump cash into it, yeah. But also, maybe it's too many roads. No, burgers are kind of great for building the roads and making it work, but also that's breaking us from being able to build buildings at this juncture. Feist over forced culture, if subject loyalty actually did anything, that's fair. If they got really pissed and started to do stuff, then being feckless is a bit of an issue. But I don't think it should be... It feels a little too clean to just button click and then now they're your culture. They flip back, but people get upset about the flipping back. Add curry favors on top of the subject has to like you to enforce culture, something like 5 to 10 favors. Yeah, I'd be a fan of that too. Having to pay for that and give them some favors down the road or something as part of the requirement. I think I could mess with that. Independence is disbanded whenever you start a war. Yeah, this is an issue. I also think that truces shouldn't get rid of coalitions. Coalitions should, I think, should just stick around. Also wild that we don't have a coalition after doing all this. I guess it's like all different cultures and religions and like relatively low development value stuff. Why don't you war for maps? Maybe you should. I mean, we're taking maps when we have an opportunity. Fight Georgia for more Armenians. Georgia's actually got a bit of an army. I think our subjects still clap. I'm just throwing them in. Oh, we didn't even click on the right guy, but Chauvinid rival warlord instead of the Chauvinid. Maybe let's let that civil war figure itself out. Rather than... I think the Chauvinids are going the way. Why is it when I right-click on Georgia and then I click declare war on Georgia, it opens up the Chauvinids? They're subjects of the Chauvinid horde, that's right. That makes sense. We do need to... We could join independence movement so they get independence. Just gotta raise sponsored mercenaries in my parliament is a completely new debate. First time seeing it. I don't know if I've seen it. Losing 61k on crypto is crazy. That kind of money would permanently change my life. It would completely change my life too, yeah. But like also, like... That, yeah, that type of discussion is always surreal, but like it's also like often one where it's like everyone's like valuation of everything is like relative to their own baseline, not like some objective abstract baseline. It would like change my life, but it like you could give so many kids who are experiencing malnutrition multivitamins for their childhood, which like the ROI on that in terms of like projected increased earnings from the kids just having better cognitive development is like 80 to 1. And so you could produce like I think it's 80 to 1. Maybe it's not 80 to 1. Let's say hypothetically it's 80 to 1, but you could produce like let's see, 60,000 times 80. So it'd be 480,000 if it was times 8. So 4.8 million worth of value, like in terms of changing lives of like kids that just like don't know what magnesium is. Anyway, what do we want to do? if we could fight an end to war in 6 months, Diplo Rep would help with the anti. Oh, all of this seems so useless for us. Extra benefits from merchants. I guess we might just pass that. Or actually, maybe just this to get free farms finishing. Because they can't finish because we lack the wood. This is the real value here. But bam! We got 2 farms, bros. Maybe this market could stop starving or being so low on food such that we can't get our full bonuses on the pop growth. So that we can actually get pop, because this is a region with no pop, no dev, no bird, no bush. Terrible terrain. No, I meant Bitcoin went below 61k. I didn't lose that much. So Bitcoin tumbled like 30%. Yikes. I read the problem may have something to do with how prices are calculated based on effective supply and demand of goods. I don't think that's the underlying issue. I think the underlying issue is the states are building a bunch of buildings that demand wood because everything demands wood, specifically the peasants building. And this is just getting squeezed upstream. So all of this demands wood, basically. And then the solution for it is lumber mills, and lumber mills demand iron. And so, or demand tools which demand iron. None of these are very efficient until like age 3 inflection points. And normally you reach like this hell zone earlier or later on, kind of as you're approaching age 3, where the twin kind of lumber mill output and iron output save you. But the extra money injected from the estates just spin this up way faster, and this happens way early. And so this is why we're minus 16 on the lumber, and we're trying to just delete basically any building that consumes lumber. So that we can actually finish upgrading stuff to cities and RGOs and this type of stuff, so we don't run out of... Roads shouldn't take wood. I don't know if I have a problem with them taking wood for the construction, but yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe they should take clay instead. I think that's probably fine. Brandenburg is rough. Played through the end of the disaster. Might restart. Honestly, with the way that, like, the demand is working this patch and this type of thing... See, the thing is if we have those techs, we can kind of solve the issue. So it's not like a full, like, wipe or something like this, but... Just, like, kind of miserable. Just to create a little bit of demand. Where's our... Brother, where's our auto expand? There we go. Is there nothing in here? Okay, yeah, there's nothing in here. We, where we are playing, can't build any lumber mills, so we're just like screwed either way. Yeah, the one button click, hear my culture now seems really dumb, needs more steps, yeah. I think I like it more with more steps rather than just like a hard ban. Or like you have to have like, you have to, like the Castilian, well maybe this is a controversial thing, but like Castilian enforcing on like Leonese or on Portuguese is maybe not too bad. Or maybe the enforcement should take time or something like this. Or maybe as a cabinet action, something like this. Of yours to enforce on... Because if you have cabinet action to enforce on your subjects and it's based on your offense versus defense in terms of the cultural stuff, you know, a little bit different then, huh? If that's the case, maybe they should tweak the estates and boost lumber mills. I think the problem is just the ubiquitousness of lumber within the just like aggregate economy. I think these buildings need to be changed, their inputs. But like, yeah. 75 gold and 1450, perfectly balanced. Well, we can't build anything else, so we're currently stalling out. Boro, we got free wood worth of expansion here. Oh, hey Flurry, how's it going? Sorry, I'm behind on chat. You just ended your stream? Chobin is Tributary Overlord. How do you have 75k? I just joined. A big part of it is having flipped to a republic, and also are getting trade income from Sound Tools. Our trade income roughly doubled when we flipped republic. So we have a lot of just kind of spin up. That's strangeness. Us annexing guys also makes us make less money, but we just have to do it for what we're trying to accomplish in the run. Because it lowers our crown power, but when we had higher crown power, we were making more money. So, amount of investment needed to provide healthy nutrition, vaccination to vulnerable populations and pittance compared to the return on that investment, basically. Wood, says Flory. Yeah, this is true. The classic issue. 2 bushes in the bird is worth more than a tree in the hand. This is... I've never heard anything more true in my life. We've... what is it? We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. It's probably my favorite Malafor. But that one's really solid. We'll burn that bridge to it. It's just so perfect. Also a big fan of you've made your bed, now you have to eat it. I usually like to see you suffer, but this run, man. Yeah, well, it's like we just don't get to do anything right here. Like, we've clicked the buttons. We're gonna get this town eventually. We started it like 15 years ago. Roads could give tar a real use. Tar, unfortunately, demands wood. I had this exact same feeling at exactly the same time. Yeah, everyone spins up too much lumber demand, and I can't import lumber from anywhere. We don't have enough money, so we're gonna... No, just kidding. We're gonna go with the prestige. Because we kind of do want to upgrade our rank to kingdom, I think. Or maybe... No, we kind of abandoned that. We should have picked the money. Can you manipulate the estates into not building using trade to max out the price of wood, or is that still too costly? I don't think they care. Part of it is they also changed it, so I think the driver of all the wood buildings is they build buildings that are associated with their estate. Like, this guy is going to build, the commoners are going to just build stuff that employs laborers. Virtually everything that employs laborers uses wood as an input, man. So... There's no escape. Excess lumber should enable cheaper buildings and fleets. It's one of the big reasons Northern Europeans. I agree. Other regions have to use stone clay. But it gets better as the AIs get better techs. Yeah, it's just the age 3 inflection like points should make it way better, but you normally don't experience this up until like right before you get these techs. I guess we're kind of on the verge of getting these techs ish. We're still a little bit far away from it. I think shortages could create some interesting play situations, but this seems like just a global bottleneck. It absolutely is. We could show lumber, show wood. Get some show woods in chat. We can delete some of these. Oh, it looks like we're desperately trying to import the lumber. But the routes are just canceling themselves, which probably is just decreasing our income because it's trying to. Gonna say there's no place with excess wood, but this guy one has a quarter of a lumber. It's one of the reasons why we wanted to discover Kilwa. Kilwa's even running a shortage. Hot damn. That sucks. That is no good. I also don't think we could colonize with, like, only 800,000 pops. Or not very well, we can't. We shouldn't have sent off one of the royal family off to do the things. Lumber needles need to be available on more vegetations. I think they're just, like, the ubiquitousness of lumber going into everything just needs to be less, or there needs to be alternative PMs. Because we also wouldn't build stuff, like the RGOs, we would build stuff out of clay. Or someone was suggesting furniture, wicker furniture, fiber crop furniture. Yeah. I use that burn that bridge when we get to it all the time. Love it. The made your bed, now you have to eat it, one's really good. Or you've made your cake, now you have to lie in it. Some Malifaux don't work that well, but I think both of those, lightning doesn't fall from a tree, doesn't fall far from the tree, stuff like this. I need to write down a repertoire of Malifaux. Because it's like one of my favorite things to drop on stream. Unfortunately, our guide died. Our absolute Chad Lord who was giving us literacy and import speed. Oh. Or import quantity. Or trade capacity. I was talking to a chat earlier about the fun areas to play. And I said any area is fun to play if there's a holy trinity of iron, lumber, and wheat. Or rice or whatever. It's those that are fun to play. Definitely from spinning stuff up from like the baseline, yeah. It's miserable to play in areas that don't have lumber. I think iron you can kind of make it work with the bog iron smelters, but like it's super miserable before you get the first iron tech. Like, because it's just like, the PM is like very nearly break even, but then this hyper break parity on the PM, so. We just declare war on these guys, though? Oh, but we don't have the... We could go after these guys. And flip Turkish. Ayo. I think we'll just kind of keep... I think we'll just chill a little bit. And try and progress towards forming Kurdistan, more so than, like, optimal expansion. And also because we're behind on chat. Where's the place with the most iron and lumber? The man asks Flurry. I think Poland's pretty good. East Coast US is decent. It's probably some area with wetlands. Finally seeing like a third of the RGOs in Canada are lumber. Now it's the only playable region. Yeah. Well, the lumber tech won't do anything for your region? No, we just have to hope other people research it. Basically. We have 2 annexations going? I guess we'll just kind of let them cruise. We will maybe be able to form today the thing. Alright, what do we have here? There's urbanization. Sugar's urbanized, that's probably fine. Yeah. Can't wait till Naval's fixed. We'll have way better control over this stuff. Obviously not in the corridor, but the corridors, because we wanted to have a line for governors, but honestly we should have just made an exclave annexation. Do you like the new governor mechanics? I haven't gotten to play with it yet. I think I like it in concert with the fact that they changed proximity and nerf proximity, like at the top end. I was very concerned that it would just make super reward blobbing. I still think it rewards blobbing a little bit, but there's a lot of changes that make low control worse. Like super pumping up the estates. Which I think is not ideal. Just absolute border gore mess here. Answers Australia. Bengal has everything, insane amount of bog iron. Ooh, Bengal's an interesting answer, yeah. You will get a lot of iron in Bengal. And then I think that you have a decent amount of lumber. The thing is, you also don't want to play with a place with 0... Well, maybe... The question was for Flurry, so like maybe this is not the way he looks at it. I hate playing in places with low dev and low pop, though. That's what I really hate. And so, Kilwa has a ton of lumber. I don't want to play in Kilwa. Kilwa, you actually need to colonize to get the lumber, though. You don't start off with, like, any of it. Maybe that's our mistake, actually, trying to colonize down to Kilwa. Or explore down to Kilwa, just to try and access some lumber. Just some good vibes, but instead it's just all bad vibes. We went looking for some good vibes. We were met with violence. Alright, let's go with this guy, I guess. How do you feel about the idea of estates paying half the price expanding RGOs, or if the output good is in demand, either shortage or internal market? Don't they just don't build RGOs, right? I would be okay with them paying full price and just actually building RGOs. I don't think they necessarily have to pay half. I guess I don't have a strong opinion whether they should pay half or not. The peasant estate would expand the RGOs. I think the noble estate expanding the RGOs also makes sense, considering their consumption density is really RGO oriented. But the nobles maybe the nobles should only build RGOs that they consume. Something like that I think would make a lot of sense. Let's embrace. I don't know. Embracing's a little expensive there. I don't know if we could really afford it, actually. Too much money. Okay, so now we will grab the monthly literacy, and unfortunately this lumber output does nothing for us, and we don't have a book economy because we had no wood. So what we normally do in this type of stuff is actually kind of not very good. We can go for the 10% iron. Us getting the jewelry thing is actually maybe interesting. I think we're just gonna beeline roads though, which I guess involves getting the jewelry. We do have some jewelry in our economy. But yeah, let's go paved roads and cabinet seed, I guess. Income from minting is also maybe okay. Mint of the Gulf, what's this from? Is that really on Ormuz? I don't remember that. Oh, I guess that's the last one. India looks hot? Yeah. Bog iron in Anatolia as well? Oh, because all the lakes? Yeah. I would go for dev, pop, and lumber, but sound like Flurry had a specific place in mind. Maybe, I don't know. For me, I can, like, tolerate low lumber as long as there's, like, as long as you're not desert. I'm like, okay, you can build the lumber mills, it's not the end of the world, but maybe not this patch. Maybe this patch is, like, iron only. Right, but to incentivize AI countries to make certain things, like apparently people want to buy clay because the states are willing to pay half the capital, so it should be built because 50% off since they pay half. Yeah, but you could, Flurry, you could just make them build the clay as if it was half. You could just double the value without them needing to be cheaper. You could just value this at 2x. I suppose you could also make it cost half. Expand the bodyguard. Do we want 5 Republican tradition, which does nothing for us, or do we want 20 stab? Chat, let's vote now. Yeah, Ormuz is rough. I regret letting chat vote this in. Border Guard police, hands up, mister. What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Weird how bog iron is more useful than actual iron. I mean, I don't think it's more useful than actual iron, but like, you have more bog iron probably in general. I mean, we're gonna have bog iron from lakes. I think we have more actual iron though, but... Oh, you mean it doesn't use... I see where you're going with this. You don't need lumber to build the bog iron, so you can actually get constructed. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think I get it. I think I get it. This man's brilliant, chat. Doesn't require lumber as an input. Think. Think, generalist. Think. You don't need lumber to build it. It can actually get constructed. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get you. Pagan Sweden might be a vibe. I think that's what I'm going to record after the stream. I like Madagascar enough to replay it. The island has almost everything. Yeah, except for dev. Well, we can't see how little dev it has, but trust me, it doesn't have a lot. Dude, when in doubt, build iron, basically. I mean, I guess we could put this on auto-expand. The PM sucks balls, though. I think people who are super bullish on the bog iron smelter don't appreciate how bad it sucks early game. The thing, Flurry, is we can't build it right now because this would create coal demand. And the stupid estates are going to build more coal. And we don't have a way to get the coal. So we actually can't build this right now. We're actually just stuck in a prison that we can't escape from, where nothing will ever finish constructing over here. Which is why we're going to bail and go to Kurdistan. Didn't think that was not on my bingo list of statements I would say one day, but we are in fact going to bail and go to Kurdistan. Bail has been announced. Target Kurdistan. I don't think we... Do we annex faster with 3? We have a lot of much smaller modifiers. I think we will annex a little bit faster with 3, so... I'm gonna do that. We're gonna take a look at urbanization. If they have something urbanized that we don't like, we could de-urbanize it. I think we won't. Alright. Give that man a raise, yeah. Have you seen Albania? Flurry's trying to bait me into offending the people from the Balkans. He's trying to bait me into saying, Kosovo, is that part of Albania? Albania's nice. It's got iron and lumber. Right, this is the Albania province. Also 9 locations. Dev that up, something nice. Hey Svanka, how's it going? Haven't seen you in the streets, probably because we're playing EU5 and you're more Vic 3, right? Yeah, but searching for iron, we're on a mission. Yeah, I mean, maybe India's the place to be. I did not think that, but I could take credit. Yeah, no. A humble man, he lies to the chat. He's like, it wasn't me, it was Generalist. Chronos 4TS, thank you for the follow. Flurry, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I'm suffering so much on my Ireland game. Maybe I'm still bad at the game. No, everything's like, if you're running out of lumber, this is the patch. This is the patch where the real economy of EU5 is brought to bear upon the players. I think it'll get better in H3 once everyone researches the lumber and iron output text, but until then it's probably just like really rough. Our lumber output's going to be kind of a useless modifier, but also we can't make a paper book economy because we have no pops and we have no urbanization and we don't have over 30 devs, so this is like kind of dead to us right now. Normally this is the biggest power spike that you kind of like accomplish. Great Pow Po. Great Pow Pow. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. So instead we will go for roads. Yet another thing. Actually, are roads bait? Bro, maybe roads are bad. Hear me out. Hear me out. Maybe roads are bad because this will create wood demand. Oh no. This is the worst. No wood, so no coal, never ending circle. Yeah, we can't solve the issue. We need the thing to make the thing. So are all these things vassals? Yeah. I don't think we have any fiefdoms left over. I think we made some fiefdoms. We probably should have made more fiefdoms at the opener. They fixed the bug where... Oh, we have a couple fiefdoms left over. They fixed the bug where you could, as a republic, release as fiefdoms. So now we have to release as vassals. But they are integrating for us, and soon we will integrate them. Look for the province of Albania. It has 3 locations. Yeah. Yeah, but Flurry, why look towards Albania when I could look over here? Where's the... I forget which one has the most. Is it the 18? I think it's the 18. We're talking about Albania. This one's got twice as many locations, man. Why are we talking about Albania here? It's one of them is a fake location. Look at it, it's got iron and lumber too. I've just been factory game pilled recently. So my friend likes Factorio, and he also kind of likes Satisfactory. I was trying to convince him that he should play the new, like, it's like Waifu meets Satisfactory game. He should try and play that with his wife. Apparently everyone has an iron and tools deficit. Yeah, the underlying issue is not iron and tools, it is lumber, but yes. When you go forth and spread the good word, make sure you blame lumber, not iron and tools. Because the thing is everyone's running out of iron and tools because they are trying to build the lumber mills, because the estates are building all these buildings that consume lumber. So the solution is just to, on cooldown, basically delete everything. Like, look at your lumber consumption and just delete all this ish. Unfortunately, maybe we even need to close the scriptoriums, but then our libraries don't work. Education's overrated anyways, but we have been going around doing stuff like deleting. Yeah, you see this? We kill it in the cradle. Do you need coal for bog iron? Yes. Do you need coal RGOs or do you need lumber? Well, coal RGOs would work. Most places don't have coal RGOs, so then you go for lumber, and then the lumber gets... It's a square. It's not very powerful until the age 3 techs, because the bog iron PM is just awful. But once you get the lumber output, and once you get the iron output bonus, the PM's kind of fine, because you have plus 75%. And so you build bog iron smelters to fuel those. You build the charcoaler to fuel the charcoaler. You build the lumber mill to fuel the lumber mill. You build the tools guild to fuel the tools guild. You have the bog iron smelter. So it's a nice little circle that is net positive, kind of, if you have the techs, and close to break even before then. And everyone is running into the wood apocalypse before then because they can't get enough tools. They can't get enough iron. They can't get enough everything to support all the lumber that all these dumb buildings are demanding, basically, to answer the question. To answer the question we've kind of been answering all day. And so everything requires lumber, demands lumber. It doesn't demand lumber, but should, or shouldn't. Demands lumber, or sorry, clay. Demands lumber, demands lumber, demands lumber, demands lumber, demands lumber, demands coal, but is used to get the tools to get the lumber, demands lumber. This is the real culprit. Just delete every fruit orchard, because the PM is awful. Just let your pops not eat fruit ever. And also demands lumber. So, yeah, the roads are bait, 100%. Flurry confirmed. Don't get paved roads. I'll quote you on that one day. Roads are bait, roads are awful. Devoid of any context. Why aren't you building roads, journalist? Flurry told me not to. I think we're still going to research it on principle. This should be the best tech at this age, but... roads are bad is crazy. It begins and ends with iron. And so it begins. It's like, no, now it ends. It ended before it could begin because we've been sitting here for 30 years with not enough lumber to finish our construction. I mean, I guess we could see if we have a... we're not squeezed on tools as much yet, so we could try and expand out that. To be fair, our other market's kind of doing okay, but we're not moving there until we finish some of these annexations, but... From Triangle of Infinite Production, we are in the Bermuda Triangle of Lumber, yeah. Just been playing Satisfactory again, and Anbanar on EU4. Nice. They will have Anbanar on here soon enough. Sounds like a Sweden patch? It is a Sweden patch. Except for Navy right now is broken. It's the Limbo patch. But, like, I mean, I think that, like... Yeah, I mean, I've said it before, but lumber is just too ubiquitous in terms of how important it is for the entire global economy, and simultaneously is, like, a scarce resource in a way that I'm not sure really makes sense. Historically speaking. It was a scarce resource in the Middle East, but, like, they didn't build their houses out of lumber. Like, the RGOs all costing lumber is, like, kind of a special kind of hell. I think our pops are starting to... Yeah, we're running out of ability to have any type of food storage because we can't expand out the farms because we can't get the lumber. Why delete? Wouldn't it be better to close off? So if it's a burger building, we close it off. If it's a labor building, we delete it. because pops will not promote unless you have 1k slave, or sorry, not slaves, unless you have unless it's slaves of a kind, unless you have 1k peasants, pops will not properly promote, okay? And so, we do not want to have pops promoted to laborers so that there aren't enough peasants to promote to burghers. And so deleting the building makes it so that we will have more peasants, because otherwise they will be promoted to laborers. So for example, this right here, this is demanding lumber, this stone quarry. We don't like this stone quarry. And we could just close it down, but we have more than enough stone because we know our burghers are exporting stone. At the same time, we don't have 1,000 of these guys. So we will have difficulty promoting up to these upper tier pops, so we just delete that. And then this is going to make it so that our laborers will demote. I think if we let this tick, which is going to give us more peasants, which is exactly what we want here. They will also incidentally, laborers consume tools. And so if we are getting squeezed on tools because of all this nonsense, the fact that laborers consume tools and peasants do not is a substantive difference, right? These guys are consuming tools. By getting rid of some of them, we get more tools. Peasants do not consume tools because they don't believe in it. It's against their moral ideology. No tools will be harmed in the making of this peasant. So by demoting them, we also refund tools. Yeah. What if tools just deleted from the game and everyone can just make lumber mills? What if the world was a better place, Flurry? What then? What would happen? Do roads override topography for prox market access? Roads improve market access universally. They don't override topography at all. They override vegetation for control. But market access is just always apocalypse mode through rough terrain. So even though we are going Armenian for this minus 66% cost over mountains, it's still going to just be kind of like hell from the perspective of market access. So it's really hard to get good-looking markets. Here we have this wonky market because we are trying to not have a market that has no wood in it, and we're trying desperately to like hold on to like the 4 or 5 places we have that have decent vegetation so that we can build lumber mills, really just lying to ourselves that we could somehow get enough lumber to support this market, but that's not true. It's a lie, and we're crying on the inside. So glad we have this faithful simulation. What's more iconic than the early modern era lumber wars? Basically, yeah. Playing a lot of Ambinar, hoping for the eventual EU5 port. Definitely will happen. I think they might have gotten early access to the game. I'm not sure. But that also takes like building a world from the ground up with this level of granularity, which is like kind of the game kind of wants, is a little bit of a task, right? Don't we have the CB eventually from the Jaliarids, or do they not have claims? Yeah, these guys are slacking. But also we're trying to stay caught up with chat and just do the Kurdistan stuff and just move it forward. Because, I mean, a lot of our button clicking is made irrelevant by the fact that our buildings aren't going to construct. Delete tools and make lumber mills semi-RGO that everyone can... yeah, I think that maybe just the entire acquisition of base resources should work a little bit differently. The thing is like, okay, we should run out of lumber here in the desert. That's fair. We should be able to import it at really expensive cost from other places. Other places that have a bunch of forests should not run out of lumber. But perhaps I mean, we were kind of having a little bit of discussion about this earlier, is like, minerals, you should deplete it and pull it out from the earth, and once you pull it from the earth, you can't re-pull it from the earth. But simultaneously, you shouldn't eat your iron. You should make your tools, and then there should be a long-standing supply of tools, because they just you don't eat it every month. The tool that you have is good for like 50 years or whatever, and you repair the tool over the course of time and this type of thing. And so the conceptualization of it as a good that there's constant throughput on isn't realistic, because people recycle iron, they melt it back down, they fashion it into new tools, this type of thing. And so it should just decay very slowly once you make the tool. And then you should exhaust the thing. And to some extent with wood, it should be the same way, where you should chop down the things, and forests should become woods, should become grasslands, right? As you chop down more and more, and it should exhaust, but also a lot of stuff that you make out of wood lasts quite a long time as well. And so the outputs of the wood should be around for like an extended period of time. And there should be like some system around this. And just like everywhere that has vegetation should be able to do it. And you should also like have some sustainable replanting mechanism. But okay, that's such a system. It's like, it's too much. It's like, it doesn't seem like it, yeah. RGO should cost nothing to initially put in. That's one way to spin up the economy really fast, especially high pop areas. Realistically, you could just export tools for the whole world to Sweden. Yeah. Wouldn't Sweden just get their lumber supply rated through trade anyways? Yeah, but at least they can get the stuff to build. Like, look at us here. We can't even build things. Like, all of their surplus lumber is going to get rated, but if they build anything that consumes lumber, then they get first crack. You can't, it would be nice if we could just throw money at Vijayanagara market to be able to deny them their market, or their lumber, and be able to use it ourselves, but you can't import anyone into a deficit. So we're just in forever hell, where we have no lumber. If every single market starved for lumber, why would your domestic supply survive instead of just getting drained? Because you can't push anyone into a deficit. The game doesn't let you. Playing Sweden so far, if I'm developer on Stockholm a good bit, do you think it would be worth it to move your capital to Kongola? I think you could just keep your... I think Sweden might get a unique building in Stockholm, and if they get any unique building in Stockholm, keeping it in Kongola is fine. Kongola is like almost... Or sorry, keeping it in Stockholm is fine. Like, Stockholm is almost as good as Kongola anyways, so... I think you're kind of chilling. Kongola, I think, is better, but not, like, way, way better. Because they're both on the same... They're both on different sides of, like, this complex thing, right? We, of course, accept the Kurds for who they are. I think they don't have enough loyalty, those ones. And when our devs didn't get early access because devs working on the Vic3 competitor IRC. Ooh, that might make sense. No special treatment for them. I wish we had a governor, but we don't. We're gonna need to make some serious moves soon. Holy slider. Oh, us annexing this low control stuff is really increasing the slider cost so much, which is how it's supposed to work. We could actually just delete a bunch of this urbanization to drive down prices. Jeebus. Where's it coming from? We need to have wealth on a hotkey at some point. It's coming from here, and it's coming from... We don't own the gold yet. Unfortunately, we culture converted these guys when I think we shouldn't have. But we can use other stuff to try to increase their loyalty a little bit. Perform in Kurdistan. They will not be building EU5 and Banar from the ground up. It will start in 1444 like EU4. Right. Hey Hamcuts, how's it going? How's the run going? Awful. We can't finish buildings because of lack of wood, and this is an untenable problem. There's not really a solution for us. So, we might be playing Sweden, or we might be done with the beta. To be fair, I think that this somewhat gets solved. Like, if we had an ability to build lumber mills, which we don't, this would to some extent get solved, as we would get the lumber mill, like the wood tech, the iron output tech, and also the lumber tech, but right now it's just like an intractable issue for us. And we can't, there's no market that has a surplus of lumber, basically, within range of us. I guess we kind of care about trade range and colonial range. Colonial range would let us explore more. we don't have those institutions yet. We could try and pull the institutions harder. But there's not really a solution here for us in kind of the immediate future. We maybe keep this save file, though, in case something changes, though. Because I still think the idea is interesting. Forming Ormuz, we get... For those of you who are unfamiliar with the premise of the run, Ormuz gets 0.001 dev, and the idea is, okay, we want to form Persia. Persia is really negatively affected from the mountains. Well, we form Kurdistan first. Kurdistan also gets some very nice tech, although we can't show Kurdistan until we move the capital, including 0.001 dev. Then we switch to Armenian culture after forming Persia, and we get a bunch of nice stuff like prod efficiency, but also some development, 0.001 dev, and importantly this, mountains proximity impact minus 66% to try and make Persia more playable as a region, because Persia didn't get one of these bonuses for whatever reason. And like, here's our terrain, so was hoping that this would kind of make this playable, but like, honestly, Persia is desert, and it has low dev, and it has low pops, and so like, it's just like, kind of a somewhat dead region, and even if you have the proximity modifier, that doesn't help you with the market access, so very difficult for us to have high market access anywhere as a result of this. Also, Flurry, like, I don't know if you noticed, but they reversed the downriver effect from the markets. So now, instead of isthmuses being good spots for market, they reverted it, so now upstream is better spot for market, which is, like, not intuitive at all. This was market here, I'm gonna write this down on my notes. Market river reversal. But the 50% should be going the other way, and now it's not. Bro, we are in our moves? No moves, yeah. A bigger factor with wood was transport. Market access should have a bigger impact on heavy goods. I'm fine with wood being heavy. I think that we should be able to pay gobs and gobs of cash and get wood, though. Like, I'm fine with Arabia having difficulty with wood, but it should be solvable by hemorrhaging a ton of, like, payments for trade. Burgers were the true heroes, keeping the woods flowing. It's not the burgers. It's not the. This isn't the burgers issue. This is estates have built so many buildings that consume wood and are just kind of trash issue because there's no wood to import. Even if the wood was lighter, it wouldn't make a difference. There's none to import. We can't import any. Everywhere. This is the surplus and deficit within the markets. They're all red except for this one place. That's it. Do you think that serfdom is better than free subjects if you aren't able to get your main areas to 100% prosperity? I think not only... I think that free subjects is just better. Like, what you would have to jump through in terms of hoops to make serfdom better now, because you don't have max tax on peasants on it anymore, is just kind of insane. Because you get to tax the peasants more generally anyways. And there's no negative on max tax for peasants here. Albania, man. Let's raise Albania to 1k economic base, no owning land except for the province of Albania. But that would... What's the focus on Albania? Could I do Kosovo because it's better? Clearly the better region, right? I like to... My chat debates me or tries to debate me into making controversial Balkan statements. I mean, so it would just be... You know what's also harder now, Flurry, is... Oh, let's see, actually. No. So what the start is probably as, like, the Mamluks, the Tunis, or the Ottomans. I don't know which one's best. You want someone with slave raiding, and then you just want to raid hundreds of thousands of pops into here somehow. Well, dev provincing. But even with markets isolated, provinces should not collapse market prices. Provinces should not collapse market prices? Not sure what you mean, Benny. Brandenburg run is cooked. I went through Lutheran and got your entire nation revolting every 3.5 years. The revolts are so unbelievably brutal. You know what you should do? Flip Sunni. That will solve your issue. Try removing the market automation and scroll all the way down. Like on our market? It's not, I mean, we could try. The thing is, the auto thing keeps trying to import wood from someone, and then they're in a deficit, and so it doesn't work. There's a bunch of wood turning on and off again. This is actually a bunch of fiddly weirdness. Maybe it's just a bunch of fiddly weirdness going in circles. But okay, we refund some of the trades, right? This is what you wanted, and then... But the problem is these guys have deficits. I think we already had trade with those guys too. Yeah, these will just recancel. I don't know how it decides who they cancel, but we can see this won't be way better. It's a little bit better, I guess. Wood's also really heavy, but... Yeah, we're using 47 capacity down there, but it's not going to actually move the resources. Alright, I guess we'll go 29. Because we did free up some of the resources before and try and do this, and it wasn't working. Okay. I stand so corrected. I'm pretty sure when they run out of the resources, it's just going to cancel these, but... I wish you could cancel the construction of these dumb buildings. I think we want the naval infrastructure one, just for the dev, and then you don't want to push plutocracy. There we go, that's our parliament. It's nice to know you. Is this good? Yeah. Just wanted to make the whole world understand what playing in the Americas is like. Would serfdom, in theory, make the peasants not a bunch of garbage? Not really. The thing is, you can tax your... I think enfranchisement's bad. Or disenfranchising the guys is bad. Because it funnels more money to the... I don't know the order of operations here, so I could be mistaken. But as I understand it, this is funneling more money to the nobles, who you can tax at a lower rate generally than the peasants. And so this makes it so you have access to less money. The raw materials output is obviously good, but that's like where the goodness ends. Or the satisfaction's good too. And here this gives you way too much stuff, way too many goodies. Pop promotion speed's kind of nice. Not as nice now that lack of control is a bigger throttle than it was before, but okay. But monthly prosperity, I think if you're not capping prosperity and you, like... The discussion starts with you being able to cap prosperity, basically. I don't think there's too much. Slave rating, huh? I should give it a go. Yeah, just keep in mind, Flurry. They changed it so that, internal struggles of a warlord. We have so much prosperity. Local food production plus 5%, though. Now the tech you get from your continent it stays locked to your starting continent. So this means that you want someone with slave raiding, and so you have to start with either the Ottomans or someone in Africa. General says that everything is to just be Sunni. It is now that they nerfed Sanjiao. It's actually Sunni or what is it? The Japanese one. Martaban doesn't, which means the burgers are exporting. Yeah, I think they're the ones that gave us the additional lumber. We're still in really bad shape though. You can see how much we're getting from Martaban, right? 9. Where's the Martaban market even? This exploration was also recently finished. I think this market center is on here, but we can also explore this now. Because we didn't have eyes on this before, or until somewhat recently. I don't think there's going to be... Art skill is irrelevant. You want to get eyes on Safala as well. I'm thinking I have to max Spiritualist and rely on subjects to culture convert? Yes. Playmaker, the Spiritualist is just hyper meta. Because you get way more money too. And just let your subjects do it. But for me, it helped to cancel all the trades with the Mara and move to the right and scroll down. Maybe there's some fiddliness that's causing some of these issues too, then, as well. Because routes getting cancelled and brought back up. Because we are maintaining some of that wood, though. No, here, this is, yeah, no. No, it's... It's like it's cancelling and then recalculating who gets the first crack at the wood and then putting it back in. Is that what's going on? Because we had a lot more imports from various other markets and now they're gone. I think one of the ideas is that not everyone has access to Martaban or eyes on it because they don't start out with exploration. I guess if a place like Vijayanagara has outgoing wood, I don't think that they have outgoing wood though. We have an attempt to import it, basically. But I think that this gets cancelled every month. This attempt. Because we were importing from there before. Stuff's starting to get built now, though. Physically isolated provinces without access to waterways should have much less impact on high weight to cost ratio of goods like lumber. Well, lumber, like, famously, you could really... You're saying it should be more expensive without waterways. I kind of agree with that. Lumber, famously, was very cheap to transport. It was one of the cheapest things to transport if you had access to barges. If you didn't have access to barges, that would be a completely different thing. Hey, Klepto, thank you for the $5. Ooh, sorry I missed it, like, a little while ago. Where would you put Cyprus? A Cyprus/Levant market. What about market for Central Eastern Anatolia? Playing BizRun and I have no clue where to go. So, my opinion is that Cyprus... I like this location for a market, right here. Hargan. Because you don't pay any of your outgoing... you don't pay the price on the outgoing location. So it being a mountain and a forest, you don't have to pay to move through that really, really rough terrain. And it kind of unites this open area and also this interior in here, which is normally really hard to get access to. I like Hargan. I feel like you want to move Trebizond. I don't know where. Trebizond's just generally a troubling market, but you maybe move it a tad to the left. Then I think you want to make a market somewhere, probably Smyrna, but maybe inland slightly, maybe on one of these hills. Like here, would maybe make a lot of sense. This will kind of squeeze the Hargan market a little bit. So maybe Hargan in conjunction with this is a bit of a mistake. Or maybe you just want Smyrna proper. The attraction of... It's probably Smyrna proper. The attraction of Smyrna proper is you do not make a Greek market, and instead you have reasonably good Greek access from Smyrna. Greece is hard to get access to. I don't think you want to make an individual market because it lacks irrigation, so it struggles with food. And so you do it in Smyrna. You move the capital to Smyrna. It's got this nice big open clearing. You can still get a lot of control back up into this region. And then you make a market somewhere up here. I'm not exactly sure where's best. This is kind of fine looking. Maybe that's kind of okay. I think I would prefer it a little bit closer to the coast and a little bit further north. But you would want it on rough terrain because you don't have to pay to exit. You would want it on the river as well. So maybe somewhere in there. I don't know the exact location, but that's how I would do the markets in that area. You can cancel construction by going in the build menu. I can't right click. I can't cancel. I can't right click to cancel that. No, I can't cancel construction of an estate. Do you think it's worth keeping toll cancels because the demand and employed nobles create? I think they have like plus 100% demand for, or sorry. I think the local food consumption is kind of a little bit nasty. I think all things equal, you'd prefer it just to get deleted, but it's not a high priority to like delete it. Bro, your country's so good, those values. It's dedication to keep it one-sided. Yeah, it also means we can't click anything in Parliament like ever. But like the new cabinet action's insane. It lets you push like 40 towards things. Flurry, we also pushed plutocracy to 95 first. To swap Republic. And then we pushed it back to 100 Aristo. Totally disable auto trade? Oh, maybe. It'll magically make Marcus work, but only needs a few months. So a few months of literally zero trade. Ugh. I'm not sure if I want to play without automated trade, to be honest. That sounds like a massive headache. Look at our auto trade though. Our auto trade is committed to only. Oh wait. Yeah, our auto trade just keeps on trying to source as much of this as possible. Let's lock this in. If it's actually moving. So this is what we were looking at before, is balance of XYZ in that market, and if it's not positive, we can't long-term do anything. But let's lock this in. We could cancel all these other trades, but yeah, these trades have gone to moving... Oh, it's zero profit, but is it still moving goods? We give them the goon squad. Get them, boys. Get them! You can't import from countries that don't have burger export. They're gonna play the game different weekend. Wait for the week's update in the beta. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I don't know what they're gonna do about this lumber, if they're gonna do anything though. The funny thing is that there's a Von Epstein dynasty in EU5. Womp womp. Look at the country of... Or the courtier of Hesse is also Von Epstein. I feel like the country you named is maybe not a real country, and you're just trying to get me to say it out loud on stream. I think we got a Meaver. Although I don't understand how that's a Ligma country. From the productions menu, it should work cancel construction from the mass build screen. So if we come in here... From the construction menu... I mean, the thing I want to delete's... been added. It's finished anyways, but... I can't remember if it was a charcoal or a tar kiln. Oh, I think you're right. Because I think we were deleting them in the queue earlier. Your area has mountains, your market and procs will completely work, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's rough, man. Yeah, I mean, now you can do some sort of culture swapping to have a better culture or nation for bonuses for the proximity, but there's not much we could do for market access. Von Epstein. Okay. They have to do something to hotfix the lumber issue because it's going to make feedback about the other aspects of the patch kind of useless. For the record, I feel like I kind of get the, like, actually type feel when I reference, like, feedback I gave, like, before release, but one of the very few design philosophy feedbacks I gave was that there's too much stuff using lumber. It's too ubiquitous. It's in, like, 100% of the RGOs, and it's, like, in, like, all of these raw material production buildings, and it's so miserable specifically for the Middle East. Like, playing in this region is just super awful, because you don't have access to lumber mills, basically. Starting ruler also has cracked stats. Nice. Have you understood the new mechanic of sharing slaves to other provinces work? I don't know exactly how it works. I know that slaves in general are promoting a lot more. So slaves kind of run out. Like, here's slaves in the world. To be fair, Saptogram is being Saptogram. And there's a whole lot of slaves over here, but the Mamluks even don't really have that many slaves. They have, like, enough to operate their buildings, and they've rest that are not needed. Whatever ones they don't have employed, basically... Oh, I smell an issue, actually. You have 6,000 slaves. Where are they employed, friend? But, so... the amount of slaves that they need for the buildings is the amount that's been attracted here, and the rest of the slaves have been promoted up or moved somewhere else. But where are they working, dear sir? Where are these slaves working? Current employment. 8,000 in the wheat. Son of a bitch. They didn't fix the... Or maybe they fixed it only for plantations. But it's the same problem as the plantations. The slaves are working in the wheat before the Mamluk barrackses. So the Mamluk barrackses can't employ up. And not only that, now slaves move around and they get promoted. So they've all promoted out. And so there's just stuck 6,000 slaves working in the wheat that are slaves that are assigned for the Mamluk barracks, but they prioritize the RGO instead, and that's why there are 8,000 idle laborers. So you might have an issue, something regarding slaves where you can't get your slaves there. I don't have a solution for you other than taking a bunch of slaves yourself. Because now they move around. They're not locked in on a location. What you used to be able to do before is build a slave market there and go raiding for slaves and then take a bunch of extra slaves and then the buildings would be employed. Now I don't think that'll work because they'll get shuffled around and they promote. I think you have to turn off slave conversion. But it seems that the slaves are just wildly getting free. Can't have that. And... yeah. But that implies to me that the plantations aren't fixed. That's so incredibly disappointing, because this was the exact issue with plantations. You would have enough slaves in the location, but they wouldn't, they would all just work in the RGO instead, so... If you delete them in the queue and then the estates just get the money back, try building them again, alright. You can cancel the estate's construction with that method, everything except for roads. Lumber was fine in Europe. What year did you play to is the important rejoinder. We are somewhat on the cusp of getting tech that would be useful, but... I'm playing the same nation. I have a lot of money, but just not able to scale because of lumber. And just deleting buildings. Yeah. No, I mean, Flurry was right that I was missing out on some of these trades. I thought we had them nailed down. To be fair, again, this market was one we had kind of just discovered. I think I just probably scuffed navigating the UI. Holy, we're so negative on food now. Oh, we need more RGOs, but the RGOs... RGOs use lumber, man. RGOs use lumber, man. What are your thoughts on Muscovy's playthroughs? I've seen one of the most Diplo-heavy runs I've seen in the EU5. Yeah, you get Diplo to subjugate the people and then you annex them. Got some interesting things at game start that most other runs aren't gonna have. Can we just subjugate this guy? Oh, apparently not. Alright. We don't have any Armenians. Let's grab some of this. Deborgor ourselves a little bit. Then I think we just grab a bunch of maps, man. Come back later. We will prefer basically Italy and over there if we can. Let's do Shaanxi. I know that's not the direction we talked about. I wish there was some... The UI for this was a little bit different, but... Let's go with this. Let's cede people their provinces. Oh, this guy though. Are these connected? No. Are they like... No. Oh, that's not even our subject? Womp. Womp womp. So I think we will just release this vassal. And then give her some stuff. And then with this... we will transfer to her this, and we will transfer to the other guy the rest of Tabriz. We're just gonna make that guy a little bit faster to annex anyways, which is something we're into. So we're trying to annex the Kurds here. According to the changelog, this was only fixed for plantations, so testing was required. Yeah. You know what the log also said? The log didn't say... I don't think they said anything about fixing the slaves. They said about fixing the fact that they were profitable. They also weren't profitable, so subjects, even if you didn't have... Even if you had enough slaves, they would just close the location. They would just close it down. Close the building. It doesn't fix the slaves problem. Now, actually, the one method you have of solving it is probably dead because the slaves get moved around properly. Like, the slaves should move around properly, but this is just... Mamluk barracks is just dead, I guess. If the Mamluks are broken, I assume the Ottoman Janissary barracks is broken too. I mean, that might explain a few things in regards to what happened to our run. Mamluk's broken in a bad way. In a bad way. Well, so here's... yeah. No, it makes it so you can't use slave buildings functionally. The slave buildings will... The slaves you... So, something as proper is happening here, which is... if you have demand for slaves in a location, they are getting locked in. They will not leave, and they will not promote up if you have slave demand. The problem is that slave demand, or slaves, once they are in a location, will not prioritize buildings that has slave demand. Instead, they will prioritize the RGOs, and they'll work in the RGOs instead. Which is why we have laborers. We only have 4.1k laborers employed here. There's a bunch of sugar employed correctly. It's because it's employed with the slaves. Yeah. What Ottomans? Exactly. Exactly. To be fair, one of these guys are the Ottomans now. I don't know who is. I don't know who became the captain here, but someone's the captain. I'm the captain now, basically. Right, these guys are relatively loyal. I think we'll be able to support loyalists. By the time we finish these annexations, we'll be able to support loyalists and go for the annex. Jali Druids, are they going to gain us claims? They will on Georgia. We already have someone gaining us claims on Georgia, so I think we can annex the Jali Druids too. I think they've served their purpose here. Actually, they are going to gain us claims over here. Maybe that's somewhat useful still. That'll let us deck into this direction later on the Mamluks. We can also deck over here, but we're not trying to play, like, optimal. What's the goal of this run? It was to form, Kurdistan, and then, form Persia. And then... I think we want to annex this guy down here. Because I think we want to put our naval thing over there. Our naval governor. We have a slot. And then also flip to Armenian culture so that we stack 0.003 dev gain and also minus 66 proximity over mountains and try and have Persia that has, you know, solves some of the problems of Persia, which is lack of development because we have so many sources of dev because we get 3 from different countries and or cultures, and then also try and solve the problem of mountains, but you still have the problem of pops, you still have the problem that you're in desert, so I think that that's maybe less solvable. What culture is that? Oh, these guys just got annexed. I was like, we accept Kurdish, my friends. I think we'll go for research speed here. I think we're kind of okay with that. That'll be nice for stimulus. Stimulus is not really the problem. The problem is, God, it's just this wood. It's like 100% wood all the time is the issue. Trade capacity is going to be kind of valuable for us. That's where a lot of our income is coming from. So we could go this, and then we could go buildings costs, this, and then this. That'll be kind of nice. I like your Ormuz tentacle. I like your Ormuz tentacle, baby. Some people call it disgusting. I call it progress. I was drawing from the charge, from the changelog. If there are not enough slaves for buildings plus RGO, then the laborers are the priority for RGOs. Slaves prioritize RGOs over buildings. If there are not enough slaves for buildings plus RGOs, the laborers are the priorities for the AGOs. No. The changelog is saying the reverse of what we're observing. Or maybe they only picked it for plantations. But what we are observing here is that the slaves are not prioritizing the Mamluk barracks, and instead are prioritizing working in the RGO. The slaves are just sit as unemployed laborers? No, the slaves work in the RGO and the laborers sit as unemployed laborers. No. Is building irrigation or rural the creation of the problem of peasants being stuck on these locations? Well, so the game likes to keep 1,000 peasants in locations. But I think it's, yeah, I think it likes to try and keep 1,000 unemployed peasants in locations. Did Ethiopia get any buffs? Yes. Yes, friend. Or, I think it's, no, it was like a strict buff. Permanent capital also gives 33% mountain and plateau impact. I think they might have gotten another change too, or maybe that's it. But a lot of other people, they had to sacrifice proximity. Ethiopia did not sacrifice the proximity, so I think Ethiopia still maintains just the uber proximity. They're one of the very best in the entire game. Unless they nerfed the what you were getting from Sub-Saharan Africa, because Sub-Saharan Africa gets it, because you will also be relatively early on from the religion get proximity, if I recall correctly. Maybe it's age 4. Age 5? Proximity speed. I guess it's age 5. But you get some there. So Ethiopia, I think, was one of the like top 5 countries that could get the most procs. And they gave them additional procs over mountains and whatever. Journalist deadlifting all the Persian geographic malice, trying to make it work. It's pretty rough. I'm pretty sure we just still want to put our capital in, like, India and play, like, a different India country. Play as if we're playing India. That's the unfortunate thing is, like, when we were playing Kilwa, we noticed the exact same scenario where, even though we took, like, a third of Africa or whatever, we still just wanted to move the capital to India or to, like, Egypt. These issues are, like, too intractable. Especially the dev, and also we would just dev up the other areas faster. We are getting the dev to come up quite a bit. So this is, like, good, but, like, we're just hitting, like, 20 mark in a bunch of places, so we're just creating demand for fine cloth. So, kind of, the lower levels of our economy are getting sorted. And I suppose we're also kind of getting stuff constructed from the wood. It still feels real miserable, though. We're gonna move the capital over to Kurdistan to form Kurdistan, though. I created a location with 80k peasants I can only move if I expel cabinet. You might not have enough migration attraction, but what you could also try doing is, if you build to the building level cap, this really decreases migration attraction a lot, so you could just build to that cap and over it a little bit, and see if that changes the migration. You also, peasants can't move naturally as well, unless you have the estate privilege that lets them move. So you might not have free mobility on. Seems like neighbor in the vent got which drains your pops from your capital. Sadly, my capital is the only location I own in the province. It costs me 40% of the pops. Womp womp. We actually wrecked someone with that event earlier this run and took 20% of a country's pops. It doesn't scale, so it's like 100 every month, no matter how big your country is. Needs more bulk. The bulk is pops. Yeah. We were trying to solve that, but we couldn't get enough food, and we can't get enough because we built a bunch of extra granaries, because granaries basically get flat growth in terms of how the math works, which is more valuable the less stuff you have. But we can't actually fill up the granaries because of the food decay. And the fact that we couldn't add RGOs, but now I guess we're kind of adding RGOs, but it's still a little bit rough. We don't have very many good irrigation places. I guess we could irrigate the fruit there, or the wool there. This is one of our attempts at a breadbasket location, but this is another thing that's just such a big problem. You can't stack enough you can't stack multipliers when you're really low food. So we can't, like, stack the irrigation. It's not employed. We don't have enough pops here. We can't breadbasket. Desert is just so oppressive because it, like, forces you to urbanize everything. Because it only gives 10k base pop capacity. And you get 20k from turning something into a town, so... But then as soon as we do that, we lose out on the food RGO, but it's like, it's gonna be worth it for us to do it. It all feels bad. And also, we were trying to import slaves to increase the amount of pops we have here. It's not gonna work very much longer. Because the slaves are all gone. They all promote up. They all get freed. In fact, the ones that are remaining, if these are nice round even numbers, they're not. Oh, they are. We're not even importing slaves right now. We could just kill this. We could kill this import, unless we want to import from over here. Barsani. Chiatong. Taka. Alright. We have completely drained that area of slaves. We'll keep a little bit of extra just in case, but I don't think it's going to work. And we will try to import from this one instead. Like, the last bastion of slavery. They're getting freed when they come to our country, which is why we have a bunch of Marathi pops. Yeah. They're also getting converted, though. Is Kanji, Indian? That was Arabic. Alright. Start annexing this boyo. It'll be time to move the capital soon. Kind of weird that peasant mobility isn't tied to serfdom. Yeah. Yeah, probably should be. The save was so good and the whole country looks fine. Just no pops in the capital makes it unplayable. We'll try reloading and saves come in. If it's like a run ending kind of bullshit thing, I don't think it's a issue. Unless you're trying to like do a proof of something. Scandinavia, do you want your capital in Eastern Stockholm or Kongola? I think Kongola, unless you get a building, capital only unique building, which I don't know if you do, is Sweden, but I wouldn't be shocked. Keep having to do that. Iran is just extremely underdeveloped as a region by paradox. Yeah, I mean, I think our dreams to play in Persia are like, we're gonna wait for a Persia update probably. I mean, I think we can make this work. Persia gets a lot of bonuses that are really nice. The issue's never been like the quality of this. Jurisprudence progress is actually kind of nice too. Discount on cities, trade maintenance discount is nice. Food production's nice, especially in this region. Cavalry outputs, I think now you don't really like cavalry output, but Persian rugs, yeah, this is one of the best in the game, right? One of the best eco bonuses. Cloth output 33%. I think we have to go Shia to get this, but this is an additional barracks. I think going Shia doesn't make much sense because we want the dev. 5% discipline is strong. Another manpower building. Some unique units. Tolerance of heretics. Nicer if you do go Shia. I recall correctly, yeah, these guys are decent. Strength damage down plus 20%. Plus 20% strength is also kind of nice. Combat speeds, whatever, but mainly the cloth output. Are you having a traditional economy? No, we're cap economy. 69. Why can you not build irrigation in the region that has one of the most famous systems of irrigation in the world? You gotta be on a river. Or next to a lake. Them's the rules. Can't get too many levels out too either. I guess we kind of do want that there on them. Them is the rules. I think this guy has Baghdad. Oh, the Jali Druids have Baghdad. That is kind of a reason for us to want to annex them. I think we could figure out some other way to get claims into these guys in Egypt if we want, and we should just annex these guys. Let's prep it for Baghdad. The manpower buildings are slave employed as well, so it might be broken. Fair enough. Is it possible to go for Zoroastrianism? Yeah, it's yes. It's present in your country at game start. I think by now our Zoroasters might be gone. No, we still have it kicking around. I don't think it's good, but you could go it. I think Sunni's real good. We do want to get this kind of done this episode. Annex this guy too. They'll give us some of these lake things. Oh man, we just like can't like do paper, anything. The economy's so brutal without the wood. I think that we should be able to like, there should be a paper PM that just uses 100% fiber crops. It's not even good, like, for us to stay on this. Or I guess we're going rag paper. Yeah. Yep. We are going rag paper, almost certainly. Do we have any... We are looking for if we have positive burgers in locations. Like, so here we have positive number of burgers. I guess we want fine cloth out of here. Starting to get some demand for fine cloth, but the PM specifically we would like to lock in on is this one and dyes. We have the bonuses. Would traditional economy not solve your food and pop growth issue? It kind of solved the food issue to some extent. You also get a lot of food modifiers, so like... It's not, actually plus 10%. The real problem is like us not having like... You can get like plus several hundred, like, with like normal play, like, or like plus 200% if you have like a high pop place with like irrigation and a bunch of farming villages, and we just can't do that because we're like low pop. Like it's easier to solve the problem the higher the pops you have, which is like not intuitive at all. Wow, that guy's qualified. Holy shit. That guy's probably gonna be the next ruler. We might not have a is bigger than modifier on this guy. Yeah, we don't. Unfortunate. Gonna be a lot slower to annex him. We could transfer some stuff to this guy who's a little bit smaller and then annex him. We could do some weird snake through thing. This is gonna be kind of weird. Okay, so we have this guy. Transfer. We have this guy. Transfer location to this guy. Transfer this. Okay, then we have this guy. Transfer location. Why can't we select this guy? Sir, transfer location to him. Why you no select him? I mean, we could transfer this guy down here and then transfer around. I think we'll still transfer one of these locations. Just trying to make them smaller so we get the bonus. From the is bigger than XYZ. Was it just way too many pops? Maybe it's way too many. I think we'll annex this guy because he's small. And this guy, we will transfer locations to this guy to make them smaller. That'll also help out. So they'll be next. Once we get, of course, relations up higher. Bro is cracked. Do you think Republic's better than theocracy now? Probably, because I think trade is so valuable. Trade's really, really good now. And the best thing for theocracy they got rid of, which was the stimulus that you would get from the additional clergy, now apparently scales flat. Still worth to make a sub 30 control into subjects. I think you let your subjects integrate for you, yeah. And now you want to culture convert them. We accept Kurdish, so like less of an issue for us, but So if it's not your culture core, it's better to make them your subject. Well, you can also have them convert to your culture, and then they'll convert the stuff to your culture. So these guys were not Farsi initially, and we could culture flip them, and now they're converting all this stuff to Farsi, basically. Something like this. I forget what areas we have to flip. It's not the entirety of this we have to move our capital to, or this area here. It's like just the north. Gotta try and figure out where we want to move the capital. It might just be, I think it has to be an urban location, so it might just be this. Just because it's a place where we can move the capital. We're kind of into annexing this guy. To make a naval governor. But I just realized that they're a body. Just kind of, I think that we just want to enforce. I think we actively really don't want heretics, so. Heretics are kind of bad for us. We might be flipping them here. And we're getting really... Our crown power is probably starting to get below 25. No, not yet. As a consequence of all this low control area that we have that's like got a lot of pops. Do you think it's good or bad to have your economy limited by slider cost? I am not a fan of it because I would rather you have costs that you have to pay for goods. I don't like the way that sliders just generally work. They just like delete a ton of money. And it's not in a way that's like grounded through the like production of goods, and especially now with the eco-based scaling sliders, what it makes it so you just uber want to throw sliders. I think now like this is kind of the setup you kind of want to work towards, is where you are paying only for your Diplo slider. And then you're paying 0 on the other sliders because you don't need to. It's like kind of the ideal situation, and I'm not sure it's like an uninteresting gameplay pattern, but like I mean your costs should scale with the size of your economy. Like the way Victoria 3 does it is like you need to pay for bureaucracy to like run a bunch of like things within your nation. And you need to pay for paper and employees and like this type of thing, right? So like it scales up with you, but it scales up in like a grounded way. And there's not like an escaping it. Whereas here, like the fact that you can escape the sliders just by like not paying for them, like really makes it so that like as you try and scale up and make your expenses more expensive, like from a design perspective, you just incentivize the player into killing sliders more so than like actually limiting the players. Let's see. Looking for people who are 200 opinion. We are going to stop improving relations with them. There is many. So I got myself into a pickle. Okay. I managed to get one of my daughters as ruler, and then when she dies, my dynasty is replaced by that of her husband. Womp womp. Is there anything I can do to get the first dynasty back in power? Not that I know of. You could maybe... Is assassination a possibility? Invictus scales with pop, not income. No, that's true. It does scale with pop, but there's a correlation between the two, right? But yeah, you are correct. It scales with pop. I misspoke. In my head, it scales with how big you are, kind of. Or, yeah, that's right. A leaner, taller country effectively can afford a lot of the institutions a lot easier, because institution Yeah. Because of scaling. That is correct. Now these guys are much smaller. Hell yeah. The much smaller modifier starts at plus 100%, so passing that threshold is really important for making this faster. Are we doing on food? God, we keep on getting put into the dirt on food. I think we just don't have enough peasants. Oh, this market's so miserable. These places are throttled by things that need wood. And they can't build the lumber or the stone-oriented things. In the meantime, oh, the pain. The pain, the agony, the horror. Challenge run where you max sliders? Oh god, that'd be so unplayable. Ooh, not that one. I guess cost court this version of bureaucracy, as you mentioned. I just wish it was grounded with goods that you can interact with the market. Yeah, and on top of that, like, there should be disasters for theocracy and republic such that you can't just throw the slider. To be fair, monarchy can pay for the slider the easiest. If you have to pay for the slider, monarchy is in the best position to do so because it's easiest to get legitimacy. And this is what our income would look like if we were at 100. So it's not like it would be the end of the world, but it just like the cost of it's like so small. Doesn't make sense. Pay it. I'm not sure this is the best location for the cap, but I think it's. Yeah, I mean, I think it's where we have in the region. Mosul, I guess, would maybe be better. Mosul's still close. Here we also get close to Baghdad. And close to Tabriz, kind of. The mountains are rough, but in theory, they won't be. They'll be like plateaus later. I think we have to move our capital back to Persia to form Persia, though. Admiralty regime can help if available male dynasty. Oh, yeah, maybe this is true. Or also favored son succession. It's tough with no lumber, it's just straight suffering. Yeah, everything is locked. Fortunately, we're going to be moving kind of our main market soon. And abandoning our post over here. Flee for your lives. Abandon your post. Yes, sir. Whoa! You're the wrong religion, sir. Sir, that is not a state-approved religion. Looks like they're getting clapped by someone anyways. They're just a tributary, so... Actually, maybe we want to start thinking about other places. Oh, I mean, probably just... We're already maxed out on aristocracy. Not sure we want docks. Docks might be bad. I guess it's this. And then we just try and pass for the stab. Don't want to click this because we're maxed out naval. Don't want to click this because we're maxed out innovative. We can build a market village. Don't want to click this because we are maxed out humanist. It is. Wait, what? Why'd that go up all the way? Well, I guess we're trying to pass it like this. Fair. Maybe I'm blind somewhere? Let's actually take a look at the wealth in terms of where we maybe want to move the capital. In the Persia region. Yeah, so here's kind of in the middle of a lot of stuff. I think we just like being on the flatland rivers, though. Like, kind of area. To be fair, we can urbanize something like the wool. That location's better. Here is probably better because it gets onto like the same locations, one closer. The legumes. So maybe we move the capital there. Journalist, did you confirm that the foreign buildings have been fixed with giving the full pop to the location? I haven't confirmed it. That's what it said, allegedly. But it also said, allegedly, that pops would prioritize, slaves would or RGOs would prioritize laborers, and they're not. So this has no employment, because the slaves are prioritizing the RGOs instead of the laborers prioritizing them. Womp to the womp. Absolute Chad Lord himself. Some other people are fighting. We could fight. I don't think we need to expand, though, to, like, kind of do what we want to do. We could fight Georgia, though, if we wanted. I mean, we are going to have to flip Armenian. But I think we're going to use convert. Or I think ideally we do that through cultural hedge. Holy. That's a lot of cultural influence. I guess the estates being rich makes it so they just build a bunch of libraries and unis. I think we're nowhere near that. Yeah, we have 650. We could fight like France for it, but we couldn't fight Ming for it. Holy. We're not going to get assimilated area, boys. We're not getting mill hedge either. Holy shit. They're paying for an absolutely massive army. Their income is 10k. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen a Ming this caked up. I don't hate it. It does basically mean these hedges are completely inaccessible to us. It's like 10x the next person. Like, we're so far from eco hedge. It's unreal. Our income's 500 ducats, man. Which, to be fair, is bigger than Majapahit. It's just under Kumai. It's 2/3 France, but yeah, no. Their states get money. They probably just have a library everywhere. There's not going to be a way we can overcome that. Okay, so with that in mind. With that in mind, once we get all this integrated, we might have to start just manually converting a bunch of places Armenian. It's gonna be kind of a pain in the ass. How close are we to... We have half the locations we'll need for Persia. And we're coming along quite nicely. Okay. I think the legumes is going to be the future capital there. For at least some time. We need Persia formation to hit Empire. There's no way we're hitting Empire without, like, doing it like that. These guys still hate our guts? No, they're coming around. I really wish the naval governor did not specifically require overseas. I think that's kind of a silly requirement. It's a little frustrating. Wait, why can't we build it here? It requires a city? Okay. Requires a city. And it has to be disconnected. Jeez. I think it has to be on the coast too. So we have to conquer a city somewhere? Bro, we just have to like put one over here. Next parliament maybe we just do that. Oh, I wish we could put one here, but it has to be a city. God. I don't hate that, it's just very painful for us right now. Already half my games Mings looks like this. Once they research heavy ships, they make 150 of them. Ming might collapse if you still get it. I think that's next stage, they might. Netherlands games, it's 1600. Economic hedge is Great China with 34k tax base. 34k income. Dip is Korea. 34k income. It shows income. It's income. We should have listened to Flurry. Why did we research roads? No! A bunch of roads are gonna get queued up here by the estate. What are we... We're going for this. Action. Start annexation. This guy's much smaller. We are improving relations with this guy. Oh, we're so far off. Why? I thought we were improving relations with that guy already. Alright. Trying to get stuck in an endless disaster loop involving some nomads to the north. I forget the name. Their tax base is almost 50k. That is a lot. I feel so bad abandoning this down here. But it's like not even... Oh, we have more wealth down here for realsies? I guess we're gonna have work to do once we get up here. We have so much money though, we can easily like start investing and turning around and fixing up the market and doing the things. It's just unfortunate we won't be able to control either Baghdad or Tabriz, but maybe that's not the end of the world. Well, subjects not urbanizing isn't a thing. This guy urbanized a ton. I don't know what they meant by subjects don't develop. Oh, this would actually be a decent place for kind of a regional capital. Just thinking of annexing that though. Oh, they moved their capital to Baghdad. I think Baghdad wasn't their capital before. I was just thinking we could move, transfer their capital to this guy and then annex that other guy. That would work for us. I think the region's awful to play to the point that Burger building roads is bad. I think the region is awful if it's to the point where the Burgers building roads is bad. I'm pretty sure Fleury was joking, but like half joking. I think we asked Fleury if it was bad and he said yes. Not seeing any of the roads yet though. So that's a little... Oh, they decide what they want to build like every 6 months, so it hasn't been enough time. Maybe we're supposed to start deving over here. Do we have complete provinces? Too many. Just a bunch of 6-sized provinces. This one's 7. We're looking for something that, like, ideally would have a premium too. I thought there was a silver somewhere around here. Are we losing our minds? Probably. Don't answer that. I mean, there's 7 there. It's got saffron cotton. We have to annex this guy first, which we're a little bit of a ways from doing. Well, there's our communalism max. It's hilarious that he warned us, yeah. Hubris, we flew too close to the sun. How's there a lumber shortage if there are lumber RGOs? There aren't lumber RGOs. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Babe. Ew, there are lumber RGOs, we lied. Not in this market, really. We don't have So the lumber, basically everything uses lumber as an input. And now the estates build a bunch of these raw material buildings, and they all use lumber as an input, so it really just like squeezes you super hard. Before H3, it actually might be playable after we get like kind of through this like time period, while we unlock iron and we have a bunch of trade capacity modifiers, so we'll take the maintenance. Once you unlock a bunch of iron, basically. From the tech giving plus 75%. Because then you can build more tools and you can build more lumber mills. Except we can't build lumber mills. So we're going to cry ourselves to sleep at night because we have... This is our vegetation map mode. Build lumber mills over here. Long term, this is going to be a much better area for a capital, but... Short term, we're kind of just miserable. I think there's privileges we want to give out. And we've been throwing the slider for a while, so we're gonna just take that and then see if we can... But all lordship anyone? Oh, maybe there's not? Control over the coinage is maybe okay. Elite patronage is probably good. Trade efficiency is kind of hard to acquire. We already have so much satisfaction on the burgers is one of the ideas here, but we're gonna eventually get more burgers max tax, so that's one that would be good. I think it's worth it to sacrifice the prod efficiency. Legislative efficiency is a dead modifier. Culture's capacity plus 0.5 actually is kind of hot for us. I don't think we're super pressured on that, or pressured at all, but... Oh no wait, we were over it, because we accepted Armenian, that's right. Do you think about Marvian as a permanent Persian capital? Aravan? Is it in India? I wouldn't want the capital on a mountain. I think if you want to be in the scrum, like here, maybe the plateau is better, like one of these farmlands. I don't like it on the mountain. Oh, you mean... I think I'm getting what you're saying. You mean once we're already Armenian? That could be okay if we were determined to play in the region, yeah. I'm thinking a little bit more east for the capital. Trees, never heard of them, basically. Trees, I barely know where. Wait, that one doesn't work. Does Naples get earlier local governor? Are they a kingdom? For the patch notes, they said the kingdom was going to get it, and then it seems that they yoinked it off of kingdoms, and now only empires get it. So getting up to empire is really good. We don't have an additional governor right now. We have a naval governor, but we can't slot it in because it requires specifically a city. And we were thinking of slotting it in here, but there's no way for us to get that much pop there. It's kind of a little bit rough for us. I don't hate that the governor requires it being a city, though. I think that that's maybe a reasonable requirement. It's just going to suck for us. Check the rivers, though. Yeah, it's good from the rivers. I don't like it. Oh. You know what, I might like this more, actually, even. I do like being close to the gold. I really want to have a market closer to this gold, actually. Somehow. Lakes are kind of nice for propagating control as well. Being close to this is, like, intriguing. Maybe we put our naval capital here if there's a lot of pops. There's not. Naval capital on one of these maybe makes sense. We annex it, we turn it into a city, we naval capital it, we keep it an exclave. I don't like the you can't be... Or, I guess we'll double check. Maybe we could make a naval capital on here. I think I read that the requirement... It might not show it to us correctly, but I think that it can't be not connected to the location by land or strait within the same country. Not overseas is port. Can we delete a road? Can we delete the roads all around here? Because then we can put it there. Dasani. Nobody likes that brand. Water tastes funny. Kingdoms get it? The tooltip is wrong, I think. Son of a bizzle, because we've been not paying for prestige when we could have been. Oh, let's make sure our dynasty continues, huh? Well, here goes all our... Oh, if we want to keep the prestige, we can't marry. Damn it. Well, the guy we're thinking is going to be our heir is going to be this super cracked out... This guy, right? Yeah. Could we royal marry anyone here? No. We're going to marry one lowborn for him. We want him to make kids because we think he's going to be our heir. I assumed it was a bug, but the capsine really useless. Rage quit because capsine sea boat were taking attrition doing being outside naval range. What? That's hilarious. You just can't have boats here because they're not in naval range. Because it's not navally connected to your capital. That's so stupid. I mean, it's consistent, but it's... As an Ottoman, you had a local governor as a kingdom? Alright. We'll try and get to kingdom, I guess. And we could put, like, another local governor in Ormuz or something. I guess we're just gonna want to create a place on the coast at some point. Probably Goa, to be honest, but I don't know if we can fight Vijayanagar. We probably can fight Vijayanagar right now. 90,000 is not a lot. Their standing army is huge. Wow, 20,000 standing army. I think we still win. Little bailiff there. think we're not urbanizing the lumber, like, especially if it's not on a river, so... Okay, the AI... You know what? The estates need to be... The estates don't expand out RGOs. It just hit me. All these economies spinning up is the estates adding a bunch of buildings. They don't build RGOs, bro. The peasant estate should build RGOs. Probably. Not enough tools in the Baghdad market. Fair. There's iron over here. Yeah, sure. Trying to figure out what we want to do with our cab action. And then just develop another area. It might just be develop another area, though. We can stabilize culture for now. I think in theory we're going to want someone who's crown character that has high culture, because I think we're going to start converting areas. But this guy will do both pretty well, so... Once we have the capital over here. That's what Flurry was saying? Oh! No, yeah. Was that what we were... Yeah. No, but he wanted it for, like, some half-price thing. I don't... Like, I didn't... I think I was, like, less on board about the half-price bit. I really hope we can put our naval capital in Ormuz. I think we can't, but the tooltip could be wrong. Let's see who we have improved opinions to 200 with. Just a couple of these guys. Injuids, though. Kind of one we want to annex. A weird shape. Guess we're gonna wait and let some of this finish up. I think we also wanted to kind of delete castles generally. Maybe we'll keep them around for QOL, but one of the issues for us is castles demand tar. And tar demands wood, and wood demands a sacrifice. It is known. We should get a refund of quite a bit of cultural capacity. Man, we're not going to hit Diplo Hedge either, I don't think. Diplo Hedge would be the easiest for us to use. Should I go Hussite as Bohemia? For the flavor, probably. I think in theory you should just pick a different heresy and avoid the headache. Because I don't know how much you really get off of Hussite. I guess I would have to double check, but you basically have to deal with the Hussite War, right? And I think otherwise you don't have to. But the games may be more interesting if you have to do that, so... I think the estates of our subjects are also kind of poor, but then they're not when we take over them. Because they're poor because our subjects have high control. More income from minting. Kind of nice. We really want to go after the Jolly Druids. I guess we'll do this guy. I think this guy's not far enough south is actually an issue. So maybe we continue on in this region. Because we need this for Persia. Make sure these other guys are getting improved relations with, too. They're not. We do annex them faster if we Farsi, if we switch them to Farsi. I wish we could switch them to Armenian, though. That would be very nice for what we're trying to do. What demands the soul of your firstborn child? No biggie. This is exactly it. A sacrifice. We also don't have tools is an issue in this market. Otherwise we could expand out this stuff. Not the LAR market, but the... I think we could maybe just get the ball rolling on some of this. Trying to set up this other market, these other two markets, so this is going to be a vibe because we're going to be in two at once. Maybe this is a reason to go after Tabriz in the nearest future. Fortunately, Tabriz I don't think is Armenian. Yeah, they're not. Mongolian, yuck. I think that we won't want to... We don't need them from either Persia or Kurdistan, and we want to, as quickly as possible, get both... Oh! They do count towards Persia. Huh, okay. I stand corrected. Kind of want to get another annexation rolling, but we're Diplo squeezed right now. Yeah, I think we'll kind of leave the wars aside for a moment. So pushing centralization is impossible? No, you just have to not use subjects. And not pick up a bunch of really good government reforms. Or cabinet whatever's not government reforms. Practically speaking, you don't want to push it, but you could if you wanted to. You could push 100. It's a little bit more intriguing because you annex guys faster, but like I think it's like you have to have 1 or 2 subjects, and just having a ton of OPM subjects is just so strong that like it's not worth giving up. So I don't. There's not much. The conversation kind of ends there, I think, which is maybe a little bit of a bummer, but it is what it is. I don't know. We want to become a kingdom. To be fair, us fighting a big fight with a bunch of little guys would maybe be the way to become a kingdom. Is Kolwa independent? What's going on here? Oh, they are. Next parliament, we'll go for Kolwa then. We could also go for Kiwi. And then fight all these dudes and then have a little bit of a bunch of people we could humiliate. That sounds like a giant ass headache though. Bari Doab is blobbing. They're blobbing. Oh, what's this? Chat, what's this? Delhi? Is that Delhi with nothing else? Is that a vulnerable Delhi? God, our crown power is just falling because we keep annexing stuff. We're like decreasing our income by annexing stuff. It feels so bad. I think do we have enough lumber yet? Yeah. Pretty sure that's good for us. Wow, the game's getting choppy. Called in where's the Choban is. Chobanid Horde. Hopefully we become ruler of this rebellion. Little prestige action. The wood won't come to the market. The market must go to the wood. It is the only way. It is known. What the hell did Georgia become Sunni? It did. I think it was enforced on... It was subjugated by the Horde, and I think the Horde enforced religion on it or something. How does one do court formation? Usually it involves moving your capital to that area. We're releasing the Horde. Kind of weird annexation pattern here, but... we are moving forward. Can we not add another annexation? What gives? Do I not have eyes? I see cancel annexation. Surely we're not somehow locked. Oh, because we're in the middle of a war. That makes sense. Okay, I think we will go for humiliate and a bunch of maps. Actually, is this part of Persia? It is part of Persia. You know what we could do? We could hold on to land we conquer from them to make Persia come faster. We're still not that close, though. So I think we humiliate them and take a bunch of maps and then call it a day. They have way more maps than us. But next time, I think we just annex them and hold on to it. Trying to grab places that maybe make sense to grab. There's some strange border gore. I think we conduct a census here. Let's address the local assembly complaints. Local markets are the prod ethic. We kind of don't want to delete those. Tax farming here is not insane, considering we're actually super overcapped on the prosperity. We just have to remember to swap back when this guy dies. We could also exempt tax. Festival grounds, I think, are just negative, yeah. So we'll peek under the door. Tax exempting them makes some sense. So I wish it was a little bit different there. But I guess on them, I think we just help them get free, but going for these guys maybe makes some sense. Because I think they're part of Persia. They are. Actually, you know what? I like just getting more stab. Let's go with the stab. Plus 14 stab, effectively. We're getting an additional plus 7, but, you know, plus over baseline. Let our subjects do the work again. My kingdom for more this. Make Persia come faster, we're trying. I just realized to start as Timmy, you can use the situation to make Armenian your primary culture. Yeah, I think the like optimal is starting out as Delhi and then going Bahmani and then flipping to Timmy via becoming a subject of the Horde. And then you get to be Delhi Timmy, and then you like, yeah, do things. Do the things, click the buttons. We should have started an annexation before the war, in retrospect. Since this is ongoing though, that's kind of okay. Just gonna take a hot minute. The wars do drain a lot of food, actually, is maybe a downside. Still suffering? Yeah. I want to get Kurdistan formed today. I actually also have to really pee. We'll leave the game running. I do have to use the restroom. Here, I'll pan over to watching the armies. hopefully nothing catastrophic happened. No, one of our subjects was annexed while we were gone. Terrible. Troops marching through your territory is really bad for food, also. Oh, we can just move it. We don't even need the town. Alright. Where... We were thinking here, we're not necessarily committed to there. Oh, I don't have the answers, Sway. We're gonna have to do a Middle East one of these videos, so I should probably figure this out. Where the best place is. There's a lot of pops up here. That's not gonna be in Persia though. We have to be like in here. I think we actually might even have to be... Yeah, I think we have to be here. It's just the most sensible place. We're gonna save here first, though. Because we have to do shenanigans. We're gonna do this and not shut off all of our trade, which normally we would do, before moving the capital, because I do not want to reset all the trades, and we have tons of money anyways. This is not the... Money's not really the issue. And so, as we take the week tick, the month tick, this will get cheaper because we have less income. Yeah. So now it's only 6k to move the capital. So let's move the capital to there. And then back to paying for sliders that are not dimmy. And also, monthly diplomats is going to be very nice. I think we can dev this capital province now. That would be reasonable. And then we will also convert up that area. Or we will start changing people to Armenian, I think. Which, I think once we start changing them to Armenian, we have to, like, lock in on that. Because the second we stop changing them to Armenian, we're gonna have issues. I think we want to... We don't occupy their... Oh, we do now. Alright. Kingdom for some nice prestige, man. Nobility, estate satisfaction, unused diplo, lack of threatening rivals. Lack of threatening rivals. Lack of threatening rivals. I haven't used the threat map mode. I think that is a map mode, right? Mamluks and Vijayanagara in Bari Doab. I didn't think we could rival Bari Doab though. What is he trading? Trying to import a lot of wood. Just flip Farsi culture to foreign Persian and flip back to Armenian. I think every time you flip culture, it takes a whole lot of, takes 50 stab, man. Feels like you pick Persian and then you form Persian and then swap after. Yeah, I think that's the way we do it. Please look at the region map first. Those pops are literally the core of Persia. What? It's nice to swap Armenian. If you could swap to Farsi, create Persia, and keep the situation, and then pick culture, that would be nice. Is it better to enforce your culture on subjects to make them convert your lands? Yes. North area pretty good, he's doing that. It takes 50 stab and a 10-year cooldown. Yeah, we're not flipping culture twice. I didn't know there are Armenians over here. Not for long, I guess. Womp womp. I think that what we might do here is increase province control, try and get the ball rolling a little bit faster. Oh, this place is still decaying down. That doesn't get the ball rolling faster. Let's, still assimilate Armenian here. Oh, he's talking to Swap regarding the timber situation? My bad, my bad. Yeah. I left. Do you still go for lenient taxation with Sunni even with the -5 tax efficiency? Yup. Not right now, because we have enough without it. Because our ruler has got the goods. We got enough without it to cap, but if we did not have enough to cap, we would do that. We would do that. Let's annex the Induids too here. Is there anything that's like close to a city? Bro. Maybe we actually... We could make that a city. The clay. It would be an exclave. We would not have a connection to the capital. It's maybe not the cleanest version, but we could go for Basara for it. Can I just double check that we can't build the naval governor in Ormuz? Yeah. God, that's so stupid. Has to be an exclave. Say goodbye to the proximity, everyone. Bye-bye. It feels like the game is really chugging for the 1460s as well. Excuse me? Bueller? We're gonna make an exclave there. God. Oh, okay, it's getting better. How's it getting better? I'm expecting to see a bunch of roads get thrown up. God, it's like starting from scratch. Oh, we didn't check. We merged Kurdistan. We can't move the capital there. Alright, we're going to actually... Yeah, we're gonna load. Right, it doesn't require that we're Kurdish. You could have a naval governor near the Caspian. The problem with the Caspian, we don't have location with enough, good access to getting enough location with enough, pops to make it a city. It has to be a city, too. Otherwise, we were gonna make it on Arabia. Coast of Arabia. Alright. We're just gonna do this for a hot second. So why couldn't we swap Kurdistan? Do we have to be Kurdish? Surely Ormuz is not just randomly a tier 3 country for no reason. Country, yeah, Wiki says it needs Kurdish. They said that they updated the requirements on things so that it would say what it needed better. Not for Kurds. Okay, so I guess we're gonna need to swap Kurdish. Not the biggest deal, except we haven't been paying for Republican tradition for forever. And that kind of makes it a big deal. So let's cancel this. I think we have enough. We do not have enough Kurdish to flip. God, us flipping guys Farsi is now like actively super bad. Okay, let's not annex this dude or this dude. Let's annex all the Kurdish dudes. Doesn't say the requirement. We saw that we could form a Kurdish guy when not Kurdish. It doesn't make any sense. Womp womp. Okay. But the plan's just to annex a bunch of Kurds to increase our pops of Kurdish. We're just gonna assimilate Kurds back home. Kind of an annoying event, considering we're now paying for our stuff. Alright. I guess while we're at it, we can annex Basara, because Basara is not going to give... It's going to give a bunch of Mongolian pops, which don't prevent us from having the majorities. So, that's going to be a nice annex. And we will be able to make our exclave naval governor there. Okay, okay, okay. It's all coming together. You need Kurd culture and cap to be an area, yeah. Improve the opinion of Kurdish so when they flip so they already like you. We need to get more... He's the wrong dynasty, he's the wrong dynasty. He's the right dynasty, and he's incidentally the most competent guy. Oh, we're gonna eat it. We just want, like, we need to keep this dynasty going. He's very competent, though. Big happy with this guy. Alright, alright. It's coming together, chat. Because this is going to be very nice for a regional governor, I think. The thing is, we're trying to get to kingdom. Maybe we're close enough to forming Persia, we don't matter. It doesn't matter. We're not going to be Kurdish for... Oh, I regret clicking that. I don't think we're going to be Kurdish for long enough. I think we just want to get a kingdom. What should I do when I hit edge of absolutism? Should I remove all my privileges from my estates? Probably not. I think that diminishing returns. I think the privileges are good enough if you want them. I think it's going to take some time, actually, to do this. So we're going to urbanize for them, even though it makes the annexation take longer, because we also have to city the place. So... regret spending that prestige, actually. Womp to the womp. Okay, well, let's go for... schools and temples. Lots of estate buildings getting constructed. Also, we see universities. So that has to be what's happening in China, where they now get a bunch of culture. Ooh, we don't have a speed... Oh, Mongolian's huge. Mongolian's huge. And we don't have more pops than them. We could flip them Farsi, but then we won't be able to annex them. They'll be too disloyal. I mean, this is like the only place that we can get 30k on the coast other than this location. Oh, Yemen annexed our boy. Well, Yemen annexed our boy. Our tributary. How dare you, Yemen? I step out for a bit. Did we ever solve the wood situation? Not really. We just pretended like it... We started to pretend like it didn't exist. We psychologically solved it, actually. It's kind of the correct way to look at the evaluation here. Out of sight, out of mind. We also don't want to super overshoot the Kurds. Because we need to make them a majority, but not too big, because we have to flip back Farsi. Is it not a city? No, but it could become a city. Look at this! Look how expensive this slider is, bros! 10% of economic base. Or stab cost investment from the low, because we threw... Yeah, this all makes sense. Because we threw the Republican tradition into the bathtub. All right, so we just won't pay for the stab until then. We'll just try and be careful with the stability. No destabilizing situation. What is wood? Not that we would know. So we could just annex just him. Maybe that's a better solution. No, we have to annex more Kurds. Because the naval capital could come later, that's kind of fine. These guys building tar kilns gonna drive me crazy. Was this salt collector? Gotta get rid of that ish. Because it consumes bomb. Oh, no, wait. Salt collectors actually consume clay. Womp womp, I'm trolling. My bad, chat. I didn't realize I was trolling. Still, our ruler is just absolutely insane. Very nice for us. That's on hold. While we annex a couple of Kurds. This guy's annexable now. So I think we want to annex him for the Baghdad market. And he will give us some more Kurdish pop too. Is there a better way to handle this? We don't actually want most of this guy's stuff. We just want this bottom... We actually just want just this location. But we could hand everything in the north off to this other guy. Yeah, I think I like that. Stop improving opinion. When we hand off all this stuff, this guy will get cheaper to annex. Galliards only have 4 locations. Baghdad is a city, though. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. We're so close. Kurds are Iranian. You don't need to be Farsi. Are you sure? So Kurds into Persia, then Armenia. No need for Farsi. Oh, I think you guys are right. This is real nice then. We look weak? Not like this. I think the dream of making a kingdom's gone, chat, and we're just gonna prove our cultural opinion of Kurds. The dream is dead. This is getting some progress. Yeah, I regret swapping those guys Kurdish. That obviously makes everything take a little bit longer for us, but we're bringing up the Kurds over here. While simultaneously getting rid of some Farsi, so... Promote urbanization. Brother, what? I think we're okay with the wild game going into a town. But we want to preserve legitimacy. Our crown power characters, no. I feel like we still have related characters, so this shouldn't get uber bricked. Alright, whatever. One of these guys is head of cabinet. We're gonna need stab. So whatever this is, we actually want to pass it. I don't think that's important at this point. I think this is a fine enough one to pass. I think this is fine. Contained pike and shot is also fine for us. Yeah, so we can get more stuff. We're not a GP yet. But grabbing and holding onto this stuff isn't going to really increase our Farsi by that much. And we can't subjugate this guy, we've decked on him too much. So we can fabricate a CB on him. The thing is, we'd rather deck on Georgia because we have the price reduction CB, but maybe this is... We're overthinking it, we don't want to eat the stab issue. And this is going to let us swap Iranian easier. Okay. And then, if we're going to do stuff, we need to... It's going to make this guy much faster to annex. He's actually going to annex now. And I think we will just full annex him and hold on to all of his territory that is required for Persia, basically. So up to here. Maybe we leave him with a little bit. But that's going to decrease the number of locations we need. We can do another thing. We can do another thing. I think actually we might leave this guy alive. So he knows the pain and suffering that it is to be conquered. Not yet ending his line. No, just kidding. We want to fight him for more maps. We have Naples. We need Geneva uncovered. I forget what Geneva is called. It's not called Geneva, unfortunately. I think it starts with an L. Or could we just afford nothing anyway? Not Lazio. Liguria, Corsica? Yeah, I think it's this. Unlocking our ability to trade with him. Perfect. Why do we have a good relation with this guy? Why is it so good? Holy shit. I want to threaten war. I think we're nowhere near GP. That sucks. I should have checked that before. Guess we like the institution growth here. Forget what we get from this. Crown power 20% probably. That's not bad. Cabinet seat for decentralization is also pretty good. Alright, let's go with that. Cancel improve opinion if they're really high or capped or whatever. Not a lot. Yeah, annexing 4 guys simultaneously I think is too many. I don't want to give up the progress that we've gotten on any of these though, so we'll just see them through. I think it makes it like that slower. It's 5 locations, 5, 6. Oh, we definitely want one of these guys doing something else. This guy not deving. Georgia is under Chauvinist, so you can use the Georgia CV. Levant, Genoa, Levant, not Provence. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to play a little bit quicker. But I don't think it wouldn't let us deck using... If we deck directly on Geneva, because they're tributary, the issue is that this gives us a lot more stab because of the good relations, and we just didn't want to take the stab hit. But it looks like we're gonna have to take the stab hit. Them Gorgon is nice though. I mean, it's one less guy for us to... We're gonna probably be forming Persia even this episode, I think, because we're gonna take all this stuff, that's just the stuff that's required for Persia is what we're going to take from this. Well, that's going to be several more locations. Oh, maybe it's not enough. Farsi plus Mongolian. Yeah, the minus 150% is probably too bad for us to eat. This guy's 76. That's great and all, but have you formed Italy yet? I know. We're working on it. This big true. Oh, it's so bad us having such low like control and proximity all over the place. Maybe we are supposed to make subjects. Like this is slightly premature for the push. We have to push 100 additional locations. But we want to get the flip to Armenian as quickly as possible is the thing. There's a lot of pops up here. I think it has to be Kurdistan and this doesn't count. Kurdish is up to 29%. And see what tech we get. We do scout faster. Oh, it is nice that we can now annex Java, or sorry, not annex, I wish. We can now access Java. In terms of trade. Trying to remember where these things are. Is this all we can access? Down to minus 25 lumber. The apocalypse continues. think they only have a couple extra in Angkor, but that'll help out a little bit. We'll cancel the surplus. Yeah, we've been streaming a while here, trying to form this ish. Or is the monthly ticks are taking so long to pass through? Like, we're avoiding wars to some extent. We're gonna pay all the way up to max, I think, and then we'll start investing in stab. I don't remember improving opinion on that guy, but I guess we just did. One nice thing about us embracing Kurdish first is we are decreasing the amount of Farsi pops. And by decreasing the amount of Farsi pops, it makes it easier for us to, it'll make it easier for us to flip Armenian. I guess that's also someone we want to annex in order to do the stuff we want to annex the Armenian pops. I guess we want to let them convert stuff to Armenian first. But insofar as we need Armenian locations, it's not that high, that we go. I think he was our cabinet head. But faster improved relations is gonna be nice too. From the Diplo rep. We only care about the clay location, to be honest. We can give this away to this guy. Or even better yet, give it to this guy. And just not annex him, because then we can annex the two coastal guys without breaking our governor. Governor. I think that works for us. Just trying to resolve the iron in the market. Don't really mind investing in subjects too bad. I think we want the cab action, right? We might even want the ground power badly enough. It's gonna make this more expensive. It's wild if the crown power is better. No, I think we just want the cab action. Maybe we will just hand integrate this. It's not the worst, is it? I need some time for that to kick in. How are we doing on institutions? It's got New World from what? Events? Those boys have New World, have New World. Pepper. Combat. Place with the New World. But okay. Maxillary clergy is not too bad, but I felt like we had some of that type of stuff over here. Just pick that up. This actually decreases the total amount of wood that gets demanded by construction. Where can I see the Armenian bonuses? Do you live in the USA? Yeah, we do. Southern California. We take a look at our Armenian guy. The big idea is this. That's the main one. They got some other good stuff too. Namely the dev, and I think there's tax efficiency, yeah, and there's one other good one. Army maintenance is also really good, but that's not the one I was thinking of. Yeah, prod. 5% all prod is really nice. I didn't get to see the 1370s of the campaign where the Timurids scary. Yeah, they were. We didn't end up fighting them, but we were like spamming a spy network to try and assassinate Timmy, but he ended up just dying. We're not forming Armenia. We are flipping Armenian culture. I think all the bonuses are on the culture, so just being the culture works. If you swap off the culture, you lose all the bonuses? Yes. Poor Timmy taken before his time. Woohoo, Timmy. Thank God he's dead. God bless us, not him. Everyone. Coming through soon. Yeah, these aren't going to count as much towards it. Breeze is, though. Breeze, I guess, will be the next guy. We annex, because it's not going to increase. We need guys who are... We need to annex guys who are not Farsi. Basically. Flipping very Kurdish. Assimilate Kurdish. This. I guess we will want the rest of Basara eventually, though. We really wanted to get the is much smaller clause in, though. So I guess we have to annex the guy to the north, but he's going to be real big. Yeah, we'll take a little bit of a trip to Mecca. Unfortunately, we're going to have to eat stab hit to go after this guy. But it's also going to be the two of them. And by we go after them, I mean our subject. Get him. Get him. Which one of our subjects is probably going to be the... We can annex this guy as well. Just like looking for people that are not Farsi. Although we want to accept Farsi and culture convert some other stuff. Do we actually want to put the capital? I still think that's down here, but maybe it's not. Being near this gold and silk, like, is kind of attractive. And then we're next to all the flatland. Flatland sparse. Close-ish to the farmlands. But maybe we want to be in the... Ah, it's just all bad, man. Why can't we be playing India? You can still world conquest as Barless? Yeah. I don't think they nerfed Timmy. I don't think you can make AI Timmy do what you want it to do and, like, really kind of put the screws into Timmy. You know what I mean? You, like, need to make choices, I guess. That was a choice by the AI. We could get involved and hire some mercs and go run them over, but I think that we'll just let... I want to see how the subjects handle this. They have like 40k troops, so they have more than enough. That's a fat stack. Oh, it's a fat stack that's going to occupy stuff. Maybe it doesn't matter. I think we want to separate peace and humiliate because we're still interested in getting up to... Alright, so 9k is going to eat a massive morale penalty. Interesting to see the AI's fight, I guess. We'll lose this battle. Oh, no, the 10k reinforces, yeah. So you just come across. Is this clearly the Persia region? Yeah, that it needs. Well, this is all we need off of this guy. I feel like these annexations are taking forever because they are taking forever. Next year's when the first one will pop, and then the other two will follow quickly. Have you checked the Rast pocket? I really like that. It's nice. You mean for a capital? I don't know about that. You mean... It is nice, though. You're not assimilating this? Maybe you grabbed the wrong guy. Oh, yikes. It hurts. Burns, it freezes, make it stop. Make the pain go away. Genius. Giving him an expensive education, although we are having to pay for it right now. I think that we have a good enough trad that we're going to start paying for our stab slider again. Yeah, and that's not too bad. That's not the end of the world on the stab slider. Not too bad. Start going there. Monthly progress to Spiritualist. This is incidentally one of the best things for pushing Spiritualist, but we already have it pushed, so it's not going to matter. We could push the wood, but I think we're not going to. So we have to fight Timurids. We want to go after that guy, but he is in Persia. I don't think boss horde, yeah. Yeah. I think we go for it. Alright. Tax exemption on these guys is probably fine. I think we kind of, I think in the aggregate we dislike the toll castles, but just barely. So, and then passing it for the stab. But then we can merc up and go for the Timurids, I think. And I guess we'll grab the rest of Persia. Except for these guys. That's gonna save us so much wood. We're gonna be able to actually build stuff. This is gonna be the best. The best. It's Mediterranean. Also has way more pop than the Purge average RIC. Yeah, I mean, but there's... I don't... Like, we're... This is in the Med, too. But yeah, it's Med plus grassland. I think there's not Med plus grassland in this scrum of the Med. Well, there's a few Med plus grasslands up here. Yeah. 1476 and we're losing money? That's unheard of. It's called paying for your sliders, baby. Look it up, except don't pay for your sliders. Sliders are a gateway drug to throwing the game. Do we have the humiliation on? We do. I think we're... I don't think we're into taking gold from this guy. I think we just want our subjects to move around a little bit smarter, so we'll go for this. We're up to 150. This is like another 10-ish locations. I think we're not going to annex him, but just take maps. If they coalition, that's actually better for us, because more complacency juice or whatever. The capital, just occupy the capital, boys. Occupy the capital, boys. Boys, please. We get another cabinet action. Only one option there. At a certain point, we just kind of want the most qualified guy, but not this point. Is that going to be a double bubble? 2 annexations at once? We don't have a single armory yet, by the way, chat. Oh, we should have built some farmland stuff. It's not that big a deal. We have a lot of money. Double bubble. Okay, so now we have the Baghdad market, so things are gonna get probably a little bit turned upside down. Hopefully no weirdness. No weirdness happened. Very nice. I think we're gonna strengthen government for this guy, with this guy for now. Because we are paying for the nonsense. Paying for all the sliders with a super low control. The actual throw the game play. If we knew the names of places better, we would be able to find places better. Trivially true, sure, but... First is sliders, next is RP capitals. What's this guy doing? I don't know, we might run out of money, chat. Also, our freaking... our institutions are gonna spread so slow in the aggregate. Let's get the art school built. Now he's unlocking an art school. I want to try and figure out if it's still just troll. I think it just is, but... Legislative efficiency. Terrible. We do want power projection. We will get that stuff, but it's not going to be that good for us at this juncture. It's just kind of medium. We're running out of useful stuff to research, just kind of the issue. Alright, we're getting close to a full war score here. They assault? Go you guys. You guys are the real heroes. Alright. Nice, nice, nice. Can we explore anything? No, we're already exploring everything that we can. What? These guys get decked on by Bajar Doab? Not like this. Horrible timing. Since these guys are already up there. I don't want to risk the king, but we don't have another crown character. I didn't realize we didn't have a crown character in charge of there. Also don't want to unslot a guy, so I think we will put this guy in charge. Wow, this guy's okay with a white piece. He must be having problems. God, it's so miserable. We're not going to be able to take the war goal even. I don't even know if we have anything to take off them. We should have started annexing someone, actually. We swap Kurd? Close, close. We're just a little bit too slow to actually grab what we wanted. Got it. Now we can't start an annexation. This is kind of unfortunate timing. Wait, are they occupying? Oh wait, Timmy's occupying us now. Yeah, but now we don't have an annexation going. It's a daughter, so we don't care. Let's do that, though. Gonna get our governor on. Very least. How is Baghdad even doing from the perspective of... Province has just kind of got that stuff. I think we're gonna take auto expand on this just to get some tools to make sure that we can do some stuff, and then not that it has a lot of, it's not gonna have a lot of iron to work with actually. But we want a lot of this. We want the wood. I can't imagine we have a surplus, do we? If we have a surplus, we can push it to the other market. Burgers exporting? Hell yeah. Not anymore, they're not. And what was this? Charcoal kilns. Eventually, at some point we do need those, but we could shut down the carpenters and the clay pits, I think. What the food? Oh, we're about to be paying out the ass on that. For subjects don't develop? Does that make it so the subjects just don't build RGOs? In the patch notes? That's insane if that's what it does, because like every time we take a look at our subjects, they just have like 0 on the RGOs in terms of what they've done. We're just trying to inject as much food as possible into this market. This guy wasn't our subject this entire time as part of the thing. I understand the stuff's expensive. I think these guys beat Timmy, and we don't need to merc up. If they don't beat Timmy, we will need to merc up. Yeah, they win. They show him the door. Not that I think it matters though. Unless Timmy can find a way to reacquire this. Oh, we actually just want to give them access through our territory. So that they can access this actually. Because that's the issue. Badger Doab has that because they're occupying it. I guess we could deck on Doab. And just fight our brains out, God, against over our 160,000 troops. Over a bit of clay that we don't care that much about, just so that we can get a higher number for forming Persia. That's so punty. I mean, it lets us form the stuff faster, but it's so stupid. Like, the thing to do might just be white piecing this guy. Stop this madman. You about to get money back when you hit Republic tradition? Yeah. Although you have no resources and pops to build stuff, why not max stab and maybe drop taxes so the estate's super happy, but don't build trash buildings? Yeah, refunding, that's a thought. I'd have to take a look at the equation a little bit closer, but yeah, trying to play for the satisfactions, maybe something we could do. Oh, it looks like we forgot that minting existed. Yeah, no, that might be correct, actually. I'd have to take a look at the equation for them building trash buildings, but even their good buildings are trash buildings, you know what I mean? He's a little bit more flexible. But I really just wish that there was some way we could get access through him. Oh, looks like they're winning. Perfect. So we let them occupy this region, and then they unsiege their stuff, hopefully. You know what we're gonna do, actually? We're gonna set our subjects to passive. I'm gonna say back the hell off. Let them come. Surely one of these guys is good. Monthly literacy is not insane. Trade cap monthly literacy, I think we're into that. It's actually kind of come through. It seems that we just don't have a lot of good buildings, or buildings at all, in the areas we've annexed. So let's see about getting market villages in some of the better places. Like, maybe we leave this being a food place. I think in general, we're kind of keen on leaving the lumber. Cotton. We just want to get level 1 in a lot of these. I don't know if wool is an upgrade now. Let's get rid of this. But I'm pretty sure we're like never... With the nerf to wool, I think we're like never upgrading livestock basically, so... Get the dev scores cranking and also getting a little bit of extra tax or trade capacity in the region. I think trade capacity is just super king. So let's also make sure that we have that. I know we're like pumping the brakes a little bit on trying to accomplish the things, but do that, and then I think that we also want... Where's culture buildings? Yeah. To be fair, the estate's kind of spammy about them. Alright, we tell them back off, bros. Do you mind assaulting for once? AI, please, Bueller. Free the stuff so that we can take it. Don't march to the left. We don't like that. Really wish we had started an annexation before we had done the things as well. It's grim. We should be taking an annexation, but we're not. Oh, maybe this doesn't work. I think they have... They have to get through 2 forts. It's kind of a lot. Oh, we accidentally gave locations to this idiot. No, because he had them occupied. Maybe Rachar Dobe doesn't take this stuff, but I don't know. Seems stupid. They're ticking. You guys want us to YOLO really hard? Are we feeling a hard YOLO? Let's save an hard YOLO. I just want to do the thing. I think this is really punty. Like, this is not a smart war. You can just reload if it's like an absolute perfect punt. Shit. I should have hired them for longer. That was not what we should have done. Alright. We're gonna try and enforce on these guys and then liberate this stuff so that we can occupy it. We're trying to get Persia, boys. The promised land. Okay, the mercs are outperforming their guys who are just swarming over, which is definitely what we need. Let's go. Here they come. They big, they thick. They don't have access this way, so will mean a little bit more of a straightforward type of thing for us. I mean, our king is freaking caked up as hell. I forgot which stat we don't care about as much. We're gonna have this guy be in charge. Consolidate here. Probably want to overstack the fronts. And just want to make sure that we wipe out armies with this a little bit. Didn't we hire another stack of mercs? Did we? Oh, did we flub the mercs getting raised? Alright. No, it looks like we have them all. Well, those guys are almost done. Or maybe we try and stack wipe this idiot. Then put the rest of the guys on normal. Is he going through? Yeah, he's going through. Go for this guy too. Where's this guy going, man? I have low morale when he gets there. He's gonna have real low morale. Stack wipe? Challenge to 2 faith wouldn't be the end of the world for us, yeah. Stack wipe. We detach the regulars. Alright. We are ticking on them, I think. We just want all of Persia. Should make him panic. Hopefully we finish this battle before... Actually, hopefully reinforcements get here, because the reinforcements are not going to fill the fronts very well. Alright, they don't. But we do stack wipe. This will be... Yeah, this is looking bad for them. Real bad. No, go there. Actually, get this. I think we win this. I think we win this too. Hopefully stack wipe. How do you feel about this war, my guy? You're feeling like you like it. Alright, fair. You are feeling like you like it. Let's have these guys come this way, maybe. And go after Surab. Gonna hit that guy. Surab's maybe a little bit risky, trying to watch it. I think we want to ransom them eventually. Not right now, though. I'm gonna try and risk the Surab here. We're getting rolled by Timmy. I think that we'll also... automatically extend contracts here. Oh. We get our... we got our guys pinched. Oh, this guy is not in good shape. Yeah, just stack wipe on our regulars. I think we'll go camp followers and horsemen, to be honest. I kind of don't want to focus on this as much. I think we'll just have this guy... do this. Kind of on this front. Because our subjects should be able to handle the rest. Did we get a notification? No. Oh, you get insane buffs for basically nothing? Who? Hindus, the integration speed? If the integration speed's additive, though, is ours multiplicative? A little taller, you could cosplay Xerxes, we're trying. I think that we maybe have to gather new mercs, though. From Googe. That's actually just a bunch of cannons. Why is that a bunch of cannons? Elephant auxiliary is not what we want. I guess we should have maybe taken a closer look at some of these. I think just all crossbowmen. Oh, yikes. Yeah, this was so punty. We're like, this is so expensive for us to do this. Anatolia might have better troops that we can hire. No. Sort by who has the biggest armies we can hire. This guy from Bahrain. Alright. Things are not looking ideal. Wait, why can't we... What? Oh, just funny clicking. Funny business with the clicking. Yeah. He's convinced that he has an advantage here. Let's put this guy in charge of this one. Do want to wait for the ruler stuff. Wow, we lose to Timmy. Where are you going, bud? Looks like we win this, though. And so we might be able to push back the Timmy sieges. This guy is finally in charge. Yeah. Let's put this guy into this guy. And also... hire more mercs up in this bizzle. No? Maybe down here? Alright. Standardization is the way, hell yeah. Production improvements for 15 years. I think that's broad efficiency. Yeah, 5%. Wow, that's such a nice event. That's so strong. Alright, I think we ransom these idiots. Hopefully this goes okay for us. I think we're going in on a bunch of conscripts, so it should. We have less morale. We're taking out their troops pretty quick, though. Let's merge. Okay. Fair. So we will get to flip this. Which will give us the edge in the Timmy thing. Our subjects should be able to start reoccupying some of this. Wait, why can't we... Oh, that is occupied by us. Perfect. Wait, this all should flip us. Ah! We have to do each individual location? That is an absolute hell. That is insane. Hey, Hamcuts. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? Welcome back. Hello, hello. I really gotta set up my shout-out stuff. Hamcuts is primarily Vic 3. Oh, I do have shit. Let's see. Hamcuts T. Oh, right. Primarily Vic 3, I believe. Unless I'm mistaken, which I often am. Timmy wants a peace deal. We don't want a peace deal. Hopefully that's not stab hitting us. Oh, this does all flip our way. Okay, cool. We're winning with this, right? Why did my army disappear? Bro. Oh, real talk, why did my army disappear, though? Oh, because it was 2 fights simultaneously? Or 2 in a row? This guy should be handling those. Maybe not. This is such a clusterfuck, fighting these 2 wars at once, just because these guys couldn't avoid shitting the bed, basically. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did we lose that battle here? Bro, how do we lose that? God, is the AI just dumb? And taking low morale, or what? What's going on? Right, we should win this. Unless it's retreating, like, idiotically. Okay. We will hire the men from Azov. JK, they're so far away. Levant's army is huge, though. What's this about? Oh, and then we have arquebusiers? Yeah, brother. We're hiring the arquebusiers. Still hemorrhaging some gold, still punching up, still with like a 1 million pop nation fighting, you know, Omega huge ones. Trying to also set ourselves up for these annexes. Okay. Our armies this way. I think we're gonna link these guys up together. We should have just hired from the Levant to begin with. What are we doing? I think these guys are gonna take the war goal. Son of a biznal. Let's keep them as two separate units because I think we have good commanders in charge of both of them. Let's move down this way. Let's move this guy over here. And the big guns. The early arquebusiers. Arquebus this. So we should be soundly winning. Ignoring that this has all been a very hot mess. The pirates of the Caspian Sea will be destroyed. Wow, actually I feel like we're almost winning before these guys get here. I guess it'll be nice to have a little bit more coverage here. This guy, I think, will move the 9k stack over and split it between these two armies. And so we'll kind of have three decently strong armies. Actually, if we're gonna do that, we might as well split now. Kind of work our way across like that. no way we lose this, right? This guy has no food, he has no bird, he has no bush. And I think we send these guys up. This comes this way. Army movement speed's kind of exactly what we're in the mood for. I think we look to push it up this direction. Because our subjects can come through to the extent that they exist. I think they've actually just been eviscerated and they don't exist anymore in this war. But we could have this guy still, I guess maybe these 5k stacks will just clear out the riffraff. Alright, let's go here. Actually, let's keep guy here. And send this guy to merge up. This 12k stack will be enough. You go this way. You free them. Let's do some of that. I don't think these guys are a disloyal subject. No, they're not. But these guys are into giving us the bag. I think we take a humiliate. We can transfer some of these smaller guys too, rather than humiliate. I'm not opposed to creating something down here. Getting something like that started. Or Sind. Because we're not ready to enforce on Timmy yet either. Here. I guess maybe we split these guys up. And send this back. Have these guys start sieging. That guy is holding the door. How greedy do we want to be? I think we want to have something that can maybe get claims, but Marwar is something we can release with claims. Same with Samana. I think I like this, so we'll wait a month. And take something like that. Okay. How much do we need? Form Persia, another 70. And then, how close are we to... We're really close to Kurdish. Probably could even start flipping guys Armenian, actually. Instead. So we're about to annex some Kurdish guys. And then back to the war here. These guys need help. Womp womp. These are crossbowmen though. So let's come this way. Oh. What we want. Not at this juncture willing to pay. Grab this. Oh, those guys will pick them up actually. Yeah, this guy's in for some tier 3 units. It's a different vibe, my guy. These are H3 units. I know you're a horde and you have the good stuff, but these are tier 3. I'm not sure if you heard me, sir, but these are tier 3 units. H3. That was way closer than I thought it would be. So much for H3. I don't think we're going to need to occupy his territory. I think we're just going to need to free ours. Let's check the antag. Oh god, we're super fine. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Work interface now 6 out of 10. Womp womp. It's primarily Vic 3. Do EU5 on Thursdays. Just finish your Ottoman run tonight where I got my butt kicked. How'd you get your butt kicked? What happened? Sorry, I'm like a little dialed in on the war. I wish forests were centered in a province. Like in the middle always. Or like they're visually unappealing. Is this city yet? No, we are throttled by what? Tools. Okay. Throttled by the tools. Yeah, hate to see it. So once that finishes, then the city upgrade will get to come in. I'm a little bit late for that ish. Bro's still going. I'm trying to form the stuff before the end of the day. Because I don't think I want to play another session of this. Is that the capital of Timmy? The gunman orb, yeah, okay, sure. Expand Pavel paved road might be kind of okay. I think the burger mansions are not the good ones. They're not, so we want to get rid of those. Also want to get rid of festival grounds. I think toll castles are net negative. So we'll slap that down as well. Malevolent's a little annoying. That's super dead. Aw. Sucks. We rolled, like, kind of shit on the traits. Okay, at this point, I think that we're going to not want to auto-renew any contracts. I think we're done with contracts. I think he's almost done with this war. He's like, bro, this is too much. I'm also out of troops, because he is. Out of troops. Completely out. We do have to get up to score, though. We have to get up to 10% to have demands, anyways, regardless of what he's willing to accept. That doesn't do it? Brother. What the hell is that? I mean, he's close to being willing to accept, but... Wait, why is this an insta? Let's see. Split these guys up. Just a little bit more. Almost there. Oh my god, if we run out of mercs right before this goes, that would be terrible. I think we do have quite a bit of time on the mercs though. Us converting away guys to Armenian is also making it easier because there's less Farsi. Alright, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We will take these guys. And we still do have this fat Merc army. Maybe we should fight someone else. But before we do, we're gonna get some annexations ready. We went to Breeze. Okay. We kind of do want conciliatory, just because we want to have it as well. Let's annex this guy. And this guy, even though this guy's funky weird. Adds to the number of locations. And then who do we have CBs on? People who we're gonna take a huge stab hit. Alright, I think we're just gonna let our Navy, our mercs time out then. Our stuff that's not in Persia though. We will make subjects. 50 more, God, it's still a lot. We let you go, don't worry. No, we're good. Truck? It was the garbage truck. 8.5 hours trying to do the things, man. The things take longer to do than I thought they would. Okay. But look at that. We have 500,000 pops and we killed like, well, we have more than 500,000 now. Killed a lot of people though. I completely blanked that we were doing that. Is that another Maliki? Is that allowed? How bad is the tool situation here? Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's so bad. Alright. Construction universities. Common fortifications for toll castles. Toll castles are a new building. So maybe this is what people are complaining with about that. Toll castles? Are toll castles just completely wrenching people with the freaking tools? Alright, I think we have a surplus. Oh, we do not have a surplus of tool, but it's because we're exporting tools. Okay. We'll do that, and we'll export to the Baghdad market to solve our tool problems. Incidentally, this place is starving. Our market is full-on starving. Why aren't we paying more for food, though? I think produces food as a filter we can put on. The problem is we don't have... Yeah, the problem is ever the wood. I think your subject's stone will not expand RGOs. Interesting. Also, this might have been where a lot of the food was coming from. Okay. So hopefully some of this lumber gets installed. We can build our thing. So this guy we couldn't annex, let's improve relations with him. Don't know what that's about. Weird. Someone would revolt? Terrible. We're currently converting guys to Armenian. So as we convert more to Armenian, this is diluting out the Farsi. We have some Kurdish coming in. Not a ton of Kurdish though. Contracts continue to expire. Wrenching tools. Terrible. Gut wrenching. Shiny hates Timmy, but he's worse than Timmy. How do you feel about Republic versus Theocracy? Well, they nuked like the best thing about Theocracy, which was the tech that gave you scaling clerics. And Prox is worse than it used to be. Although Control of Borderlands really good early on. It's rough losing that as well. Maybe they see no lumber and decide not to. They just close their eyes. Yeah, maybe that's it. To be fair, we have stuff stalled because of lumber still, like, within the market. Solving the food is just very difficult. I think this place has surplus lumber, though, does it not? Maybe we can work together. Power of friendship. Clay pits for clay pits. I'm hoping they don't actually really need these clay pits. Just trying to solve an issue here, man. The charcoal creation is also just rough. And neither of those matter. What is this? What? Sir? Sir? Sir, that is not allowed. Sucks that they get Baghdad because that I think is gonna wonk up our markets a little bit. Just as we march over, the mercenaries run out. One last chance to be useful, Mr. Mercs. One last tango, one last battle. Oh, son of a bitch, that bricked our city construction. God, I hate it. It's frustrating. That braked our... yeah, our city construction stopped because of that. assault the fort? Seven guys. It doesn't matter because the mercs. We actually kind of prefer it because the mercs die, we pay less maintenance on the mercs. Weird that it let us assault with mercs, I thought it wasn't going to. Okay, I guess they think that that's done. I guess now we get to the front of the queue though, and before anything can be built we can make a city. Maybe this is good for us because now we're not waiting on the other thing. Yeah, now we get our city. It's all come together, chat. This annexation's almost done. I think once we get this annexation, we get the flip. So, Kurdistan is coming. Yeah, I don't know if tomorrow's beta fix is going to address the econ issue. I'm going to continue the 1.1 campaign. I doubt that it addresses the eco issue. I think that the eco issue was just kind of identified today because people had not yet played deep enough, you know, to experience the issue, I think. Because people weren't complaining about this yesterday. So I hate to be negative, but I don't think it's gonna happen. How sweet was that though? Like, we just got to merc up and like punch up so hard on these guys. Mercs are so good. I think they didn't need to even make them 1/6 the price. I think just actually applying the modifier like would have made them maybe, well, so I think all the merc modifiers are probably too strong, but alright. They could have done like one or the other, I think. Oh, you don't need to be urbanized on the lumber. Hell no. And the gems to breeze. Do we want to breeze urbanized? The gems? I mean, I hate to like actually knock down a city. But the copper could probably not be. This could probably not be. And the wheat that is going to be uber food can probably not be. Wait, why can't we knock that down? I was about to say, we have enough money. Do we need enough money to upgrade in order to knock it down? Oh, separatism, fair. Yeah, the rebellions are just big pain because it like super guts the prosperity. We're gonna be getting more and more of these till we do the things. Should we annexation on this guy? I think we can nuke our sliders. We don't want to break the trades because I think we don't want to redo too much of that. We get the updated price, my guy. 9K. We're getting so much money from trade. Alright. We'll move the capital there. Kurdistan, here we come. And then we will get a regional capital there as well. Diplo rep. Do we have a crown guy that's new? We do. Coming of age. And then I think that we have another guy that we can put in here for more crown power. Oh no, we're down to no mercs. Terrible, what will we do? So expecting to see Farsi continuing to go down here. Are any of these guys Kurdish? This guy's Kurdish. And we don't want this urbanized. So we need more wood. Are we running a surplus out of here now? It's gotten worse, not like this. Alright, we are still getting our building done though. The roads are our enemy. This is still coming down. We're almost here. Classic Mongolian revolt. Yeah. Anyone having issues with levies not being calculated correctly? There's something, I forget in the patch notes, but there's something that resets it. I forget if it's Civil War, like, resets it. With the money you're floating, you probably should have just, you probably would have won just as hard last patch. Yeah, well, I would have built armories and had an actual standing army, but... And the Reddit post is getting traction, even if they don't, so it has a chance to be seen. No, but, like, it's not just being seen, it's that... They talked about the patch on Monday. They have changes that they wanted to put in on Monday, right? But they have to test the patch to make sure it's stable. So it's not just, like... They can't just, like, see something and then the next day fix it very easily. Like, they can to, like, some extent, but, like, that's, like... There's an issue there, you know? That has to do just with the way the timelines work. Like, even if yesterday they were like, oh, this is a problem, that doesn't mean the fix is gonna be, you know, in that time frame that you want. Alright, we're about to be dominant on Kurdish. Close. Once one of these annexations finishes, we, like, 100% have it, but... God. Do you guys like my borders? Paint me like one of your French borders. Like... I think we go around seeing if we got good bailiffs, to be honest. Haven't really done this. And, I think bailiffs on cotton makes sense. This is where the capital is, so it doesn't necessarily... If it's, like, right on top of the capital, I don't know if it's good. I guess maybe we don't need to... Wow, I really wish I knew what our long-term plans for cotton are, but I just don't. Or, sorry, for lumber. Put the Spinners Guild on auto expand. Start getting this economy cranking. Go Spinners Guild here as well. Are we not moving the capital? What happened to moving the capital? We were moving the capital here. What happened? Did we click it twice on accident? Alright, I think we do have to start researching attack. I guess we're gonna pick up Weapons Workshop here. Cabinet laws. Was a silly clicking thing? No, we're moving the capital now. Oh, now the commoners just tax decides to go up. Okay. Okay, bud. I see you. I think it wasn't up before. That's why I think I missed it. Okay. We can now flip Kurdish. We want to make sure that we need more Armenians, actually. We need to hit the threshold. We're not at it right now. Where we can accept them. Oh, it's already accepted. Perfect. Okay. How old is this guy? 36? Yeah, sure. We wouldn't mind a way faster explorer. Did I could have sworn I saw 90-something. Alright, that's unfortunate. I could have sworn I saw 90-something on the military score. We'll still have an explorer, it'll still be fine. What are we doing on institutions? Probably not very good. Pike and Shot's almost here. Okay, what about Baghdad? Pike and Shot is there. Okay, we got a bunch of universities. Why is they not spreading Pike and Shot very fast then? I guess they are spreading it. These roads are about to be dead in a second. Terrible. I should have thought about clicking buttons before losing all that prestige. Like accepting a culture. We filter by accepted. RC Armenian Kaliji. Yeah, okay. So we just culture commit this to Armenian. not Armenian, so we can't enforce culture on people. How are the HRE borders? There's no country named Kurdistan. You take it back. Dirty, rotten little. I think part of the issue is AI doesn't care about production efficiency, so the lumber mills are pretty inefficient in terms of tools consumption. Yeah. You canceled it when you noticed Kurdish wasn't possible and then you never did it? Okay, never mind. Tyrol looks like a subject of Austria. Looks like Austria has actually lost quite a bit of clay. To what? What is this? Ugh. Volgas has gotten bigger. Meissen has gotten bigger. Bohemia has lost all of its subjects. I don't know what to make of that. Ottoman also got clapped. Georgia's doing okay. Yeah, some weird stuff there. Nice, France. Thanks, I grew it myself. It'll be better if we can convert Farsi pops to being Armenian. Okay, so this finishes, so we should be able to build a naval governor, our first governor as well here. Because it is an exclave. I'm going to be big sad if it doesn't work. Okay, what do we need? Not enough gold. Okay. Be a priority. Horrible country, Kurdistan. You'll get tribal loyalty. Legacy. What does this do? Requires sovereignty. Well, I guess we're not getting whatever that is. But we will be getting that. So prospering Kurdish quarters is what we want. Ooh, that's a nice color. So second age we saw. We're looking for the purple. Anyone know what this does? Oh, the game doesn't like when I'm clicking buttons. Not like this. You click the button, sick color, and then the game froze. Sick memes, bro. Okay. I guess we don't have to restart the client at least. Probably extra religions, you're probably right. I can't believe Paradox hates Kurdistan. Not like this. First, everything else that happened in the region to the Kurds, and now this. No. Not like this. Those poor, poor Kurds. We're actually going to be able to develop an economy though, boys. We're not going to just be the living Strait of Hormuz. We can actually get started on this earlier as well. Let's get some gold. Let's go first, Governor. Wonder how long it takes to construct. Was there any doubt? It needs tools. Oh, the pain. Make it go away. Alright, there was one tech in H2 that we wanted, right? I don't think there was a Kurdistan tech for us in H1. None in H2? Persian influence for cultural. I guess eventually this is actually going to be kind of hot. That's not from our Kurdish stuff. I kind of don't want to... jinx it or whatever. Alright, 50 more of these, but now that we're Kurdish also... Armenian here. Okay. It would be nice if we could... Oh no, we can't... We can't grab this stuff off of this guy, because then we'll be connected. We can't be connected, because then we'll break our governor, I think. I don't know what happens. I don't know if it actually breaks the governor. Merchant Guild also stalled there. Come on, guy. Oh, the fact that we need the 2 gold to construct it is kind of annoying. Alright, we will control the exiting gold, though, from here. So let's make sure it just goes to Baghdad. So now we need tools, I think. Or we need even more gold. Oh, we don't have even a surplus of gold. What the hell is that trade then? Alright, Tabriz has gold. Gold-based jewelry for jewelers guilds. I mean, we could delete some jewelers. I think what we do is the ones in Hormuz, we just close. Because we're not going to have much control there anyways, and they don't have the efficiency bonuses. And then... to breeze, we don't control yet, so we can't do anything with it. Alright. Fair enough. There's so much to build the local governor, man. I mean, I suppose... Depends which ones are closer. But I think we need the full amount to actually do the thing. I think we're going to come in here and we're going to close this. And we'll cut the minting in half. Something like this. Okay, so the tools needed to be solved as well. Holy shit. Okay, irrigations, bladesmiths, building a local governor. Toll castles, not again. Stone quarries, and that's kind of it. Jesus. So we just need actually way more tool production. Because we do need the lumber. We need the lumber. This will probably be a fine place to auto-expand out the tools. Now the issue is we're not going to have enough iron here. Did we not start another annexation? Oh, it's because... Now, we don't care who we annex. Let's annex this guy. I think the Induids also makes sense. I guess we want to... We know we're going to accept Farsi, so we want to annex Farsi people. We also have like a lot of choices. Lumber is the only thing that's like not weird. Recent clan sand is expensive. We know masonry is gonna be a vibe. So it's like we're starting the game over. Oh, that is where the... So fixing that. God, this is just creates the demand for forever, too. So, to the extent that we have stuff in storage that we can't afford to, like, keep draining for forever, this is creating demand for that. Maybe we should have... I don't know. Is Lar running a surplus of tools? We are running a net surplus of tools, I think. It's cancel all of our tools trades. Yeah, and then export them the other way to Baghdad. Lar also we might be like moving as a market. Like Eshfan we move down here, and then Lar we like move over here, and then we consign ourselves to Neverwood and Lars, but is there any sand down here? There is sand. Okay, where's glass? Because our glass price isn't cheap. Do a similar thing with lead. Lead's kind of okay for that. Bro, how is this area still going? We're trying. What does Legacy of Kurds do? I don't know. We took Kurdistan EU5. Top result is a bunch of Assyrians talking about that they should get a country in EU5. I think... Let's actually get development in the capital here. Sponsor a university, promote member of the clergy, expand force, pick mining. This guy's already cracked, but I want to see that 100, 100, 100, babe. Are these the good ones? I hope they're not the good ones. They are the good ones. Son of a bitch. Alright, we gotta destroy the good ones. That'll help us to get the institutions a little bit faster. I don't think we could do that on more than one subject. That'd be crazy if we could, right? Okay. Oh, we're gonna fly here. Receiving knowledge plus 10%. Yeah, you just get it once. Alright. I think we have no food problem there. We have just a... We're recovering, I guess, on the food there, but we have an issue. Okay, it's going, it's going, it's going. Chat, we're almost there. The governor. The Kurdish revolt, no. Not the Kurdish revolt. We actually want these guys up here. Probably on top of the gold, to be honest. I do think we're keen on making sure that we have a castle in the capital. The fact that we, like, by design want to have this excavated makes me feel so bad. Alright, jurisprudence coming on up. I think this is the mono-e-mono fight, yeah. Homeboy is caked. Confirmed. Weird that sometimes it can flip, the capital can flip based on who owns it. I forget the requirements. Let's see. We get more stimulus from the burgers than we do anything else, I think. The question is do we want to trade that stimulus for estate satisfaction equilibrium? I think I like administrative clergy most of the time. The thing is, we lack ability to max tax nobles. And this would get us a little bit more. Let's go nobility of the robe, I guess. This is double the stimulus, but on a per pop basis, it's less efficient. It's also less efficient per food. Per stimulus or per demand per food. Let's also delete a bunch of castles, because this is where all the demand for all the idiot... Oh, is this stockades? Stockades, let's just double check that the stockades also demand the tar. Yeah, creating demand for tar. Not exactly what we want. Also not giving us any zone of control, so we're gonna let all the stockades go. We're gonna start annexing another guy. How close are we to Persia, actually? We have to wait until... I think we're actually quite a ways away. Real, they're not going to surrender with one location left? Or I guess it's two. See, more Armenians. And more Armenians. We almost converted, or we almost assimilated that. Oh my god. Chat, make the pain go away, please. Alright, there we go. Thank God. So we got our naval governor is finished. It's so useless. I mean, it's okay. Expecting once the naval gets buffed, this to actually look pretty decent. It feels pretty bad. It feels like we have half a country. need masonry and glass. The only thing we actually have sorted now is like the lumber. We research? No, we couldn't research any of our special tech because we don't have the right things. Oh, I think we like faster assimilation because we're actually assimilating right now. Cap action won't be dead. Actually, it's better. Get this finished, and then the other stuff will be a little bit better. Or we could even see how much it will be better. So that will go down from 8 to instead around 3, so around 5 additional proximity everywhere. Ah! It's like 3 control. Control hasn't decayed in a lot of these spots yet. It's going up to 80. Wait, what? Oh, it's Mongolian. That's right. That's right, it's Mongolian. I wish we could just annex this section of this guy. It sucks because... Oh, actually, we can do that. We can do exactly that. Nope, he's not our subject. We pass over these 3 locations to this guy, and then we can annex this back part, and then we can assimilate this to Armenian. How close are we? $42 feels like a lot. Considering we have no one we can just grab. It's all subject to annexation from here. Oh wait, we can... Oh, we can grab like 8 more locations from this guy. It's still not close though. I thought we grabbed all of it. I was mistaken. So I think we might have at least one more short session of this. We'll catch up on chat. I was trying to see if we could do it, but seems like it's about it. I've woken up, it's still going in. Yeah, I was trying to get to Persia. We got to Kurdistan though, which was kind of one of the big goals here. What a Chad Lord this guy is. Absolutely based. There's 70 million Kurdish people without a state. Pretty sad. Yeah, that's a... Feel it right in the womp womp. Turkish, Iranian, Iraqi, and what's left of it in Syrian government disagree. Uh-oh, it's getting political up in this bizzle. I love how this expansion has literally killed your sliders and you aren't making any money. Yep, no, this has just been straight bad for us. Also, it would be better for us to have the capital down here where we had like an actual economy kind of going. To be fair, long term, we're going to be able to get this going better. We just like didn't do it proactively, which was a mistake on my part. Like, there's a lot of buildings we can build and be profitable and promote up pops and do stuff, do the things. We also don't have, I think, the upgraded roads everywhere. And so as we get those, we'll get at least a little bit more proximity out here. The naval governor will also get a little bit better. This is like annoying to me that we can't annex this, but we'll just hand off some of this and we'll annex like this, the rest of the exclave. Be able to convert stuff to Armenian. If we had another governor, we'd maybe put it over here, because there's actually a decent chunk of pops over here and stuff. Or maybe in Eshfan or something like that. That'd be like an okay place for it, I think. For like where we're going to be annexing, I think we're going to be annexing a lot in here, because we have to annex Farsi people specifically. Or we would prefer to do it that way. Where's this guy's capital? Yeah, we could hand off this 3, let him keep the capital, annex him. That'll also give us quite a big chunk of pops, and also a lot of pops with decent proximity, because we have the regional capital up here, which is like kind of silly. Or like, we will force exclave it with these like 3 locations, and they'll just pretend like they don't see each other. What's your second regional capital? This one. 150 years in, how do you feel? Well, the Tools of Wood Apocalypse is kind of coming down because we're just going to ignore the market where it's really bad. But some rough stuff going on here. This like it feels like this is like a big fixer-upper, like now that we've moved over. But pops are going to be really nice. Assimilating all this is going to be nice. Actually, this regional capital is going to do big work. I don't think it's cored. Once it's cored, this will be 100 control. It'll take us a little hot minute to get there, though. We maybe even... Oh, we can feed this guy locations, actually. Right? Is this our subject? Yes. Yes. And maybe annex him. No, I guess we can't feed the way we want to. Who is this guy a subject of? Got it. So silly. So this guy will be a decent annex for us. Kinda hates our guts now, though. What am I doing? We're trying to get out of here. Bonjour de France. Enjoy a new patch. It's a little rough around the edges in some spots. In regards to the eco, maybe we just need to play around more with it, though, and I'm not giving it a fair shake. Part of it also just has to do with we're playing in the Wood Apocalypse zone where we just have desert and we're just feeling sad all the time. RP Snyder, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. He should get access to 2 more, I think. I don't know why he doesn't put one in Hormuz. I don't have the text for either of the additional ones. There's no... I don't have a regional governor tech. Local governor. I don't have one. Oh, I do? Where's my local governor source then? Oh, I didn't realize that you... Okay. Wait, why can't I place it here? Is there not a road connection? I would have to track down the road segment that is missing. I guess it probably needs to be roads in my territory. I don't know if that'll be enough. But also, I don't even know if this is the spot long term, instead of something over here, maybe. Because the pops. The bells. Or even over here. Like long term. Like, going after this guy. He's soft. And grabbing Lower Sind, and then it's the same continent, so just putting a local governor way over here probably makes sense. For 150 years in the game, I'd say you crushed the run, considering all the obstacles. Hey, Yankees fan, how's it going? Started a new Vic 3 game as USA, immediately moved the capital to New York. Isn't there a penalty for that now? Just want to pop in and let you know that happened. Off to sleep. Alright, take care, man. How do you pin the goods to the outliner screen? So let's just show from here. You highlight the good, and then you click this box, and then you click the star. That was some backfire. Yeah. You're a kingdom? No, we're not a kingdom. We're still... duchy. But we didn't have a city before that was gonna work for us. But now we can put it in either of these places, but that's not really... Well, actually, maybe there's even okay. TBH, that's actually... I mean, short term, that's actually probably excellent. I just need to make sure that, like, how permanent is this? Destroying it seems to be not that big a deal. Alright. Wait, we don't have a road there. I guess. Because we are getting at least some proximity down here from... Like, we're not zeroed out on Ormuz. It's pretty bad, though. Oh, we're getting the 0 because, yeah, okay, never mind, it is zeroed out. Tehran, you're filtering by market, that's the issue. Got it, that is the issue. Tools and gold in the Ashfan market. I mean, we could move the market over to just pull this into this market. Just like right at the edge. Actually, we can move the Ashfan market. No, we can't. Our subject has it. No, it doesn't quite work. Dad still made you... Your dad is still mad at you because I bought the Cooper from a store called A. Nasir. They seem so friendly. What? You mean the copper? If you're buying a Cooper, that sounds like slavery, so I think your dad should be mad at you. If you're buying copper from a store named I. Nasir, might be justice, but he's buying a Cooper. You bought a human being, and I think your dad should be pissed at you. I think that's a Justin-worthy thing. Okay, our tax base is so freaking small. We like almost have a country together. This will feel like... Actually, I'm kind of excited for next session because this will feel like almost building from the ground up over here. And trying to figure out and sort out these markets. I think that this guy we want to annex near future, so let's actually improve relations with him because he is Farsi, yeah. Yeah, maybe this is good regional governor actually. That looks good, to be honest. That triangle will look really nice. God, this is going to be so silly. We will actively avoid annexing this guy just so we have the exclave, just so we have the governor. But I think putting it over here will make a lot of sense on the silk. Don't buy substandard copper. Yeah, you guys get it. Wait, what is this? Okay, no, they are assimilating Armenian. Yeah, this is also going Armenian. We have to annex the Armenians. How many Armenians are there total? We could also probably grab this stuff to flip us more Armenian. So maybe that's the Retinids. This is what we should do. Maybe we should fight them. If we became a GP, we could threaten more, right? We could also deck one of their allies instead. So we'll have to remember that we want to gain a claim on them next parliament, deck them, and then just take all the Armenian stuff. Total Armenians, 1 million. Total Kurds, which we currently are, 1.5 million. 2.7 million. We have to have the dominant culture is Kurdistan. So we even have to pass up Farsi. We can't just only pass up Kurd. So us annexing Farsi guys actually maybe doesn't make sense. Although we do accept them right now. It feels bad. Yeah, us annexing these guys in the north is going to be better. So if we want to annex non-Farsi, the thing is it's going to take us forever to culture convert this later. Maybe that's fine, but annexing guys like this. Where do you get the other governor things for? I think you get one base, one for either kingdom or empire, but it's not showing in the UI correctly. It's only showing for empire in the UI, and you get 2 from tech. Need to form Persia before switching Armenian? Yeah, I know. But I'm just thinking we might want to annex non-Farsi pops. Because the non-Farsi, the Farsi is going to make it harder to flip Armenian. We really wish we had assimilate area, but we didn't realize that this is going to be the new kind of, the new way things work now is China's just always going to have cultural hedge. We'll never get access to assimilate area. Oh, we're not even that anymore, but cultural influence is only like 700. Moving up to maybe 1k, but it doesn't matter. This is very messy, trying to flip Armenian. Almost certainly flipping Turkish and like supplanting the Ottomans would be better, but we had a plan. We're gonna stick to it. Alright, we're gonna end the stream. I'm gonna see if anyone's streaming the category. There's been enough. We formed Kurdistan. We're almost there. Let's see if anyone's... Someone's saying making Sweden great again. Someone's saying let's try France. Let's raid the France player. There's a little bit of like updated French content, so they do appear to be in English, so with the Twitch viewers we will send you guys there, and then we will link this to the YouTubers, not because we expect that the YouTubers will join the Twitch viewers, because I know they generally don't like to, but so that they can look down their noses at the other community members who don't use YouTube. This is the way. Alright, we'll end stream for the YouTubers. 10 hours, man. Okay. And then the Twitch viewers, we will be off in a rating. Thank you, journalists. Congrats on Kurdistan. Thank you, thank you. See you later, Field Medic. Bye-bye now.